Chapter 4507. This method didn't last for long. One by one, the experts of the Xiong family were sent flying. Their bodies were densely covered with sword wounds. It was a ghastly sight, and they instantly lost their ability to fight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In just a short period of time, most of the experts were sent flying. The rest also lost their ability to fight. They all fell to the ground. After all, this was Lin Fei's killer move. Although he didn't use the so-called Holy Strike, it wasn't something these people could withstand. Therefore, all the people who were lying on the ground could not stand up again. Lin Fei smiled. Look at how simple it is. Just kill them all in one fell swoop. Naturally, no one will fight with you for the family token. Xiong Badian heaved a sigh of relief. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. After all, so many of his brothers and sisters made a move. With so many treasures, it was terrifying to look at. As for his brothers and sisters who fell to the ground, their faces were naturally pale. Their armors were on the verge of collapsing. This was only because Lin Fei had been lenient. If he had gone all out, the armor they wore would not have lasted long before shattering. As for them, they would definitely die. Now, apart from losing their ability to fight, they didn't suffer too much damage. It could be considered lucky. Fortunately, they were in the immortal ruins. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even be able to see the sun. After Xiong Badian suppressed the excitement in his heart, he actually did something that made everyone in the ancestral mansion dumbfounded. Xiong Badian walked over and took the rings from their bodies. Even if he couldn't, he forcefully took them away. Xiong Badian wouldn't give his brothers and sisters a chance to make a comeback. Now that they were all seriously injured, although they wouldn't die, there was no need for them to keep their rings. Xiong Badian, what are you doing? Return our rings. What are you trying to do? You bastard, this is my net worth. Return it to me. It's mine. Those who resisted were all knocked unconscious by Xiong Badian. Sorry, it's mine now. He took away the rings. In a flash, all the rings were taken away by Xiong Badian. Lin Fei, who was watching from the side, was also quite satisfied with this scene. If you let Lin Fei make a move and take out these rings, it would be a little inappropriate. In the eyes of outsiders, he would be an expert in foreign aid. However, it was different if Xiong Badian made a move. This was an internal matter of the family. As for whether they could take it back in the future, that was another matter altogether. In Lin Fei's opinion, it was basically impossible for them to retrieve these rings. At that time, Xiong Badian would be the successor of the clan. With the accumulation of resources, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had also obtained the recognition of a holy king. It was absolutely impossible for him to hand over these things. Therefore, they could only blame their own bad luck. Xiong Badian really knew how to handle matters. Now that his brothers, sisters, and brothers had all been defeated, and their rings had been taken away, they were no longer a threat to him. At the same time, he did a good deed for Senior Lin. He was a smart person. Naturally, Xiong Badian knew that this ring was completely different from the one he was holding, so he tactfully kept the rings. At this moment, a figure suddenly struggled to get up. It was none other than Xiong Wudi. His face was deathly pale, as though he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. Xiong Badian, my good little brother. To think that all of us would be defeated by the helper you invited. Xiong Wudi gritted his teeth and said coldly. Xiong Badian had nothing to fear from his big brother now. His rings had been taken away, and his strength had taken a huge hit. Was there anyone who could go against him? I can only say that my luck is better than yours. Speaking of which, I have to thank you guys. If not for you guys, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. Once I become the family head, I will definitely let you have a good life. This is my promise to you. Xiong Wudi spat out another mouthful of blood. His entire body swayed, and he almost fell. Xiong Badian, you won't get your way. This immortal's ruins isn't as simple as you think. Upon hearing this, Xiong Badian felt that something was amiss. He had a feeling that his big brother seemed to know some secret. I have it. If I can't get it, you can forget about getting it either. Xiong Wudi suddenly became agitated. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Use my blood to draw the power of heaven and earth, and summon the body of an immortal. The sudden scene made everyone feel incredulous. The great elder's face changed slightly. Not good. Xiong Wudi has gotten his hands on some tricks. He wants to summon the remnant soul of an immortal. He's trying to kill Xiong Badian. The great elder was knowledgeable, and he had heard many rumors. But he didn't expect Xiong Wudi to have such tricks up his sleeves. Something big was about to happen. Even though the battlefield of the immortals' ruins wasn't too dangerous, it was still a place where immortals had fought. There was no guarantee that there wouldn't be some tricks left behind by the immortals. If they were to be activated, not many people present would be able to survive. This was the reason why the Great Elder was so shocked. But the Great Elder couldn't do anything. He couldn't even get them out. The battlefield of the immortals' ruins had been set up. They would only be transported out after a day. Unless a sage king made a move, there was nothing they could do. Swoosh. The canopy collapsed in an instant, and no one could see what was going on inside. Everyone's heart sank. Something had really happened. When Xiong Badian realized that something was wrong, the first thing he wanted to do was to knock out his big brother. But he couldn't do it. Because Xiong Wudi's big brother seemed to have been drained of all his blood, and he was lying on the ground. But the battlefield took on a new look. A suppressive force came crashing down. In the face of this pressure, Xiong Badian knelt on the ground with a thud. His brothers and sisters fainted immediately, and none of them were conscious anymore. The only one who remained conscious was Lin Fei. Sword intent spread out. This pressure was extremely terrifying, and it collapsed again and again. It attacked all the way to Lin Fei's body, forcing Lin Fei to use his life force to withstand this attack. Then, Lin Fei saw a shadow appear. He couldn't see the face clearly, but this shadow gave off an aura that made Lin Fei wary. Could this be the remnant soul left behind by an immortal? But it was activated by Xiong Badian? What is going on? Chapter 4508. When the illusory figure appeared, Lin Fei knew that he was in deep trouble. This Xiong Wudi really had some tricks up his sleeves. To think that he would send out such a huge gift at the end. One could only imagine how powerful this gift was. Everyone around him had fainted one by one. Lin Fei was the only one who was still holding on. Xiong Badian could not hold on any longer and fainted as well. This situation was truly out of Lin Fei's expectations. The illusory figure's features could not be seen clearly as it pointed a finger at Lin Fei. The moment it pointed down, Lin Fei knew that there had truly been a battle between immortals here. This was because this was no longer just a simple technique of the Great Tao. There were laws within it as well. However, because this was just an illusory figure, its power was not at its peak. Therefore, Lin Fei was still able to take it. He sent out a punch as well. He did not use any sword techniques. To Lin Fei, his strongest point was his fist techniques. Using all of his physical strength to form a single strike, he used the sacred strike that he rarely used. All this while, Lin Fei had never used this sacred strike. Wasn't it just an illusory figure of an immortal? You have no right to be presumptuous in front of me. This was the first time Lin Fei used this sacred strike. He did not know what the outcome would be, but defeating this illusory figure should not be too much of a problem. Instantly, Lin Fei could feel the power within the tree of life being sucked dry and converted into a terrifying strike. This strike crushed the other party's consciousness. In fact, the immense power even pierced through the illusory figure of the immortal. It was so fast that one could not even catch a glimpse of it. The illusory figure that had just formed crumbled instantly. The immense pressure disappeared as well. Turning into droplets of special energy, they dissipated into the air. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat as he opened his mouth, all of you, get over here. Since you dare to attack me, you should at least compensate me a little. Lin Fei opened his mouth wide. Like a bottomless pit, he sucked in all of the dissipating energy. Just now, Lin Fei sensed that this energy seemed to be a very pure kind, without any attributes. This gave Lin Fei an idea, so he started to absorb it crazily. The surroundings turned into a storm. In the blink of an eye, the special energy that was defeated dissipated completely. Of course, most of them were swallowed by Lin Fei. After the special energy landed on the divine tree of life, the originally somewhat withered divine tree of life instantly recovered significantly. Lin Fei thought to himself. Looks like I can't casually use this divine strike anymore in the future. Originally, Lin Fei thought that this divine strike would only use a portion of its power. But now, he realized that this divine strike was different from what he had imagined. He had used all of his strength, not just a small part of what Lin Fei had imagined. That was why his life energy had undergone such a change. Naturally, this caught Lin Fei off guard. Fortunately, he had successfully defeated the immortal. Even though it was just a phantom, it allowed Lin Fei to see how strong the immortal was. Lin Fei suddenly raised his head. There was a ripple in the air as a figure descended. As this figure descended, a strong aura appeared. This aura was far beyond the void realm. Lin Fei could tell at a glance that this should be the aura of a sage king. The aura of a king could dominate the world. If he couldn't even tell this, then Lin Fei's eyesight wasn't good enough. Lin Fei knew who this person was. He should be the sage king of masculine Wind City. This phantom doppelganger was also very strong. This doppelganger was indeed the doppelganger of a sage king. However, as soon as it arrived, the immortal's aura disappeared. It looked a little surprised. Then, its gaze fell on Lin Fei and it couldn't help but laugh. So you are also a sage king expert. With your help, my son has indeed had many opportunities. The sage king of masculine Wind City was called Xiong Tianfeng. Xiong Tianfeng had always been in charge of masculine Wind City. However, it wasn't his main body, but a doppelganger. His main body was traveling outside, so having a doppelganger was definitely enough. After knowing that something had happened in the Immortals' Ruins battlefield, Xiong Tianfeng's doppelganger immediately arrived. However, it was a step too late. The phantom of the immortal seemed to have disappeared, and there was a trace of the immortal's aura remaining in the surroundings. This was why Xiong Tianfeng recognized him at a glance. This young man should be a sage king expert. Because the remaining power at the scene made him feel terrifying and powerful, he was even more glad that his son had found such a helper. Although he did not know why the other party would help his son, not everyone could understand the thoughts of a saint king. Lin Fei knew that the other party had misunderstood, but he was too lazy to explain. Your Xiong clan's immortal ruins battlefield is quite interesting. It can even condense the image of an immortal. If this old man wasn't here, your clansmen would be finished. Xiong Tianfeng controlled the immortal ruins battlefield. Just now, he had already seen through everything. His eyes turned cold. Saint Ruler, thank you for saving the disciples of the Xiong family. Why don't we go outside and have a drink? We can talk about this. Lin Fei naturally had no objections. Just from the fact that he was able to unleash such a powerful attack, although no one knew what level that attack was at. However, Lin Fei was sure that even a saint king would feel threatened. This was a divine strike. With a wave of his hand, Xiong Tianfeng collected all the disciples and headed outside. Lin Fei also came out. At this moment, everyone in the ancestral residence was terrified and worried. Although the clone of a saint king had gone in, no one could guarantee that the most unacceptable scene would not happen. Who would have thought that Xiong Woody had mastered a secret technique and could even summon the image of an immortal? No matter what the final result was, Xiong Woody would not have a good ending. Because he had caused great trouble. If a few of them really died, then his position as the big brother would come to an end. They knew this very well. As soon as Xiong Tianfeng came out, everyone knelt down. They were even trembling. After all, the family had almost caused great trouble. If this group of elites had died, then the Xiong family would have suffered great losses. At that time, no one would be able to withstand the fury of a saint king. Xiong Tianfeng waved his hand, and all the people landed on the ground. Then the higher-ups and elders went over to help them up. They were fed pills. However, they could not guess what the family leader was thinking. They did not know how he would deal with Xiong Wudi. Because this matter had been caused by Xiong Wudi. Chapter 4509. Not long after. All of them had woken up, and with the help of elixirs, their complexions had recovered quite a bit. They weren't as pale as before, but when they looked at Lin Fei, they were much angrier. Among them was Xiong Wudi. He was prepared to die together with them, but he didn't expect to return to the ancestral home. Xiong Badian was fine. Lin Fei was fine too. He didn't dare to imagine it. How are you fine? That's impossible. That's an illusion of an immortal, it could have killed you. Xiong Wudi roared. However, right after he roared, he felt that something was amiss. A wave of anger landed on him. Then, a black shadow landed on him. Xiong Wudi cried out in pain as he was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Xiong Wudi could vaguely see that it was a dignified figure. A figure appeared in his mind. The family head, Sage King. He was in big trouble. Someone, take Wudi to the dungeon and lock him up for 10 years. A voice that was neither loud nor soft fell into Xiong Wudi's mind. He couldn't accept a result. Then, two figures appeared beside him. They helped him up and left. The higher-ups in the ancestral home were too scared to make a sound. They all knew that when the family head was angry, no one dared to say anything. Xiong Wudi was just unlucky. Of all the things he could have done, he had to use such a secret technique to attract the illusion of an immortal. Even if it was just an illusion of an immortal, not everyone could resist it. One wrong move and something big would happen. So many higher-ups had a bad impression of Xiong Wudi. Even those who were secretly supporting him shook their heads one after another. They really wanted to slap themselves. His eyesight was too poor. He actually chose such a supporter. If something big happened, all the higher-ups would be in trouble. The family was very powerful, and there were many people who wanted to rise up. They could kick out an elder today, and then they could support another one tomorrow. It was all because of the words of the Sage King. The young masters and young mistresses all lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Who didn't know that this was the time when the patriarch's father was furious? They couldn't see it, but they could feel it. Now, I will announce that Badian will be the future successor of the clan. Xiong Tianfeng's gaze swept across these people. The tone had been set. On the other hand, Xiong Badian was exceptionally happy, and his breathing quickened. He had finally become the heir. It was easier and more relaxing than he had imagined. All of this was brought about by this young man. He was really grateful to this senior Lin Fei. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't even be able to think about it for the rest of his life. Just as Xiong Badian was about to thank Lin Fei, however, he discovered that Lin Fei and the Holy King had disappeared without any warning. There was a small ripple in the void, and it disappeared. It was unknown where it went. As for those upper echelon elders, they were even more surprised. No one knew where Lin Fei came from. Looking at the patriarch now, it seemed that this person's background was really great. He really wanted to get close to the other party, but the other party had already left. Thus, they could only turn their attention back to Xiong Badian. One by one, they came up to greet him passionately, and their attitude was much more proper than before. This was because everyone knew that from today onwards, Xiong Badian would be the successor of the clan. As long as Xiong Badian didn't cause any trouble, no one would be able to snatch his position away. This outcome was really out of everyone's expectations. Everything had changed because of that person. At this moment, Lin Fei and Xiong Tianfeng were sitting under a pavilion by the side of a mountain. This place wasn't in Masculine Wind City, but in a mountain peak in the Underheaven County. This mountain peak was covered by a formation, and it was surrounded by clouds. Outsiders couldn't come up at all. I didn't expect the Underheaven County to have such a good place to drink tea. This is quite interesting. Lin Fei drank a mouthful of spiritual tea. This tea was even better than what Lin Fei drank, and it should be of the highest quality. If you like it, you can come here often in the future. After all, I am the only one cultivating here, and no one usually comes here. Xiong Tianfeng said with a smile. Until now, he hadn't found out where this person came from, but it didn't stop him from confirming one thing. That meant that this person was definitely a Saint King expert. That kind of power could only be unleashed by a sage king. It was stronger, purer, and didn't contain any laws. Such a situation could only be found in the Sage King's super physique cultivators. Because physique cultivators were originally a very weak path. There were almost none who could reach the Sage King realm, but once they broke through to the Sage King realm, their strength would be extremely pure. It could be said that they walked the path of using strength to break through the heavens. However, he had never seen such a person before, so at the start, Xiong Tianfeng didn't recognize him. Later on, he recalled that there was such a thing. The person in front of him might be a super physique cultivator, and only then would he be so strong. Lin Fei laughed and put down the cup. If I have that time, that would be great. Unfortunately, I still have to travel around the world, and don't have that free time. Your Xiong clan's Xiong Badian is quite interesting. Although Lin Fei didn't reveal anything, it made Xiong Tianfeng realize one thing. This mysterious young man should be cultivating in seclusion. Things like this happened almost all the time in the spiritual realm. In order to break through to the next realm, some veteran experts would often control their strength to a certain level and travel around the world to break through. He didn't expect to meet one today. What made Xiong Tianfeng feel even more incredulous was that his son actually encountered such a good thing. He successfully obtained the family order and became the heir. It could be said that this matter really exceeded the entire clan's expectations. Even Xiong Tianfeng himself was very surprised. In fact, he was quite optimistic about Xiong Wudi and Xiong Tian, but unfortunately, both of them were defeated. It could only be said that their luck was not as good as Xiong Batian's. Batian, this guy is usually quite hot-tempered. If he knew that you said that, who knows where his tail would go. Xiong Tianfeng laughed and scolded, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of fondness. Just like that, the two of them started chatting. They finally knew this person. From the beginning to the end, Xiong Tianfeng only knew that this person's name was Lin Fei. It was a very common name, but his strength was indeed very strong. A Sage King physique cultivator was quite terrifying, and this kind of person was extremely difficult to kill. Anyone who saw him would be afraid. Chapter 45:10. Xiong Badian became the successor of the Xiong family. Everyone was surprised by this. Everyone knew that the reason why Xiong Badian was able to become the successor was all thanks to that mysterious helper. Unfortunately, this helper disappeared not long after. No one knew where he went, but everyone in Xiongfeng City knew that Xiong Badian was not without a backer. This was because there was a piece of news in private. The person beside Xiong Badian was very likely a Sage King expert. After this news spread out, it was unknown how many people were dumbfounded. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew, but no one dared to underestimate Xiong Badian anymore. Not long after that expert disappeared, Xiong Badian was sent into seclusion. When Xiong Badian came out again, his strength had greatly increased. Although he had not reached the Saint Ruler realm, he had already cultivated 5 great Daos. He had reached the great perfection of the insightful emptiness realm in one go. He had become a peak expert. Of course, this was what happened later. And where did Lin Fei go now? Of course, it was to Chaos City. This was the place that Lin Fei wanted to go to the most. Now, Lin Fei's net worth was ridiculously thick. He had a total of 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones, plus 500 million high-grade spirit stones. Such an income was really not a small amount. It would take him about half a month to reach Chaos City. For Lin Fei, this journey was leisurely, and he would go in to taste the delicacies when he passed by the big cities. It took him about 20 days to reach Chaos City. Lin Fei finally arrived at Chaos City. Chaos City was located in a huge desert. This desert was very special. The heat waves here were monstrous, and the temperature was extremely high. Those who did not have a bit of strength would not be able to withstand it. After Lin Fei arrived at the periphery of Chaos City, he immediately became very interested in this city. It is indeed a place in the wilderness. No wonder people don't like it. The more a place like this was like this, the easier it was for a certain force to establish a foothold. No one would like it. Naturally, there were no resources to fight for. In addition, the heat waves here were billowing, and it was really too remote. Not long after Lin Fei came in, he met someone. These people were in groups of 3 to 5, and when they saw Lin Fei, they all surrounded him. Without any hesitation, he took out his treasure. As a result, Lin Fei killed all of them with a single slash. Of course, he left one alive, and after some interrogation, he finally figured out some of the rules of Chaos City. As it turned out, there had always been fights and robberies happening outside of Chaos City. This was especially true for outsiders. If they came here alone, it was highly likely that they would be robbed. Not only would they be robbed, but they would also be sold to Chaos City. There was a slave auction in Chaos City. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't he just a rogue cultivator? How could he encounter such a thing? After learning about this situation, Lin Fei kept bumping into groups of people, all of whom were targeting him. Unsurprisingly, these people were prepared to capture Lin Fei and sell him to the Chamber of Commerce. He could be sold for a good price, ranging from a few 100,000 to 1 or 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. In the desert of Chaos City, he could see some skeletons from time to time. These skeletons had been here for a long time, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were piled up with white bones. The closer he got to Chaos City, the more skeletons there were like mountains. Lin Fei was already used to this, so he didn't pay much attention to it. A few days later, Lin Fei finally stood at the gate of Chaos City. Chaos City was a huge city built from black stone, and it looked like a giant. Entering Chaos City, he didn't spend anything and easily arrived at Chaos City. When he arrived at Chaos City, he found that it was very lively, and everyone was a tyrant. Their eyes were frighteningly fierce, and their bodies were filled with endless killing intent. It was no wonder that those who committed crimes liked to come to Chaos City. Here, they could keep their lives, but outside, they could easily be hunted down. In Chaos City, no one would fight here. Lin Fei also felt countless tyrannical auras in Chaos City, and there were even a few auras that were definitely at the level of Sage King. They were faintly discernible. Lin Fei found an inn to stay, and for the sake of peace, he booked a small courtyard. Of course, the price was cheap, and it cost 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones a day. That would be 300,000 middle-grade spirit stones per month. Not everyone could afford to stay there. Now, Lin Fei was rich and overbearing, so it wasn't a big deal at all. Hence, he directly booked a month's time. Fellow cultivator, you should be new here, right? Do you want to buy information? Our information here is very cheap. After Lin Fei stayed in the small courtyard, the waiter secretly came to visit. From the beginning, Lin Fei noticed this waiter. He was skinny, but his eyes were very sharp, and he was a smart guy. When Lin Fei heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. You even sell information here? Isn't it just an inn? This is, of course, an inn. However, selling information is also something we do along the way. After all, this is the first time many of you have come to Chaos City. If you don't know some information, you will be confused if you commit a crime. We have carefully collected this information for the benefit of all of you. Lin Fei waved his hand, and stopped the waiter from continuing. He had to admit that what the waiter said was quite reasonable. This place was different from other places, otherwise, why would it be called Chaos City? Then tell me about the price of your information here, the waiter said unhurriedly. The waiter calmly said, we have a total of 3 specifications here: bronze, gold and platinum. The prices are also different. They are 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones and 1 million medium-grade spirit stones respectively. After a brief introduction by the waiter, Lin Fei had to admit, this inn was quite good at doing business. The vast majority of people definitely lacked information. It would be best if they had detailed information in a new and unfamiliar place, just like Lin Fei. Lin Fei also understood the situation of Chaos City, but he wasn't very clear about the specifics. I don't know if 1 million mid-grade spirit stones is worth this price. What if it's not worth it? The waiter was very serious. If you think it's not worth this 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, as long as you mention it, we will return you 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Interesting. Lin Fei waved his hand and took out 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Then give me a platinum information. The waiter didn't expect this person to buy a platinum information at once. He paid 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Such a situation wouldn't happen even once in a year. Bookseller's website. Chapter 45:11. To Lin Fei, 1 million spirit stones was really nothing. It was just a drop in the ocean. However, this platinum news was indeed quite satisfying. The waiter told him the situation of Chaos City in detail. The most detailed information was explained clearly, which gave Lin Fei some understanding. The most powerful person in this Chaos City was the Holy King of Chaos. He was a top-notch powerhouse. After him were the 6 giants of Chaos City. These 6 giants were all in the Holy King realm. However, they were much weaker than the Holy King of Chaos. However, these 6 giants were the followers of the Holy King of Chaos. Therefore, they controlled 6 districts in Chaos City. There was a Holy King in every district, and they were clearly separated. There were 4 districts in total: North, South, East, West, and a Central District. As a result, Chaos City was divided into 6 districts. With the 6 giants in charge of Chaos City became very stable. From start to finish, there hadn't been any changes. Other than Chaos City, there were some other forces here. However, the Holy King of Chaos didn't really care about them. He let them develop, so there were many forces that had powerful backgrounds. Of course, what made Lin Fei pay attention to was this Chaos Merchant Union. Because Xiong Baishan's things came from this Chaos Merchant Union. This time, Lin Fei was prepared to spend a lot of money in Chaos City. As for the forces in Chaos City, Lin Fei didn't really care, so he was prepared to leave after buying things. After paying 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, Lin Fei knew the situation here like the back of his hand. More than anyone else. He even knew that there were slaves being auctioned in the Chaos Merchant Union. These slaves were extremely powerful. However, they were tricked. As long as you had money, you could buy them. Even Insight Void Realm slaves could be sold. However, unless you were an independent cultivator, normal people really didn't dare to capture Insight Void Realm slaves. If the forces behind them were to retaliate, it would definitely be a nightmare for them. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in this slave. He had many Dao hearts with him now, but he didn't plan to take them out yet. Therefore, he decided to go to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce to take a look. After sending the waiter away, Lin Fei strolled around Chaos City. This Chaos City was very big and very lively. Lin Fei tasted the delicacies and went to a few famous places on the way. After walking around, he saw quite a few ruthless characters. Fortunately, there were rules in Chaos City. Fighting was not allowed during the day, and anyone who dared to fight would be killed by the Chaos City's law enforcement team. No one could help. At night, they could make a move on the streets, but they couldn't do it in the mansion. This formed a rather interesting scene. During the day, they could only watch as their enemies glared at each other, but at night, they were engaged in a fierce battle. This had become one of the sights in Chaos City. As long as you were brave enough, you could really harvest a lot of things at night. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After dinner, Lin Fei returned to his courtyard. He was prepared to go to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce the next day to see the situation. When he came, Lin Fei was prepared to sell the Dao Heart. Now, it seemed that he didn't need to sell the Dao Heart at all. He just needed to spend as much as he wanted. Early in the morning, Lin Fei headed to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. This Chaos Chamber of Commerce was indeed a little different. For example, to enter the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, one had to pay 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was used as a guarantee fee. This was to prevent people from bidding maliciously because they couldn't afford it. If that was the case, then the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones would be gone. Lin Fei paid 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones and walked into the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. Once he entered the first floor of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, he saw a huge hall. It was filled with cabinets. There were a lot of things in these cabinets. Lin Fei saw many interesting things along the way. There were all kinds of things sold here. As long as you could think of it, it could be found here. Lin Fei even saw a bounty mission, but he didn't know who had posted it. Anyway, there were a lot of people gathered here. These bounty missions were basically about killing someone or collecting something or even exploring together. It was a very public channel. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire this Chaos Chamber of Commerce. However, Lin Fei didn't see anything that he liked after looking through all the layers. He also noticed that there was a second floor. When Lin Fei was about to enter the second floor, he was stopped. A young lady smiled and said, "Sir, if you want to go to the second floor, you have to buy a membership card of our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. It only costs 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. After you get our membership card, you will receive a series of services from our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. It will make it easier for you to enjoy the benefits of our membership card." The smiling lady said very passionately. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Your Chaos Chamber of Commerce is quite interesting. You even have a membership card." The lady smiled and said, "It can't be helped. The Chaos Chamber of Commerce is too big. There are always some people with average quality, so we can only distinguish them." Lin Fei smiled and said, "All right, then get me a membership card." After paying the 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, Lin Fei got a membership card. "I think it's your first time coming to our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. You should be lacking a guide. How about I be your guide?" The lady recommended herself and said. Lin Fei didn't have any objections. He was still a little unfamiliar with this Chaos Chamber of Commerce, so he didn't know much about it. It would be best if he could have the woman beside him as a guide. Lin Fei could see that this lady should be a member of this Chaos Chamber of Commerce. She was responsible for receiving members. "Then you can be my guide. If you satisfy me, I will naturally give you a sum of spirit stones when you leave." Lin Fei smiled. This lady was called Bai Xiuxiu. "Thank you for your recognition." Bai Xiuxiu was also very happy. She hadn't received such a job in a long time. She didn't expect this ordinary-looking young man to pay 1 million mid-grade spirit stones in the blink of an eye. A membership card for 1 million mid-grade spirit stones wasn't expensive, but many people had to think about it before they decided to buy it. But this Lin Fei in front of her was a little rare. They went up to the second floor. Lin Fei felt that the second floor was indeed a little different from the hall below. "I wonder what young Master Lin is looking for. The items upstairs are quite complete." Bai Xiuxiu took the initiative and asked. Shook House website. Chapter 45:12. Lin Fei's main purpose for coming here this time was to get the heavenly wood. He didn't really care about other things. Of course, it would be great if there was a fragment of the Dao Heart. He would collect as many fragments as he could get. Now that Lin Fei was a nouveau riche, a few billion middle-grade spirit stones was definitely a huge number. Although there weren't many high-grade spirit stones, only 200 million, it was definitely a lot that most people couldn't earn. This Bai Xiuxiu was indeed very suitable to be a guide. As long as Lin Fei was interested, he would tell her everything in detail. Therefore, after a while, he had a better understanding of the situation here. Bai Xiuxiu invited Lin Fei to a private room. I don't know what young Master Lin wants. As long as you tell me, I will bring you a catalog. Because our Chaos Chamber of Commerce doesn't have much, we have a lot of catalogs. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this catalog. That's good stuff. It's simple and clear. I usually like to study some things, such as the fragment of the Tao heart, as well as some weird stuff. I don't know if you have the heavenly wood here. I want the most primitive kind that hasn't been refined. I'm interested in all of these. Of course, I'm also interested in natural herbs. After all, I'm also an alchemist. Bai Shuxiu didn't expect this young master's hobby to be so different. One should know that many people's hobbies were skills, weapons, and armor. This was the first time she saw such a situation. Bai Shuxiu maintained a smile on her face. Young Master Lin, please wait a moment. I'll bring you the relevant catalogs now. Oh right, our Chamber of Commerce has an auction today. I don't know if you're interested. We only have 2 auctions like this every year, once every half a year. This year will be the last one. When Lin Fei came, he didn't understand the specific situation, but hearing that there was an auction, how could he miss it? Auction? That's fine. But I have to look at the things on the catalog first. It shouldn't affect me, right? Bai Shuxiu hurriedly said, It's fine, it's fine. There are still 2 hours before the auction. I will remind young Master Lin. Bai Shuxiu pushed the door open and went out. Lin Fei leisurely drank the fragrant tea, waiting for Bai Shuxiu to come back. I hope he won't disappoint me too much. At least he's so famous. It would be a pity if he's not as good as I imagined. This time, Lin Fei was filled with anticipation. After all, not everyone could come to Chaos City to spend money. Just the fact that there was no danger outside was enough to make a person suffer a lot. After some time, Bai Shuxiu came back with a catalog in her hand. She put it on the table. Took out one of them, then turned a page. Young Master Lin, take a look for yourself. These are the things you want. I've already marked them for you. Take a look and you'll understand. Bai Shuxiu was actually very nervous. This was a huge customer. Don't think that these Tao heart shards and herbs weren't worth much, but in reality, not everyone could afford them. If this young Master Lin could afford these things, then Bai Shuxiu would have done a huge business. When the time came, she would be able to get more commission. Lin Fei didn't know what Bai Shuxiu was thinking. He was looking at the catalog seriously. One had to say that this Chaos City was really famous and had some tricks up their sleeves. For example, the items in the Chaos Merchant Association were all made into catalogs and the prices were clearly marked at the back. No wonder it required so many spirit stones. It did touch the threshold. The first thing Lin Fei saw was the Tao heart shards. There were really many in Chaos City. More than 8 million fragments of the heart of the Great Tao. Of course, these 8 million Tao heart shards weren't cheap either. It directly soared to 100 million. If one calculated it, it was quite cheap. However, the quantity was too large. Based on what was written, he had to buy them all at once. This time, to Lin Fei, 100 million wasn't expensive at all. Then, his gaze moved. It landed on the herbs. There were quite a lot of herbs. Lin Fei even saw some special tree species that weren't cheap either. After looking through them, Lin Fei already had a rough idea of how much they would cost. If he bought all these things, it would be worth more than 1 billion medium spirit stones. That was definitely an astronomical number. Lin Fei also saw the sky-reaching log. It didn't seem very long, but it was the most primitive one. Just this piece of sky-reaching log was priced at 500 million. No wonder Xiong Badian spent half of his fortune. It really wasn't something that anyone could afford. Lin Fei's mood got better and better as he looked. Bai Shuxiu was getting more and more nervous. The things listed were basically more expensive and weren't that easy to buy. If he could sell it for 100 million, Bai Shuxiu would be ecstatic. According to the rules of the Chaos Merchant Association, if he sold it for 100 million, he would get a commission of about 100,000. That was quite a lot. Don't think that 100,000 was a small amount. In fact, it was a lot. Not everyone could earn so many middle-grade spirit stones. People like Biyao could earn tens of thousands of spirit stones a year at most. Most of them were low-grade spirit stones. Even if they earned a few million or tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, 100,000 spirit stones was still worth a lot of money. Everyone knew that. He put down the catalog. Then, he opened the second catalog. The last few catalogs didn't have what he wanted. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Biyao was observing too. She saw young Master Lin pick up the catalog, look at it for a while, then put it down and change to another one. Her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She didn't dare to ask. Biyao knew that whether these young masters wanted to buy or not depended on their mood. If they said one more word, it would affect the deal. Therefore, those who could be guides here were all people with good eyesight. Although Biyao was not the most powerful one, she had more or less grasped some experience after hearing about it. This Tao heart fragment, these heaven and earth herbs, the sacred wood, and this piece of sky-reaching log. I want them all. Lin Fei took out the catalog again and placed it in front of Biyao. Biyao was extremely nervous. Ah, you want them all. Chapter 45:13. Biyao was completely shocked and in disbelief. Luckily, they were in a private room. If they were somewhere else, who knew how many people would have been alerted? Young Master Lin, you really want to buy all of these? The price isn't cheap, it's not as simple as 200 million. Biyao tried her best not to be so nervous. But no matter how well she did, she couldn't help but be excited and nervous. This was definitely a big deal. He had never heard of a young master who could spend hundreds of millions of middle-grade spirit stones here in one go. What he bought were all these inconspicuous things. Lin Fei smiled. Do you think I'm someone who can't afford it? Or is it that your chaos shopping center can't take out these things? His words were neither light nor heavy, causing Biyao's heart to tighten. She quickly explained, you're mistaken, I'm just a little surprised. After all, so many things aren't cheap. Lin Fei smiled, as long as it's something that I'm interested in, what's this price? I want everything that's marked on it. Biyao picked up the catalog. There were already marks on it. After seeing these things, Biyao took in a deep breath and said seriously, young Master Lin, please wait for a moment. I'll go find the manager now. After all, only the manager can bring these things over. She quickly walked out. Not long later, a male manager came over. The moment this manager came over, his face was full of enthusiasm. He had already seen the catalog and it was worth billions of spirit stones. This was definitely a super big customer. Such a big customer was something that their chaos shopping center didn't have, which meant that this was the first time this person came. This made the manager even more envious of Biyao's luck. Just from such a big deal, the commission she would get would be more than 1 million spirit stones. Hello young Master Lin, I'm the manager of this chaos shopping center. My name is Wang Yun. Wang Yun was very enthusiastic the moment he came over. Naturally, he put down his so-called attitude. A person who could take out so many medium-grade spirit stones in one go was definitely not someone he could offend. I heard from Biyao that you want to buy all these things. I've already calculated it. It's a total of 1.58 billion and 80 million mid-grade spirit stones. Since it's the first time you've spent so much, our Chaos Chamber of Commerce has decided to waive the 80 million mid-grade spirit stones. We'll give you a round figure of 1.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Wang Yun said with a smile. This was also a little unexpected. Lin Fei had quite an impression of Wang Yun's supervisor. It was indeed generous to waive 80 million mid-grade spirit stones in one go. Your Chaos Chamber of Commerce is really rich and overbearing. 80 million mid-grade spirit stones are waived just like that. Wang Yun said with a smile, to be able to spend more than 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones in our Chaos Chamber of Commerce, we will always give you a discount because you are our most distinguished customers. Lin Fei liked to hear this. It didn't matter if what he said was true or not. Since the Chaotic Chamber of Commerce dared to do this, it wasn't something that any other Chamber of Commerce could do. 80 million mid-grade spirit stones wasn't that easy to earn. Then, let's trade. Let's get this done first. When Wang Yun heard this, he was even more surprised. Which rich family's young master was out? He actually spent 1.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones in one go. More importantly, the things he bought weren't eye-catching at all. That's right. In Wang Yun's eyes, these things weren't eye-catching at all. But this person bought them just like that. It seemed like he was going to make a move. The process of the trade was really simple and quick. This made Wang Yun completely believe in young Master Lin's wealth. As expected, he was a rich person. He bought so many things in one go. At the same time, he was glad that he had the right attitude just now. He had to rope in such a big customer. Don't think that just any young master could spend so many mid-grade spirit stones. To be able to spend tens of millions was already considered a big deal. 300 to 400 million was already considered a huge deal. It was definitely rare for someone like this to spend so many mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei successfully obtained the Great Tao Heart fragments worth more than 8 million, as well as some divine trees that weren't that high-leveled. With a wave of his hand, he kept them all. Lin Fei also sent them to the Tree of Life. There was nothing better for the Tree of Life to absorb and refine. After completing the transaction, Wang Yun backed out of the room. He looked at Bai Xiuxiu. This was a look of approval. Wang Yun had never expected that Bai Xiuxiu would be able to meet such a big customer. Bai Xiuxiu's breathing was a little tight. A deal of 1.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones had been completed just like that. What a huge deal. There probably wouldn't be many people who could match up to her sales results this year. Young Master Lin, I wonder if you intend to head to the auction. I took a look at the time just now and it should be about time. Bai Xiuxiu said with a smile. Lin Fei took a sip of tea and stood up. Of course I'm going. I'm not satisfied with just these things. I hope that your auction will have some good things. Bai Xiuxiu smiled again. You can rest assured about this. Our chaos commerce is different from other commerce associations. We have a very deep foundation here. Every time we hold an auction, countless people are satisfied. We have a slogan here, you can only think of it, there's nothing you can't buy. Lin Fei followed Bai Xiuxiu to the auction. The auction was on the 3rd floor. However, the 3rd floor was even quieter. There were many private rooms in the auction. One couldn't even feel any aura. Bai Xiuxiu said while walking, this is our Chaos Commerce Mall's auction. These private rooms are our customers this time. We will let the Commerce Association keep the guests' identities in the private rooms a secret, so you don't have to worry about being targeted after you buy something. This is because every private room has a way out of the Chaos Commerce Mall. Bai Xiuxiu brought Lin Fei to a private room. This private room was at the top and it didn't look low class. They walked into the private room and the decorations inside were very luxurious. Just like the blanket on Lin Fei's feet, it was like the fur of an insightful void realm demon. It was all over the floor. Stepping on it was like stepping on snowflakes. It was very comfortable. There was also a very comfortable big chair that faced the auction stage below. Young master, please take a seat. After Lin Fei laid on it, it was indeed very comfortable. It was as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire this Chaos Commerce Mall. Everything here cost a lot of money. It wasn't something that anyone could enjoy. For the Chaos Chamber of Commerce to have such a reputation, it seemed that they had worked their way up step by step. Bookseller's website. Chapter 45:14. Lin Fei felt that the private room was luxurious, so he was even more interested in today's auction. There was a reason why the Chaos Chamber of Commerce could be so big. It should be controlled by Chaos City behind the scenes. Ordinary people couldn't afford to run such a chaos chamber of commerce. It didn't take long for the anticipated auction to begin. A middle-aged man dressed in white walked onto the auction stage. There was no one around, but there was someone in the private room. After the middle-aged man went on stage, he greeted everyone for a while. Although he didn't speak very loudly, everyone could hear him clearly. Today, there are some old customers and some newcomers. I'm very happy that you are here. I believe you will like the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, and you will like this auction even more. The opening speech was very simple. It was very pleasant to listen to. After the middle-aged man introduced himself, he started today's auction. Biyao said with a smile, "This is our top auctioneer here. His name is White Cloud. He's from the same family as me. His auctions have always been very successful." Lin Fei also laughed. "No wonder you two look so similar. So you're from the same family." The first item to be auctioned was just some ornaments. These ornaments were not ordinary. At least in Lin Fei's opinion, these ornaments weren't that easy to get. After the auction began, it quickly went into the warm-up exercise. Each of the treasures was not ordinary. The private rooms began to compete. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. Sure enough, there were quite a number of tycoons in Chaos City. All of them were very rich. The prices were much higher than what Lin Fei had expected, so he was mentally prepared. It seemed that it would not be easy to buy the heavenly divine wood this time. Lin Fei had billions of mid-grade spirit stones. He didn't believe that he couldn't get it. Whoever bid against him, he would fight to the end. Lin Fei wouldn't miss this opportunity. After auctioning 20 items, the auctioneer from White Cloud clapped his hands, and another treasure was sent up. After this treasure was sent up, there was a commotion in the private room that Lin Fei was in. Because the Tree of Life had made a move. The commotion was not small. Lin Fei could feel it clearly. He thought to himself, "This should be the heavenly wood I want. I just don't know how big this heavenly wood is. It would be best if it's bigger than the one Xiong Badian found." Perhaps White Cloud knew what Lin Fei was thinking. Everyone has heard of this auction item before. It is the primordial wood from the heavenly divine tree. We call it the heavenly divine wood, but this heavenly divine wood is a bit different, because this piece of heavenly divine wood is very special, because it has already been refined into a heavenly divine mountain by someone. As White Cloud spoke, he took out the auction item. Just like that, a treasure the size of a small mountain appeared in front of everyone. It was about 100 meters tall and 30 to 40 meters wide. It really looked like a small mountain, exuding a thick and pure aura of the heavenly divine wood. At this time, Lin Fei, who was originally lying down, squinted his eyes and sat up. He was full of anticipation for this trip to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. But he never thought that he would encounter such a huge piece of heavenly divine wood. He couldn't imagine how big this heavenly divine tree was. He always thought that the heavenly divine wood wasn't very big, even if it was ranked behind the Tree of Life, it had a certain range. But now it seemed that he was thinking too much. He was definitely thinking too much. This heavenly tree was absolutely inconceivably huge. Biyao, who was next to him, explained, "The heavenly divine wood is said to be a towering tree in the spiritual realm. It was very wide and very big, but it was destroyed during the war and can no longer be restored. Many of the heavenly divine woods were lost, and no one knows who had them. This heavenly divine mountain was refined using pure heavenly divine wood, and our Chaos Chamber of Commerce paid a great price to buy it." Lin Fei listened to Biyao's words. His eyes were fixed on the heavenly divine mountain, and there was only one thought in his mind. No matter what, he must buy this heavenly divine mountain. No matter how much it cost, he definitely wouldn't let it slip away from him. Lin Fei knew very well that as long as he bought this heavenly divine mountain, it would be of great help to his Tree of Life. He might even learn a few new skills. This was the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life's skills were definitely very powerful. Therefore, he definitely couldn't miss this opportunity. This was also related to Lin Fei's strength, and he might be able to improve by a lot. At the very least, his physical body might be able to recover by a lot. By then, even a sage king wouldn't be able to do anything to his physical body. At that time, Lin Fei would truly be able to stand firm. The heavenly divine tree's bidding price was very high. The starting price was 300 million mid-grade spirit stones. Each increase in price was at least 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. This price was indeed not low. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly divine mountain's price soared. It reached 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Then 600 million mid-grade spirit stones. It rushed to 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones in one go. When it reached 2 billion mid-grade spirit stones, it gradually slowed down. There weren't many people competing anymore. Booth 6 has bid 2 billion mid-grade spirit stones. I wonder if there are any higher bids. Bai Yun, the auctioneer, had a smile on his face. Bai Xiuxiu stood beside Lin Fei and was a little curious. She could feel that this young Master Lin seemed to be interested in this heavenly divine mountain, but other than the first bid, he didn't bid anymore. Could it be that he didn't fancy this heavenly divine mountain anymore? For a moment, that was what Bai Xiuxiu thought. But in the end, she suppressed that thought. This person had spent a large sum of spirit stones previously, which wasn't something that just anyone could do. 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei finally spoke. His first bid was 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. He didn't want to increase the bid by 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, it would give them a lot of pressure. After all, there were only 5 private rooms left to fight for. As expected. After Lin Fei called out 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones, 3 of the booths completely gave up. After all, this heavenly divine mountain was not bad, but to be honest, it didn't have much use. They would just buy it to refine a treasure. It would be meaningless to spend an extremely high price. Bai Yun also raised his head and looked at the booth. He seemed a little surprised, but he quickly recovered. Booth 12 bids 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Bai Xiuxiu was a little surprised. He actually bid 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones in one go. 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones, our Yi clan wants it. Chapter 45:15. When the words, Yi family, came out, Lin Fei could clearly feel that these private rooms seemed to have quietened down a little. He turned around and asked, is this Yi family very powerful? Bai Xiuxiu's expression was also a little flustered. This Yi family is one of the 6 giants in Chaos City. Judging from the voice, it should be the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Wuhan. Hearing that it was one of the 6 giants in Chaos City, Lin Fei also understood what was going on. No wonder they dared to bid such a high price and even mentioned the Yi family. It really scared the hell out of him. Unfortunately, Lin Fei was not afraid of anything. Even if they were giants, so what? With such a heavenly mountain in front of him, if he didn't take it, he would miss a great opportunity. Maybe he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Who knew if he could find such a big heavenly mountain in the future? Just look at the excitement of the divine tree of life. Therefore, Lin Fei would definitely not miss this opportunity. So what if he offended them? 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei continued to bid. As for the Yi family, I don't know them. I only know that this is the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. If you don't have money, don't come here to bid. It's that simple. When these words came out of the private room, the people in the surrounding private rooms were shaken quite a bit. When the words, Yi family, came out, they knew it represented the Yi family, one of the giants in Chaos City. No one would bid for this heavenly mountain just to offend the giant of the Yi family. To be honest, this heavenly mountain could only be said to be ordinary. It didn't have much use. Between offending them and not offending them, they would rather not offend them. Anyway, if they missed this opportunity, they would miss it. But if they offended them, they would never have a stable foothold in Chaos City in the future. Lin Fei increased the price by 500 million in one go, which really put a lot of pressure on the number 6 box. After all, 500 million mid-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. The total price suddenly reached 3.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. In other words, if they wanted to bid, they had to bid more than 100 million. That was not a small amount. Sure enough, the private room over there directly shouted out a price of 3.6 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Clearly, this amount of wealth seemed to have reached its limit. It did not frighten the people in room 12. Lin Fei laughed again. Why is it only 100 million? Wasn't it amazing just now? 500 million? I'm 500 million higher than you, which is 4.1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. I might not have much else, but I have a lot of mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei's words spread again. To everyone present, this was absolutely an inconceivable thing. They began to secretly ask around. Just what kind of person was in room 12? He actually dared to fight with the Yi clan over the heavenly mountain. Doesn't he know that the Yi clan can't be offended? Bai Xiuxiu, who was at the side, was even more flustered. The original 2.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones soared to 4.1 billion mid-grade spirit stones in an instant. That was a whopping 1.6 billion mid-grade spirit stones. No one would be able to withstand such a huge sum. On the other side, private room number 6 was silent for a while, and then a voice came out slowly. Our Yi family doesn't want it anymore. Even though it was just a few words, it was filled with endless hatred. Everyone could imagine that the Yi clan in the private room was definitely furious. However, this was the chaotic chamber of commerce. No matter how bad their temper was, they had to control their emotions. There was no doubt that the people in room 12 had offended the Yi clan in room 6. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the people in room 6 would bid again. Don't think that 4.1 billion mid-grade spirit stones was a lot. In fact, it was already an extremely high price. However, Lin Fei would definitely not miss this opportunity. If it really fell into the hands of the Yi clan, although Lin Fei had many ways to get it back, it was hard to guarantee that he would not meet the big shot. At that time, it would not be a small problem. But now, he only needed to spend a few mid-grade spirit stones to get the heavenly mountain. Before everyone could react, he would refine the heavenly mountain. When that time came, even if the Yi clan came knocking, there would be nothing to be afraid of. At that time, Lin Fei's strength would increase by a lot. Congratulations young Master Lin for getting the heavenly mountain. Bai Xiuxiu congratulated him from the side. Lin Fei said with a smile, I think you must be scared out of your wits. You should go out later, lest they think of you. Lin Fei could see that Bai Xiuxiu was panicking. Bai Xiuxiu shook her head and said, Young master, it's okay. I am from the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. Even the Yi clan would not dare to make things difficult for me. This made Lin Fei take a second look. Bai Xiuxiu knew that this was a big shot from the Yi clan. No matter who it was definitely not someone that anyone could offend. This was indeed a good way of speaking. When will the heavenly mountain be delivered? Lin Fei asked. Bai Xiuxiu said, in a moment, they will deliver the heavenly mountain to the box. As long as you take out 4.1 billion mid-grade spirit stones, you can get the heavenly mountain. The Chaos Chamber of Commerce redesigned it to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this method. As long as the heavenly mountain was in his hands, even a big shot would not be able to take it away. At the same time, in box 6, the eldest young master of the Yi clan was indeed sitting there. This young master was called Yi Wuhan. He was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. However, at this moment, their expressions were terrifyingly dark. The people behind them also said, Young master, why don't we go to booth 12 and have them bring them away? They actually dared to fight with young master over Heavenspan Divine Mountain. Yi Wuhan turned around and shouted, a bunch of idiots. This is the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. If you dare to do anything, I can guarantee that you will be killed as soon as I make a move. Do you think this is a good thing? Yi Wuhan was indeed very angry. It was not easy for him to see a heavenly mountain made of heavenly wood. This thing was useless to him, but he knew that there was an expert who needed it. With this thing, he could move this senior. It would be of great help to him. But now, this thing had been taken away. Everyone knew that Box 6 belonged to Yi Wuhan of the Yi clan. But someone was still fighting with him. So, there was no doubt that this person was definitely an enemy. Just find someone to keep an eye on room number 12. Since someone wants to give me a generous gift for free, how can we not fulfill their wish? A cold light flashed across Yi Wuhan's eyes. Then, she resumed her elegant smile. The people behind him understood that the person in box 12 was really going to die this time. No one could save the person in the private room. Because no one had ever been able to take something away from Yi Wuhan. Moreover, this was the territory of the Yi clan. It was a matter of one word. Chapter 45:16. Finally. When the person in room 12 bought the Tongtian Divine Mountain, many people started to pay attention to it. Who was so powerful that he dared to offend the Yi family, one of the 6 giants? It would be hard for him to walk out of Chaos City. Others might not know what Chaos City was like, but it could disappear at any time. Lin Fei didn't care much about this. He was focused on the Tongtian Divine Mountain. The treasure had been sent in. The person who sent it in wasn't White Cloud, but someone else. The person who sent it in was a little surprised when he saw Lin Fei, a stranger. It had been a long time since someone dared to steal someone else's things. That person was Yi Wuhan from the Yi family. Although this thing was useless to him, it would be very useful if he could buy it at a high price. He definitely wouldn't use it on himself. Lin Fei directly paid for 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Although it was a huge premium, it was worth it. But for Lin Fei, a premium was nothing. After he got the 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones, the person would leave and he would be completely relieved. After all, he was worried about such a high price. But the person in the room took out a few billion. He didn't care about spirit stones at all. Lin Fei had fished out so many medium-grade spirit stones. Naturally, he did not feel any heartache about using them. Lin Fei looked at the Tongtian Divine Mountain and was very satisfied. Bai Shuxiu said, "Young Master Lin, if you plan to refine the Tongtian Divine Mountain, I think you can do it in the secret room of our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. The secret room of our Chaos Chamber of Commerce is very safe. Many people will refine or break through in our Chaos Chamber of Commerce after they buy things." Lin Fei was a little surprised when he heard this. It's rare for the Chaos Chamber of Commerce to have such a business. Bai Shuxiu said, because of this, many people like to go to the secret room to cultivate after buying things. These secret rooms are divided into high level and low level. I think someone like young Master Lin should really go in and cultivate for a while. This was a kind reminder from Bai Shuxiu. This piece of news would soon spread throughout the entire Chaos City. What kind of place was Chaos City? It was filled with vicious and evil people. If they knew that Lin Fei had such a treasure on him, they would definitely make a move. They would be like sharks that had smelled blood, unwilling to give up. The final result could be imagined. Lin Fei was not interested in the following things. After all, he only had a few middle-grade spirit stones left. Even if he met someone he liked, he might not be able to get her. He might as well refine the Tongtian Divine Mountain first. Then bring me to the secret chamber. After all, I might not be interested in what's coming next. Bai Shuxiu came out with Lin Fei. He walked towards the underground of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. When he reached the underground, Lin Fei discovered that there was another world below. It was actually built on top of an earth vein. He saw many secret chambers being built. It was very majestic. These secret chambers were carefully built by our Chaos Merchant City. There are 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones and above, 1 million middle-grade spirit stones and above, and 10 million middle-grade spirit stones and above. There are 3 grades in total. The 10 million middle grade spirit stones have a certain time acceleration. Cultivating inside will be twice the result with half the effort, but the consumption is a little high. When Lin Fei heard about time acceleration, he couldn't help but be tempted. In the past, he had mastered space and time. Now that these 2 great Daos had disappeared, he knew that with time acceleration, the refining efficiency would be even faster. It was just 10 million middle grade spirit stones, it really wasn't much. Then give me 20 days first. Lin Fei took out 200 million middle grade spirit stones without hesitation. 20 days should be enough. Bai Xiuxiu was shocked, but she quickly suppressed it and kept the spirit stones. She brought Lin Fei into a secret chamber. This secret chamber could only be entered but not exited. Unless one had a pass, no one else could enter. Bai Xiuxiu took another pass and gave it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was very satisfied and took out another 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Your service today is very good, I am very satisfied. Consider this as a tip from me, keep it. Bai Xiuxiu felt like she was dreaming with 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones in her hands. Although he would usually get a certain amount of benefits, it was definitely very rare for him to get a benefit of 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones like this. Bai Xiuxiu remembered that the most she got was only 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. That person was not easy to receive. Compared to young Master Nian, he was a far cry. Lin Fei did not think too much about it. After entering the secret room, he closed the door. Instantly, he felt the effects of the time acceleration. It was no longer effective. Sure enough, I came to the right place. With this time acceleration, the efficiency of refining this heavenly mountain will be greatly increased. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to find a place outside to refine this heavenly mountain. He didn't expect the Chaos Shopping Mall to have such a function. Lin Fei wanted to give them a thumbs up. After checking that there was no danger and no one was watching, he released the vines. He pulled the heavenly tree into it. The God Tree of Life was very interested in the heavenly mountain. Lin Fei also closed his eyes to rest. Not long after Lin Fei entered the secret chamber, the whole Chaos City heard about it. An outsider actually bid against young Master Yi and took away the heavenly mountain with an inflated price of 1.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. He paid a total of 4.1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Once the news spread, the whole Chaos City was bustling. There was actually someone who competed with young Master Yi for this treasure. It was really rare. Of course, what made people more interested was that this guy took out 4.1 billion middle-grade spirit stones in one go. Moreover, he was alone. This made many people think about it. They started to look for him. In the end, they found out that this young master was actually hiding in the secret chamber of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. This made them a little surprised, but soon they didn't think much of it. Who didn't know that the secret chamber of the Chaos Shopping Mall was a money-squandering den? If you didn't have money, you wouldn't be able to stay there for long. Therefore, they just needed to wait outside. There were even people saying that young Master Yi had already released a reward. Whoever caught this person would be greatly rewarded. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, it was a big fat piece of meat for these evil people. Whoever took a bite of it would be elated. Bookseller website. Chapter 45:17. Lin Fei, who was in seclusion, did not think too much about it. With this heavenly God mountain, the things he could do had become much simpler. All he could do now was wait. 200 million middle-grade spirit stones wasn't a lot, but it would definitely be effective. Therefore, Lin Fei was not in a rush at all. This refinement lasted for half a month. Lin Fei's entire body was as steady as a mountain. On this day, he finally opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy. Seems like there's no problem this time. I've finally found a chance to reap some rewards. Let's see how many mystic skills I can get. Lin Fei realized that this tree of life was not as simple as he had thought it to be. In fact, it was filled with mysteries. Of course, to Lin Fei, it was best to be filled with mystery. This would definitely help him raise his strength. By now, the tree of life had grown a lot taller, reaching a height of 500 meters. It was as tall as a towering tree. Compared to the previous one, it was much more majestic. It was like a huge umbrella, and the amount of life energy it contained had also increased from 200 droplets to 1,000 droplets. With such a huge improvement, Lin Fei could feel what it meant to be a huge gain. Even if he was heavily injured now, he could use this life energy to heal his body completely. He was no longer afraid. To begin with, Lin Fei's body was already very strong. Coupled with this life energy, it was practically invincible. Other than that, there were 3 more mystic skills in Lin Fei's mind. These 3 mystic skills made Lin Fei smile. My guess was right. The tree of life is indeed amazing. To think that it would give me 3 mystic skills. The first mystic skill was life extension. This was a rather interesting skill. To Lin Fei, it was rather interesting. Anyone with a limited lifespan could use life extension to extend their lifespan. Previously, Lin Fei helped Xiong Badian obtain the family token, which increased his lifespan. But now that Lin Fei could directly transfer his life energy over, it was rather domineering. It was just as Lin Fei had expected. For those powerhouses, losing their lifespan was a matter of life and death. Once they had lifespan, they might be able to struggle for a breakthrough. The second skill was slightly different. Life steal. Although there was already a divine strike, life plunder only needed to take lives within a certain range. There was no need to use any vines. As long as it was within a certain range, it would instantly strip away their lifespan. That was the most domineering thing. Lin Fei was also a little surprised. This kind of method was really unimaginable. The origin of this tree of life was really too great. There was still a third divine ability. It was called Blessing of Life. This life blessing was even more overbearing than the previous 2 skills. This life blessing could allow a person to be reborn in a short period of time, allowing them to return to their peak state. However, the cost was enormous, and the life god tree would wither for a day. Then, it slowly recovered. This was the first time Lin Fei had such a skill. Although Lin Fei was very strong now, it was hard to guarantee that he would not encounter someone more powerful. At the moment, this life blessing was definitely the most satisfying divine ability for Lin Fei. I have offended the 6 big clans of Chaos City this time, so there is nothing to be afraid of. With such a gain, I am more than happy to offend the other clans. Yi Xian burst out laughing. He was really satisfied with such a gain. Nothing could be more exciting than this. If a single Tongtian divine mountain had such an effect, wouldn't it be even more powerful if there were a few more of them? Lin Fei was even more interested in the heavenly divine wood. He had originally given up on the heavenly reaching church. But now he felt he could still use the heavenly reaching church. It was a big piece of meat. It would be a pity if he missed it. After stabilizing the 3 skills, Lin Fei came out of the secret room. He stayed in there for about 20 days. That was about 200 million mid-level spirit stones. But Lin Fei did not feel bad at all. He was absolutely satisfied with the gain. As soon as he came out, he heard a crisp voice. It was none other than Bai Xiuxiu. It turned out that Bai Xiuxiu had been waiting outside. "Mister, you finally came out. Congratulations on your great improvement." Bai Xiuxiu had good eyesight. As soon as she saw Lin Fei come out, she came over to congratulate him. Lin Fei also said with a smile, "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you waiting here again? You're not waiting for me to come out, are you?" Lin Fei did not think that this Bai Xiuxiu would wait for him outside. Bai Xiuxiu smiled and said, "I want to tell young Master Lin that many people in Chaos City have their eyes on you now. I feel that if you want to leave Chaos City, you'd better not be in a hurry. Once you're outside, those people will be merciless." Lin Fei was a little surprised. He did not expect this Bai Xiuxiu to come to him and tell him these things. So he said with a smile, Aren't you afraid of being targeted by others by coming to me so sneakily? This time, Biyao seemed to be more confident. I think Mr. Lin is a very good person, and this is not a secret, so it's okay to tell you. I just want to tell Mr. Lin to be careful. And I also heard that Yi Wuhan of the Yi family has also spread the news that she will make trouble for you. Lin Fei was not surprised at all that Yi Wuhan would make trouble for him. It would be strange if they did not make trouble for him. If they could swallow their anger, they would not be high-spirited, but wily old foxes. Unfortunately, that person was not a wily old foxes, so sooner or later they would come to take revenge on him. I know what you mean. By the way, do you know where this Tongtian divine mountain came from? Lin Fei thought of an important thing. This trip to the Tongtian divine mountain had helped him a lot, making his strength soar and mastering the magic power. Now it could be said that he was as stable as a mountain. Therefore, Lin Fei also wanted to know where this Tongtian divine mountain came from. Biyao was surprised. Ah, you also want to know the origin of this Tongtian divine mountain? I have to ask the supervisor. Lin Fei said with a smile, if you know any supervisor, you can introduce me to them. I think I can have a good talk with them, and you will be rewarded. This was something that Lin Fei wanted to know from the beginning, and now he finally had time to ask. He had to know it no matter what. He believed that with the help of the spirit stones, everything would become simple. Chapter 45:18. Who didn't know that there was a rich playboy in Chaos City? This young master took out billions of mid-grade spirit stones in one go, which shocked many people quite a bit. After all, news traveled fast in Chaos City. So, everyone kept an eye on this person. Especially after this person entered the secret room and didn't come out, so they kept an eye on him from outside. As soon as he came out, everyone would tear him to pieces. In the blink of an eye. 20 days had passed and he still didn't come out, but everyone was relieved. No matter how rich this rich guy was, he couldn't afford to burn. And the people in the Chaos Mall knew about this person. They also knew his name, but no one knew what it was exactly. Biyao found one of the supervisors. Naturally, this supervisor had heard of this nouveau riche's name. He also knew that Biyao had received hundreds of thousands of spirit stones from him. Plus the commission, she could earn more than 1 million mid-grade spirit stones a month. Even the supervisor was a little envious of such a profit. He would even joke about it from time to time. When the supervisor heard that young Master Lin wanted to meet the supervisor and wanted to know more about the origins of the Tongtian Divine Mountain, he decided to meet Lin Fei without any hesitation. Since he dared to steal something that Yi Wuhan wanted, he must have a powerful background. So, he was going to talk to this person, just in case he could learn something. In the private room, Lin Fei met the supervisor. The supervisor was very polite. He said when he came in, "You must be young Master Lin. You're a big customer of our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for coming." Lin Fei smiled and sat down opposite him. "I've been looking forward to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce for a long time. I heard that the things here are always very satisfying, so I came. I have to say that I'm very satisfied with the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. I'm very happy spending money here." Lin Fei was telling the truth. He really liked this Chaos Chamber of Commerce. The supervisor also smiled. "I heard that you want to know about the Heavenly Mountain. If that's what you want, it's not difficult, but..." The supervisor did not say it very clearly, but Lin Fei was very clear about what the other party was talking about, so he casually threw out 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I like people who are direct. I don't know if 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones is enough. I think it should be more than enough to buy a piece of information. He was a manager of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. He just wanted to take advantage of him, but he didn't expect young Master Lin to be so generous. The first time they met, he asked for 500,000 mid-tier spirit stones. His original intention was to take out 100,000 or 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but now it had exceeded his expectations. The smile on his face became even more radiant. "It's enough, it's enough. 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones are indeed enough. This supervisor was also very direct. After all, such news was not considered a secret. Just as he said, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find out the answer to his question. Thus, the supervisor began to speak. This heaven-span divine mountain was actually entrusted by someone to sell it here. Of course, the origin of this heaven-span divine mountain is no secret. He came from the Spirit World Mountain, and young Master Lin should know about the Spirit World Mountain. It is the #1 divine mountain in our spirit world. Lin Fei just listened quietly. He had looked through the information and he really did know about the Spiritual World Mountain. The Spiritual World Mountain was really the #1 mountain. There were many treasures in this place. Outsiders might not know, but for many experts, the Spiritual World Mountain was the place that they wanted to go the most. As long as they went there, they would be able to obtain many treasures, even things that one could not imagine. However, the Spiritual World Mountain was also very dangerous. More importantly, the Spiritual World Mountain only opened once every 100 years. Lin Fei did not expect the Heavenly Mountain to come from the Spiritual World Mountain. Are you sure that this thing came from the Spiritual World Mountain or from somewhere else? Lin Fei had no choice but to ask. He had to get to the bottom of this first. He could not spend 500,000 medium-level spirit stones in vain. Yes, it came from the Spiritual World Mountain. That expert had a good harvest in the Spiritual World Mountain. According to him, there is more than one heavenly mountain like this in the Spiritual World Mountain. In the past, this heavenly tree was the #1 tree. Although it was damaged, it was still taken away by many super experts. Although the Heavens Reaching Church has a lot of heavenly trees, it is far less than what was taken away in the past. This supervisor obviously knew a lot of information. Lin Fei's heart moved slightly. He was really surprised. He always thought that the Heavens Reaching Church had the most heavenly trees. But now it seemed that it was a bit different from what he had imagined. The supervisor said again. However, it is not easy to go to the Spiritual World Mountain because only the top 100 experts can go to the Spiritual World Mountain. In a year's time, the top 100 hegemony competition will begin. After the top 100 hegemony competition, the Spiritual World Mountain will open. Lin Fei really didn't know much about this. He didn't know about the top 100 hegemony competition, let alone the appearance of the Spiritual World Mountain after the competition. This day seemed to be a bit of a coincidence. After asking some more questions, Lin Fei had a little understanding of this matter. I don't know if young Master Lin needs an escort. Our Chaos Chamber of Commerce has a lot of experts who can protect you when you leave Chaos City. The supervisor said enthusiastically again. He really knew how to attract business. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Forget it. I don't plan to leave Chaos City for the time being. After all, I haven't had a good tour here. The supervisor also admired Lin Fei's courage. Now many people in Chaos City were looking for ways to bite a fat piece of meat from Lin Fei. Even many forces had spread the news. It could be said that outside the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, many people were watching. As long as Lin Fei went out, there would be a lot of people following him. It was really rare to see such a thing. Before Lin Fei left, he gave Bai Xiuxiu 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Bai Xiuxiu was a little flattered. As soon as he came out of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei could feel everyone's gazes on him. These gazes were filled with malicious intent, carrying a deep murderous intent. Lin Fei didn't care much. It was daytime now, and they didn't dare to make a move. As for at night, that was another matter. After Lin Fei left the Chaos Mall, the forces in Chaos City also got the news. This was a big fish. Some people guessed that this guy had at least tens of billions of mid-grade spirit stones. Where could they find such a big fish? Chapter 45:19. Is that guy the so-called young Master Lin? He is indeed a little young. He actually dared to offend Yi Wuhan of the Yi family. I heard that Yi Wuhan has already issued a reward for this guy's regret. I heard that she directly used 1 billion medium spiritual stones. Let me tell you, it will be very lively tonight. I dare say that this guy probably won't live through the night. Poor guy. Of all people, he offended Yi Wuhan. Not only him, but also many people are ready to take a big bite. This guy is really fat. Of course, there were also many young masters who paid attention to Lin Fei. It was just that they couldn't figure out his background for the time being. So they decided to wait and see. The reward of 1 billion medium-grade spirit stones was still very tempting. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of this guy. On his way here, Lin Fei also heard the discussions around him. He was very clear, so he was a little surprised. This Yi Wuhan is really interesting. She actually issued a reward, and it's 1 billion medium spiritual stones. It seems that I can take another bite out of this fat. If it was before, Lin Fei would not have this idea, but this time, Lin Fei had a lot of ideas. He had to get back the 1 billion medium spiritual stones from Yi Wuhan. He believed that Yi Wuhan would be very willing to do so. As for whether she was willing to do so, he could have a good talk with her. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to buy a yard, but he didn't expect that the people here seemed to have received some news and didn't give Lin Fei any chance. Even when Lin Fei went to rent an inn, he was refused one by one. Needless to say, it was the means of Yi Wuhan and the others. They wanted him to leave Chaos City or have no fixed residence. Because there was a rule in Chaos City that people could only fight on the street. It was not allowed to fight in a house. It was protected. Therefore, the people who fought would restrain their power and not let the power affect the surrounding buildings. If Lin Fei had no place to stay tonight, then the others would have a legitimate reason to fight. He had to admit that these people were very good. If he couldn't buy a house, he couldn't even stay in an inn. As one of the 6 magnates, the Yi family was really capable. Lin Fei turned around and walked out of the city. Since they wanted to find trouble with him so much, it was time for him to collect some spoils of war. It all depended on how many fish would take the bait this time. Everyone laughed as they watched Lin Fei walk out of the city. Everyone knew that once this Lin Fei left Chaos City, he would really be a piece of juicy meat outside. Anyone could take a bite. Just like that, Lin Fei left the city. Once he left the city, there were more people following him, and some of them were even blatantly following him. Although they were separated by quite a distance, anyone could tell that these people were coming for Lin Fei. Time ticked by. A group of people rushed out of the gates of Chaos City on their steeds. When this group of people rushed out, everyone retreated. Because the person who came out was Yi Wuhan, one of the giants of the Yi clan, with a hint of coldness on her face. Yi Wuhan was very concerned about Lin Fei. After a long time, he was finally willing to come out. Although she didn't know what this guy was practicing inside, she had already sent experts to investigate. This guy's strength was not as powerful as she had imagined, so Yi Wuhan was ready to take action. There was nothing worse than killing this young Master Lin with her own hands. What made him feel even more delighted was, he could also take away his divine mountain. In this way, he would get 1 billion medium-grade spirit stones for free. This guy still had a lot of spirit stones with him. Young Master, we just received the news that the geniuses of the other magnates have also taken action. It seems that they all want to make a fortune from this guy. A trusted subordinate came to Yi Wuhan's side and whispered. Yi Wuhan was not surprised to hear this. If they want to take advantage of him, it depends on who has the better means. In this regard, Yi Wuhan had never been afraid of anyone. It was dark outside Chaos City. Lin Fei's speed was not very fast. If he really wanted to move, these people would never be able to catch up with him. Therefore, Lin Fei had to wait for them. After all, he was fishing. No matter what, he had to catch a school of fish. Lin Fei could even feel that there were many people in the void following him. Their means seemed to be much more advanced than his. However, so far, there were not many powerful people, who were only in the void interpretation realm. The most powerful one only had 3 great ways. Obviously, Everyone regarded him as a piece of fat meat that was really ready to be slaughtered. With a clatter, an umbrella-like object instantly appeared above Lin Fei's head. A brilliant light descended and completely sealed off this small area. "Young Master Lin, I don't think you need to leave. We can have a good chat." A figure appeared in front of him in an instant. It was a young man with two thugs and a faint smile on his face. The place where Lin Fei was seemed to be frozen in an instant. Even the void was the same. He could not move at all. Of course, this little bit of power was nothing to him at all. "You guys really can't wait to take action so soon." The young man laughed. "I can't help it. You're valuable. But I have to admire you for offending Yi Wuhan. In this chaos city, no one dares to offend Yi Wuhan. You're relatively rare." The young man who took action was also one of the 6 magnates. He was from the Chu family. For such a mysterious person, it was indeed quite attractive. In particular, this guy had a certain amount of wealth. If he could make a fortune and get billions of medium-grade spirit stones, he would be able to live freely for a while. Don't think that they didn't need spirit stones just because they were rich. They also needed spirit stones. Among the 6 magnates, Yi Wuhan was relatively rich. This time, she was also suppressed by someone. It would be strange if they didn't have any ideas. However, this person was alone. If they didn't make a move, they wouldn't be able to sleep at night. "Chu Tian, this person is my enemy. Don't you think it's too much for you to take the lead like this?" Another figure caught up with them, bringing a few people with him. It was Yi Wuhan. She was also not slow. She stared coldly at Chu Tian, who was not far away. Chu Tian didn't care much about Yi Wuhan's arrival. Instead, he smiled. "It's true that he offended you, but this is Chaos City. Whoever is stronger can take him away. What do you think?" "Ha ha ha, I like that." Another figure descended from the sky. The expressions of the surrounding people began to change again. Another young master of the magnates. Chapter 45-20. After Yi Wuhan came up, Chu Tian showed up. He was also a son of a tycoon. After all, Lin Fei had become a big piece of meat. No matter who it was, they all wanted to eat this big fat piece of meat. If they could get billions of medium-grade spirit stones and some top-grade spirit stones, they would make a fortune. Such a good thing was quite attractive to everyone. Not to mention that they were not short of money, in fact, they were also short of money. As the saying went, a penny is no match for a hero. This saying was not just for show. If one wanted to improve his strength quickly in the spiritual realm, resources were always the most important. So where did the resources come from? Of course, they spent money. Where did the money come from? Naturally, they needed to find a way. Robbing others was naturally the best choice. Now such a person had appeared, and he seemed to have no background. If they didn't plan to participate, it would be a pity. After hearing this voice, Lin Fei also frowned. The appearance of Chu Tian gave him a headache. Yi Wuhan regretted making a big deal out of this. She didn't expect to be targeted. Others didn't dare to rob him, but the sons of other tycoons might not. They were very hot-tempered, and they really didn't care about this. Another figure appeared. This figure was tall and sturdy, like a small mountain. He was from the Shi family. His name was Shi Jinxiang. It was a very ordinary name, but it was such an ordinary name that no one dared to ignore. Because this guy was very strong. He was known as the guy who could bear the most in Chaos City. Since he was a child, no one knew how many crises he had experienced. But in the end, he still lived a good life. This was Shi Jinxiang. As soon as Shi Jinxiang came over, his strong figure still put a lot of pressure on a lot of people. "Yi Wuhan, I think we should rely on our strength to get this person. Whoever is stronger can take him away." Of course, Yi Wuhan was not very happy, but Chu Tian and Shi Jinxiang were not so easy to deal with. The most important thing was to take Lin Fei back. That divine mountain couldn't fall into the hands of others. At that time, if he wanted to take it back, he would have to pay a huge price. So Yi Wuheng said coldly, "You should know very well that this is between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you so unreasonable?" Chu Tian laughed and said, "I can't help it. Who told me to be short of money recently? I see that this person is quite rich, so I want to borrow some money from him. Is there a problem?" Shi Jinxiang also laughed. "Actually, I'm short on money recently, and this person looks like he has some money. I don't think he'll mind lending me a large sum of money." Yi Wuhan was on the verge of cursing. How could Yi Wuhan be so shameless to say it out so openly? Her face darkened a little. Lin Fei just watched quietly without any nervousness or change of expression. It was as if he was watching something very ordinary. "I really like what the two of you are saying. Both of you are short on money. I, Luo Shui, am also short on money. I shouldn't be the only one left, right?" At that moment, a stream of water appeared and turned into a figure. This was also a descendant of a tycoon. His name was Luo Shui, and he was watching with a smile. "Since Luo Shui is here, I think my Toyota can do the same. We can also participate. What do you guys think?" At that moment, another figure came. For a moment, a total of 5 childs who were descendants of tycoons appeared together. The people who were following them all sucked in a breath of cold air. They all became lively. This is really going to be a good show. This guy is really a big fat piece of meat. It seems that we have no chance. Even if we want to fight, the 5 childs won't agree. Then let's just watch the show. It's been a long time since I've seen a good show. It had to be said that these people's mentality changed very quickly. They still cared a lot about watching a good show. Each of these 5 people occupied a position, which just happened to block Lin Fei's way. No matter where Lin Fei wanted to go, he would have to face one of them. "I'm quite popular. There are actually so many people who want to borrow money from me." These 5 people all felt that this person was quite interesting. He knew that they were surrounding him, but he still dared to say such a thing. More importantly, he didn't show any nervousness or uneasiness, which was quite rare. Although he scared Maku away, he didn't subdue them. If they dared to fight at this time, they must be confident. Luo Shui said with a smile, "I think you're quite interesting. As long as you come with me, these people won't dare to make things difficult for you." Yi Wuhan scolded him on the spot. "Luo Shui, shut up. Don't be so shameless. This person is my enemy. If you take him away, you'll become my enemy. You can do whatever you want." Shi Jinxiang laughed and said, "I think it's quite simple. If you don't want to take this person away, then if you have the ability, you'll have to send the 4 of us flying first. Otherwise, you're not qualified to speak at all." Shi Jinxiang laughed. He landed his foot and directly hit Yi Wuhan. At the same time, his body turned into a stone-like surface. This was a great ability. The great path turned into a stone defense, which was very tough. Yi Wuhan was a little hasty to resist. She didn't know that this guy would attack at this time. Then, streaks of water directly entangled Yi Wuhan's body. It turned out that Luo Shui also began to move. He also made a sound. "I also agree with Shi Jinxiang. If we drive you away, this person will naturally be one of us. At least we can eat a piece of meat. If you take him back, we won't even have meat to eat. We won't even have soup. How dare you?" As soon as Yi Wuhan was attacked by the 2 masters, she was at a disadvantage. The people behind her were just about to make a move when more masters appeared in the void and locked them in place. Let the child solve their own problems. As their subordinates, we'd better not interfere. Don't you think so? Yi Wuhan did bring a lot of subordinates with her this time, and they were also masters. But now, these masters were restricted and couldn't attack at all. She could only smile bitterly. "You've grown a lot stronger. It seems that I have to join you." Chu Tian also joined the siege with a smile. For a moment, the four childs besieged Yi Wuhan. Yi Wuhan tried to block them and was directly sent flying. After all, their realms were similar. It was actually very difficult to gain an advantage, so Yi Wuhan seemed to be in a bit of a difficult situation. Top. Chapter 45-21. Even though the childs were fighting fiercely, there were still people watching them. Not just one person. After Lin Fei walked out of Chaos City, no one would let Lin Fei leave. Lin Fei was very calm, as if he were watching a game. He didn't expect that the five childs would fight for him. It was quite interesting. For example, Yi Wuhan. Before he could get Yi Wuhan, he was beaten up first. After Lin Fei laughed, he actually started clapping in front of everyone. Young Master Yi Wuhan, do you want me to help you? After all, I'm a professional substitute fighter. It's enough as long as you can give me 100 million medium-level spiritual stones. It doesn't matter if you don't have 100 million medium-level spiritual stones. I can give you a 20% discount and make it 80 million medium-level spiritual stones. I'm sure you can beat them into submission. When the people around heard this, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They had never heard such words. Those were the five childs. They were all giants, and each of them was an expert at the Holy King realm. Not everyone could say something like that. After Yi Wuhan was sent flying, she retreated more than a dozen steps before she stopped. Those childs didn't make any more moves. Their faces were dark and a little strange. Luo Shui turned his head and said to Lin Fei, "You're quite an interesting person. You can still say something like that at a time like this. No wonder you dare to disrespect Ma Ku. It's a pity that this isn't Ma Ku's territory. This is Chaos City. I really want to see how you're going to beat me into submission." Shi Jinxiang also laughed and said, "Actually, I'm also quite curious. I've had a bad life since I was young, and I've never been beaten by anyone before. You'd better let me gain some experience, or else I'll break your arm later." Yi Wuhan was the one who felt the most embarrassed. Hearing this, she felt like salt was sprinkled on her wound. It was absolutely uncomfortable. So she said fiercely, "You want me to give up on this kid? That's impossible. The only thing I can do is for the five of us to divide him equally. How about we each get a share of his net worth? I won't eat this piece of fat meat alone, but how about I take away this guy's last breath?" Yi Wuhan didn't want to waste any more time at this time. He had to take down this person first. Otherwise, he would explode with anger. No matter if it is Mayor Shi Jinxiang, Luo Shui, or Toyota, they all think this is possible. They also knew that if they continued to force Yi Wuhan, it would be impossible for them to get a piece of the pie in the end. Now was the best result. As long as Yi Wuhan retreated, they would each get a share. No matter what, he could still earn a few 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was still a small amount. If it was a lot, he might even be able to collect 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Don't forget that the Tongtian Divine Mountain was still with this kid. They didn't think that this kid could refine the Tongtian Divine Mountain. Therefore, that thing was worth more than 2 billion mid-grade spirit stones. At that time, it would cost 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. They were sure that Yi Wuhan would be very happy to buy it. In this way, it didn't seem to be too difficult to earn 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. "Mr. Yi, you are so generous. You are actually willing to give up. It's just his last breath. It's absolutely no problem. With us taking action, he won't fly away. We are not Mark. This is Chaos City. We can't allow this kid to be arrogant and domineering." Lin Fei admired Yi Wuhan very much. Not only was she beaten, but she also had to give up a share of the pie. But she was also a sensible person. If it were ordinary people, they would have taken action in anger. No matter what, they would not share the pie. The five of them surrounded him again. Their eyes were a little unfriendly, staring at Lin Fei. "I advise you not to take action. I don't even take Mark seriously, let alone you. I'm afraid that when you take action later, you will be the ones to suffer. Lin Fei said very seriously. Yi Wuhan smiled coldly and said, "Then I'd like to see how you will suffer when the time comes." These words did make these people a little unhappy. In Chaos City, they had never experienced who could make them suffer. After all, their fathers were experts at the Holy King realm. Although they were not among the top 100 holy kings, they were also holy kings. In the entire spiritual realm, how many people could cultivate to the level of holy king? Therefore, they had the qualifications and the capital to be arrogant. They didn't take Lin Fei's words seriously at all. Do it. Don't save this guy any face. Let's beat him up first. Let's see how he makes us suffer. As these childs gave the order, the people around them all started to take action. These people were used to being besieged. One treasure after another came crashing down. They didn't care at all whether Lin Fei could withstand it or not. They were bullying him with numbers. Lin Fei had seen this kind of scene several times. In the spiritual realm, there seemed to be no one-on-one fight. They all bullied him with numbers. A large number of treasures came crashing down. If you could withstand it, you could. If you couldn't, you would die. It was that simple. The treasures fell. A beam of light flashed. This light was like a stream of water, constantly sprinkling on these treasures. One treasure after another was swept away in an instant, accompanied by the sound of cracking and shattering, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. When they took back the treasures, they found that there were cracks on their treasures. They had already been damaged, and they were bleeding in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had neutralized their attacks. This sword is only the first gift. This second sword is the biggest gift I'm giving you. Following that, they saw yet another beam of light sweeping out, sweeping past their bodies continuously. Even though they had treasures on them to protect themselves, they were still sent flying one after another the moment they came face to face with it. In an instant, they suffered a terrifying attack. After they landed, they couldn't stand at all and sat on the ground. Almost none of them could stand back up. Even if they could, there would be a second attack. The shockwave sent them flying. When the experts of Chaos City in the distance saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This is really fatal. No wonder Ma Ke's men aren't his match. This sword technique is too powerful. We can't possibly say that the 5 childs are really going to suffer this time, right? Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped down with his mountain-like fingers. Take this palm of mine first. Otherwise, you don't have the right to talk to me. There was a loud rumble. Rings appeared one after another. Then, they disappeared. A huge palm with 5 fingers appeared on the ground, causing the ground to tremble a few times. Chapter 45-22. The moment he displayed it, everyone present felt what terrifying power was. Especially the 5 young masters who were severely injured in an instant. Once the Tao appeared on their bodies, they collapsed instantly. All of them were smashed into the ground. This scene happened too quickly. It was so fast that the people in the distance all sucked in a breath. They couldn't even react in time. It was even more unbelievable. This is too brutal. Those are 5 young masters and they couldn't even take one move. Oh my God, who can tell me if this kid is a king sage? If he is, then this is really bad. Whether or not he is a king sage, this is already a big deal. The 5 young masters can't even defeat this young man. I'm afraid they are in danger of dying. At the start, everyone thought that this young man couldn't escape even if he had wings. The 5 young masters and their helpers could drown him with just a spit from each of them. But the scene in front of them was really a huge upheaval. They couldn't even take one palm and they still had the cheek to say that they could deal with this person. It seems like you guys are really weak. You can't even take one palm from me and you still have the cheek to deal with me. Lin Fei shook his head and slammed his fingers on the ground again. There was a loud rumble and the ground seemed to sink. 5 figures rushed up from the ground in a sorry state. Once they rushed up, all of them were in a sorry state. However, before they could react, they saw vines piercing through the air and wrapping around them. Once they were entangled, they couldn't resist at all. They didn't even have time to use any techniques before they were all pulled back. He was completely and utterly sleepy. They were thrown in front of Lin Fei. Since you guys want to earn money from me, it seems like I can only make you lose money first. Lin Fei waved his hand and took the 5 young masters away. It was unbelievably fast. When everyone reacted, the 5 young masters were nowhere to be seen. Quick, inform the powerhouses. Something big has happened. Their young masters have been taken away. Lin Fei did take the 5 young masters away. Even though they had treasures and were strong, they couldn't withstand Lin Fei's attack. He collapsed in an instant. Coupled with the vines wrapped around their bodies, they were easily taken away. Lin Fei didn't leave Chaos City. Instead, he brought them to a quiet place in the chaotic country. No one would be able to catch up in a short period of time. One by one, they were thrown down and their strength was sealed. Then, they were stripped of all their rings. They were robbed of everything they had. Bastard, give me back the ring, or I'll kill your whole family. Yi Wuheng was the most bad-tempered among them. He was enraged. Lin Fei's eyes fell on Yi Wuheng. Looks like your temper isn't small at all. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson. Only then will you know that it's useless to speak tough words in front of a true expert, because you don't have the qualifications. With a crash, the 4 young masters saw a horrifying scene. Their hearts turned cold. In the blink of an eye, Yi Wuheng had turned into a white-haired old man. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. At this time, Yi Wuheng felt that she had no strength left. Not only could she speak, but she also had no strength left. She raised her hands subconsciously and saw that her hands had become very old. They were covered with age spots and looked lifeless. You, what on earth did you do to me? It was just a short sentence, but it still made Yi Wuheng breathless for a while. Shi Jinxiang, Chu Tianluo, Shui Feng Tian, and the others didn't dare to speak. The man in front of them was really crazy. How could he have mastered such evil means? Yi Wuheng was a girl with a promising future, but now, in the blink of an eye, she had become a white-haired old man. She had completely lost the qualification to become an expert. Her lifespan was almost gone. Unless she got a treasure of life, her life would be completely over. They were all trembling with fear. If this happened to them, they didn't even dare to think about it. With a wave of Lin Fei's hand, a mirror appeared in front of Yi Wuheng. This is my gift to you. I don't know if you are satisfied with it. If not, I can send you to hell. I promise there will be no pain. When Yi Wuheng saw herself in the mirror, she was dumbfounded on the spot. She felt like she had a mental breakdown. Lin Fei waved his hand and directly restrained Yi Wuheng. She couldn't even speak. He glanced at the other 4 young masters indifferently. I don't know if you have anything else to say to me. I'm a good person. If you want to say anything, just tell me. I promise to satisfy you. At this time, Shi Jinxiang and the others didn't dare to speak anymore. They didn't see that Yi Wuheng had become a white-haired old man after saying such a sentence. This young man was too cruel. He really hid a knife behind his smile. If they had known that this guy was so powerful, they wouldn't have made a move. It was not easy to take advantage of him. This time, they were really screwed up by Yi Wuheng. Not only did they lose all their wealth, but they also offended such a person. Now, their only hope was that their father could come to save them. Otherwise, they would be completely finished. It seems that you have nothing to say. I like people like you. You can clearly see the reality in front of you, unlike Yi Wuheng, who has no idea at all. But don't worry, I won't kill innocent people. After all, you have some wealth. Hearing this, they breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't make things difficult for them, everything would be fine. But in the next second, vines flew out and directly whipped them, almost knocking them out. Bang, bang, bang. They had lost all their protective treasures, so when the vines fell on them, it was an intimate contact. They were extremely miserable, but they didn't dare to say a word. They had learned from Yi Wuhan's mistake. They didn't want to repeat Yi Wuhan's fate, so they could only bear with it. After whacking them countless times, the vines finally retracted. They laid there with stars in front of their eyes. It was truly incomparably miserable. It seems that you are all men. I'm very satisfied. But now we have to change places. I'll have a good talk with your families tomorrow. After all, it's not enough to just whip you. Lin Fei chuckled. Chapter 45-23. The Yi family was the first to know the situation. Yi Wuheng had suffered a loss in the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, so she knew about it. She didn't care much. After all, Chaos City was famous, and many people came here to auction. It was normal that she couldn't get anything. After all, it was normal for her to pay for 1 billion medium-grade spirit stones. The Yi family also knew that Yi Wuheng had brought people to make trouble, but they didn't care much. In this Chaos City, no one dared to disrespect the Yi family. But to their surprise, something happened to Yi Wuheng and she was taken away by that young man. In addition, there were also the young masters of the other clans. In total, 5 young masters of the 5 magnates were taken away. Chaos City had become very interesting. They set out overnight. Countless people were looking for these 5 young masters. If something were to happen to these 5 young masters, it would definitely be a big deal for Chaos City. But after a whole night, they didn't see anything. Now they couldn't sit still. If they were taken away from Chaos City, they would be in big trouble. After all, the magnates behind the 5 young masters were all holy kings. No one who could become a holy king was simple. But they still couldn't find them. At dawn, they had to give up. But when they couldn't find them, then, a scene that they couldn't believe appeared. The young man came back with 5 young masters. When the 5 young masters came back, they were all dumbfounded. All of them were dumbfounded. After all, they were certain that this young man had brought the 5 young masters away from the kingdom of chaos. That was the only way he could escape the pursuit of the 5 holy kings. But now he came back, and more importantly, he brought the 5 young masters back. They couldn't figure out what the young man was thinking. Lin Fei did come back and made a fortune after depriving the 5 young masters of their rings. Of course, for Lin Fei, it was far from enough. He was ready to make another fortune. As for how much he could make, it depended on how much the 5 magnates could offer. As soon as Lin Fei took them back to Chaos City, they found a yard to live in. No one dared to have any ideas. Not long after Lin Fei came back, the yard became lively. They were all watching outside. And the people of the 5 magnates also came. Although they couldn't come in during the day, they couldn't fight. But they could negotiate. The first to arrive was the Yi family. The Yi clan still attached great importance to Yi Wuhan. Therefore, he was the first one to enter the courtyard. This time, it was an elder of the Yi clan called Yi Tianxing. As soon as Yi Tianxing came in, he saw Yi Wuheng. But when he saw Yi Wuheng's appearance, he was a little angry. Do you know what will happen if you do this? You are provoking the Yi clan. The Yi clan is not something you can offend. At this time, Yi Wuhen's hair was all white. She looked very old, as if she would die soon. This was something that Yi Tianxing found hard to accept. Lin Fei was drinking tea leisurely. The 5 young masters were sitting in a row behind him. They were extremely well behaved. I've never cared much about threats. If you want to bring Yi Wuhen and the other young masters back, it's very simple. Show me your sincerity. That's all. As long as you show your sincerity, I don't mind letting your young master Yi Wuhen return to his original appearance, let alone anything else. Remember, you only have 1 day to prepare. Otherwise, they'll be finished. Yi Tianxing was about to say something when he saw a force rushing over and falling on him. Yi Tianxing was pushed out. The defense of the great path on his body collapsed as soon as it was raised. He came out of the yard. It only took a few breaths. Yi Tianxing frowned slightly. He knew that the person in front of him was very powerful. After all, he was also in the emptiness realm. He had cultivated 3 great paths, which was very powerful. He could also represent the Yi clan. But now, he was pushed out. Obviously, the other party was showing mercy. If he went all out, he wouldn't be able to bear it at all. Yi Tianxing turned around and left. After Mr. Yi left, the elders of the other 4 magnates also came. Almost all of them had the same result as Yi Tianxing. They left the yard with fear and anger. Just wait patiently. As long as your family is willing to fork out the money, everything is simple. I'm never a person who can't live with money. Shi Jinxiang and the others smiled bitterly. They had never thought that after their wealth was taken away, they would become hostages in the hands of the other party. The other party would use them to extort money from their clans. No one had ever dared to do such a crazy thing. However, they witnessed it today. There was one person who dared to do such a thing. He didn't give the 5 magnates any face. No matter what the final result was, they would become a big joke. No one knew why the people of the 5 giants came and then returned, but they could clearly feel that they were all angry. They didn't know what the other party said. Not long after, they saw the 5 magnates. Now, all the patriarchs had come. It should be known that the current patriarchs were all experts with 5 great Daos at the perfection emptiness realm. Something big has happened. Even the 5 patriarchs are here. It's a pity that it's daytime. They can't do anything at all. Are they going to sit down and drink tea? Whether it's tea or not, that guy has done something big. I guess the probability of him leaving Chaos City alive is very low. After the 5 patriarchs entered the yard, the outside was guarded. There was even an invisible tactical deployment that completely covered the yard. It was impossible to know what was going on inside. The 5 patriarchs were indeed very angry at this moment. They were also a little afraid. No one had ever dared to talk to them like this. How dare they control their sons and ask for money? This kind of thing was really rare. So it's the 5 patriarchs. You've mustered such a large force. I wonder what you've thought about it. One day, show me enough sincerity and I'll let them go. Otherwise, they won't have the qualifications to leave under my watch. When the 5 patriarchs arrived, they first looked at their sons. Seeing that they were fine, they were relieved. However, Yi Wuhan's father's face was the darkest. His son had become like this. Chapter 45-24. At this moment, the 5 powerhouses were very angry. No one had ever spoken to them like that. They even dared to tie up their people and demand money from them. This had never happened to them before. They were the powerhouses of Chaos City. Although there were only 5 powerhouses here, their influence couldn't be ignored. They had never thought that someone would be so daring. The person who kidnapped them still dared to come back so openly. However, they were helpless at this moment. Because it was daytime, they couldn't do anything even if they wanted to. Because this was the rule set by the Holy King of Chaos. Whoever dared to break this rule at this time was equivalent to being the enemy of the Holy King of Chaos. As long as it was an enemy, it would be suppressed by the Holy King of Chaos. Hence, they could only stare coldly at this young man in front of them. Actually, it's fine if you don't pay, but they might lose their lives. Of course, I also welcome you to make a move at night, but I remember that you can't attack the mansion at night, so you can only stare. Of course, you can also play some tricks and see if you can take the 5 of them away from me. Lin Fei looked at the 5 powerhouses with a smile. As for the anger on the faces of the 5 powerhouses, Lin Fei completely ignored it. This was also the reason why Lin Fei didn't leave Chaos City. Since someone dared to make a move on him, he had to collect some interest no matter what. Who asked them to be powerhouses? All powerhouses were rich. If he missed such an opportunity, Lin Fei felt that he would really be struck by lightning. As for whether the 5 powerhouses' expressions were good or not, it really had nothing to do with him. After being said that, the 5 powerhouses were even more furious. You really intend to become enemies with the 5 of us? You have to know that this is Chaos City. When the time comes, don't even think about leaving here. As long as you hand over the people now, we will pretend that nothing happened and let you leave Chaos City. Although you are very powerful, it's not easy to leave this Chaos City. If the 5 of us really join forces, even a fly won't be able to escape. This might not be effective if others said it, but the words of the 5 powerhouses were really effective. They were also quite annoyed. But they had no choice. Their son had been kidnapped by this brat. Now, they could only ask this brat to release them first. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. Although the death of a son wasn't a big deal, they would lose all their face. After all, they were big shots, and they were also Saint King level powerhouses. Although they couldn't make it into the top 100, they were still quite capable. Now that their son had been kidnapped and they couldn't do anything to the other party, it was quite embarrassing for them. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. Looks like you're planning to threaten me. Go ahead then. When I'm in a bad mood, I'll cripple them and throw them out on the streets. I believe the people outside will be very interested. Lin Fei was really not afraid of these 5 giants at this time. As magnates, who would take these people who hadn't reached the emptiness realm seriously? However, this young man had the ability to do so. He had the ability. He was singing a tune with them, but they could only watch helplessly. They all knew that their son was always accompanied by experts. Now that these experts were gone, this brat's strength was indeed a bit strong. It was really a bit difficult to take his 5 sons away from him. Unless a Saint King took action, it was probably impossible. But how could a Saint King take action? How many Saint Kings were there in the entire Chaos City? Then how many spirit stones do you want? Just tell me. In the end, some giants compromised. They decided to listen first. Of course, they also hated Yi Wuhan in their hearts. This brat had caused trouble and they had to be dragged into it. If this brat hadn't put out a reward and made it known to everyone, their sons wouldn't have taken action. Speaking of this, they were also full of anger. This time, they had really been tricked by Yi Wuhan. The Saint King of the Yi clan could also feel the obvious change in the expressions of the other 4 Saint Kings. This was the Yi clan's fault. And this Saint King of the Yi clan was also very angry with his son. Why did he have to make such a big trouble? It was okay to drag people into the trouble. But it was a bit too much to drag them into the trouble. You are making the Yi clan's life difficult. When we go back, we must put him in confinement. Lock him up for 3 years. No, 3 years is too little. No matter what, we have to lock him up for 10 years. Otherwise, who knows what will happen? Lin Fei smiled and snapped his fingers. Why didn't you say so earlier? Actually, I don't want to offend the 5 giants at all. After all, you are giants, and I am just a nobody. How can a nobody dare to offend a giant? Hearing this, they felt like they had been ridiculed. If you were a nobody, you wouldn't have tied up their son, and you wouldn't have said such words in front of their big shots. He was completely looking down on the giants. If they were outside, they would have slapped this guy in front of them to death. Unfortunately, this was Chaos City, and there were rules set by the Saint Kings. These rules didn't seem to be a big deal before, but now they felt that these rules were a little bad, very bad. I'm quite an easygoing person. Anyway, you're all tycoons with a lot of wealth. As long as each of you gives me 5 billion medium-level spirit stones, I'll pretend that nothing happened. At that time, I'll return my son to you. How about it? I'm a man of my word. Don't bargain with me. You should be thankful that I didn't give you 10 billion medium-level spirit stones. How could Lin Fei miss such an opportunity? So setting 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones for each of them was not too much. This number was neither too high nor too low. He believed that they would be very willing to pay it. 5 people would be 25 billion mid-grade spirit stones. It was definitely a huge sum of money. It might not be easy for ordinary forces to get it, but the giants felt that they had money. They were the owners of the land. If they couldn't take out this little bit of spirit stones, they would be embarrassing themselves. Although he was able to take a bite out of the giant, Lin Fei was still very restrained. It just happened to be in their minds, no more, no less. After hesitating for a while, they would definitely agree. 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones was indeed not a lot to the 5 giants, but when they thought about their sons, not only did they not tie them up, but they also lost 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. This made them want to kill someone. Chapter 45-25. Who can tell me what's going on inside? The 5 magnates all went in together. It's really rare to see 5 big shots together. Does that kid really have the capability to offend 5 magnates at one go? Does he want to leave Chaos City? Many people outside were paying attention to what was happening inside. Not long after, they saw the 5 magnates coming out. Apart from them, the 5 young masters were also brought out with dejected looks on their faces. At this moment, everyone seemed to be in disbelief. The 5 giants actually brought their kidnapped sons out. Could it be that they had reached some kind of deal? After the 5 magnates came out, they glanced at the crowd coldly. Then, they left with their sons. The scene had also returned to peace. But to the entire Chaos City, this was a rather inconceivable thing. In their opinion, the 5 tycoons must have done something to take the child away. The biggest possibility was that they had used money to buy them back. As for how many spirit stones they had used, no one knew. After all, the magnates would not leak out such a thing. But just when they thought that no one would leak out, the news came out. Each of the 5 magnates paid 5 billion spirit stones. The 5 magnates spent a total of 25 billion spirit stones to bring them out. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard about this. They could not believe that such a thing could happen. The 5 magnates actually paid spirit stones to bring them back. Didn't that mean that this kid had become a rich man in an instant? 25 billion mid-grade spiritual stones. Even many experts in the full circle of Void Realm could not take out so many spirit stones. The entire Chaos City was instantly stirred up again. Although Lin Fei didn't leave the courtyard, he knew that the news must have spread like wildfire outside. Although there were 5 big shots this time, the remaining big shot would definitely set this place on fire. So that the matter would be blown out of proportion. The bigger the matter was, the more embarrassed the 5 magnates would be. Sure enough, it's better this way. 25 billion spirit stones. I didn't spend a single cent on the Tongtian God Mountain and earned 20 billion. In fact, Lin Fei earned more than that. The 5 young masters were all quite wealthy, and now they all belonged to Lin Fei. So, Lin Fei's current net worth was extremely high. All in all, he was almost worth 40 billion spirit stones. Such a huge figure made Lin Fei a moving fat sheep. Everyone had their own ideas. Even the Sage King experts had their own ideas. After paying a small price, Lin Fei knew what the situation was like outside. After all, the waiters would not be against the spirit stones. So, after revealing the news, Lin Fei completely understood that someone was deliberately pushing the matter. Deliberately slapping the faces of the 5 magnates. As for which magnates, no one knew. However, such a secret could only be obtained by the 5 powerhouses. Don't think that this news could be kept a secret in Chaos City. In reality, it really couldn't be kept a secret. Looks like it's going to be difficult for me to leave this Chaos City. After obtaining such a batch of spirit stones from the 5 magnates, Lin Fei knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to leave Chaos City. The 5 giants would definitely make a move. Even if they didn't make a move, they would mobilize all their forces to deal with him. It would be fine if there was only one, but if there were 5 of them, not everyone would be able to handle it. After knowing that Lin Fei had a net worth of 25 billion yuan, and some people even suspected that Lin Fei already had a net worth of 30 billion yuan, everyone was shocked. For a moment, everyone was excited. Who knew how many people were watching from outside the courtyard? It could be said that all eyes were on them. As long as Yi Xian dared to leave Chaos City, he would definitely be torn to pieces by the crowd. Even if he could not get the biggest share, he would at least get a small piece. Previously, everyone suspected that Lin Fei had some wealth, but they couldn't confirm the number. In other words, it all depended on luck. But now, they didn't need to try their luck at all. As soon as they saw someone come out, they would attack. Naturally, they would be able to snatch the spirit stones. That was 25 billion mid-level spirit stones. Even if they could only snatch a few million or tens of millions, that would be great. So they kept their eyes on him. On the first night, someone went in to assassinate Yi Xian. Although they couldn't fight their way in, they couldn't say that they couldn't assassinate Yi Xian. That was kind of a tacit rule. As a result, countless people went in, but nothing happened. They didn't give up. As long as Lin Fei didn't come out, it would be fine. The assassination went on for 3 days. During these 3 days, they didn't see any magnates attack, but many people went in. But still, nothing happened inside. That pissed them off. But they were patient people. They didn't believe that the other party could stay inside forever. Just as they were about to make their move, Lin Fei came out of the courtyard. This time, everyone became excited. A big fish finally moved. Lin Fei walked out of Chaos City quickly as soon as he came out. He really walked as fast as a shadow. When they arrived at the gate of Chaos City, Lin Fei was already outside. Tens of thousands of people had gathered outside. They were all there to stare at Lin Fei, trying to dig a mouthful of meat out of him. When they started to chase Lin Fei instantly turned into a huge sword-intense storm. It swept over. Wherever the sword-intense storm passed, corpses were everywhere. No one was a match for it. Even the strongest Void World Master couldn't withstand the attack of this sword-intense storm. In this storm, Lin Fei seemed to have become the absolute powerhouse. And as the sword intent continued to wreak havoc, a big hand fell from the sky and slapped down hard. This slap. A big handprint appeared on the ground. And there was more than one such handprint. It turned out that there were Holy King powerhouses in Chaos City who attacked from afar. This kind of small trick was still possible. After 5 consecutive attacks, the flat ground outside was directly smashed into a huge deep pit. Under such circumstances, Lin Fei disappeared without any warning. No one could find a trace of him. It was as if he really disappeared into thin air. This time, everyone was a little surprised, even the 5 magnates. Could someone have escaped under their noses? One by one, they showed up. No matter what, they wanted to see him alive or dead. That was their minimum requirement. They had to get back the spirit stones that belonged to them. If they couldn't get them back, wouldn't they become a big joke? Chapter 45-26. The 5 giant powerhouses originally wanted to keep Lin Fei here. But when they made a move, they found that the kid had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where this kid left from. Anyway, with a palm strike, he was gone. This made the 5 giants quite angry. They began to search the nearby area. From 10 kilometers to 20 kilometers, it became 100 kilometers. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find Lin Fei. It was as if he had really disappeared into thin air. For a moment, they wondered if they had killed him with a palm strike. Otherwise, why couldn't they find any trace of him? Logically speaking, it should be impossible. As a matter of fact, Lin Fei really did leave quietly. After taking 25 billion mid-grade spirit stones from them, Lin Fei knew that they would definitely make a move. The giants still wanted face. If they didn't take action to take him down, such a big piece of fat meat would be given away. It was equivalent to slapping the faces of the giants. So they had to make a move. They definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. Unfortunately, in the end, they still left calmly. In order to leave calmly this time, Lin Fei also put in a lot of effort. Of course, the 5 giants still had their means, but his strength had reached the major completion now. He was not afraid of them at all, so he could leave. As soon as he left the chaotic country, Lin Fei directly returned to the sky-reaching school. After learning about the existence of the Spirit World Mountain in the chaotic city, Lin Fei wanted to go to the Spirit World Mountain to take a look. If he could get the sky-reaching divine mountain again, who knew this kind of thing? How could Lin Fei miss such an opportunity? And now, he could only rely on the sky-reaching school to participate in the top 100 battle. At any rate, he was now a disciple of the sky-reaching school, and a personal disciple. With such an identity, even if the 5 giants of the chaotic city knew about it later, his identity and status had already changed. They could only stare at him. After Lin Fei left the chaotic country, he directly returned to the sky-reaching school. Although he had accepted a mission to complete 3 experiential training missions, especially the second one, which required him to become a profound void stage expert, he had no choice but to accept it. There was a time limit of 3 years. However, for Lin Fei now, he could completely display the strength of an insightful emptiness stage expert. Even if he did not cultivate the great Tao, he could still walk the path of body refinement. There was no need for one to cultivate the heart of the great Tao and become an insightful emptiness realm expert to be considered an insightful emptiness realm expert. The body refinement Tao could still allow one to become a body refinement expert. At that time, he would be able to erupt with the strength of an insightful emptiness realm expert. As soon as Lin Fei returned to the Transcending Heaven Church, he was noticed by people. Lin Fei had offended a lot of people in the Transcending Heaven cult. Many disciples had some ideas about him, and some even had some opinions about him. That was why he had come up with such a difficult problem. Therefore, Lin Fei's return was immediately known by others. None of them had forgotten about the mission Lin Fei had accepted. Becoming an insightful emptiness realm expert within 3 years. How long had it been since he accepted the mission? Why had he returned? Could it be that he had chosen to give up? Situations like this had happened before. After all, the experiential training missions were too difficult. Sometimes, one would lose one's life. However, if one did not want to do it, the only thing one could do was to give up. If one gave up on the mission, one would also give up on the identity and status. Under normal circumstances, very few people would do this. When Lin Fei walked into the mission hall, everyone started to talk about him. After all, Lin Fei could be considered as a popular person now. It was hard to not know about it. Do you guys think that junior brother Lin Fei has come back to give up on the mission? I think the possibility is very high. I think he has really come back to give up on the mission. Becoming an insightful emptiness realm expert within 3 years is not something that anyone can do. Even if Lin Fei is very talented, it will be difficult for him to do so without the great Tao heart. No one believed that Lin Fei could still become an insightful emptiness realm expert under such circumstances. This time, he had definitely come back to give up on the mission. Lin Fei naturally heard the discussions around him. However, he did not pay much attention to it. He arrived at the workbench. I am here to hand in the mission. I wonder how this mission is going to be tested. The deacon in charge of the mission was surprised. He remembered that Lin Fei had accepted a mission to become an insightful emptiness realm expert within 3 years. Now, only 1 month had passed. In less than 2 months, he had broken through so quickly. Seeing that Lin Fei did not have the aura of an insightful emptiness realm expert, the deacon could not help but feel puzzled. However, he still spoke very seriously. If junior brother Lin Fei has completed the mission, you can come inside to train. There is an insightful emptiness realm expert inside. As long as you can defeat him within a certain period of time, you will have the strength of an insightful emptiness realm expert. However, you cannot use treasures to do so. Then please lead the way. The conversation between the two was clearly heard by the people outside, and they were all stunned. They did not expect that Lin Fei had really completed the mission. This surprised them a little. Could it be that Lin Fei had really become an insightful emptiness realm expert? If so, his talent and potential were too strong. Lin Fei and the deacon went all the way to the back. In front of a cage. There was actually an insightful emptiness realm demon in this cage. At this time, in addition to the deacon, there were several other deacons. They were all in charge of notarizing the mission. Junior brother Lin Fei, as long as you kill the insightful emptiness realm demon, you will have completed the mission. However, you only have 1 incense stick's worth of time. After this time, it will not count. As soon as the imprisoned demon saw Lin Fei, his eyes turned red and he roared. It won't be easy for you to kill me. I will kill you first. If I get out of this cage one day, I will definitely kill everyone in the Transcending Heaven Church. I know. Open the cage. It is just an insightful emptiness realm demon. Killing him will be as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Fei smiled faintly. The door of the cage opened. The demon wanted to rush out but was blocked by the barrier. Lin Fei took the opportunity to enter the prison. As soon as he entered, the insightful emptiness realm demon turned into a black wind and attacked fiercely. Many claws appeared. Myriad demon claws. This was the powerful technique of this insightful emptiness realm demon. The claws were like divine weapons that could easily destroy the body of a human. It was also a technique that he was proud of. As soon as his technique arrived in front of Lin Fei, it was blocked by a barrier. It was simply difficult for him to move an inch. You have the nerve to put on airs in front of me with such strength. Eat my fist first. Lin Fei took a step forward and punched, penetrating the body of the insightful emptiness realm demon. Only a few people could see it clearly. Bang! Lin Fei spat out a sentence that was neither light nor heavy from his throat. Chapter 45-27. After punching through the physical body of the whole void demon, Lin Fei took another step forward and punched out once more. After a collapse symbol, the physical body of the demon was torn into pieces at an unbelievably fast speed. Before the few deacons outside could even react, this strong whole void demon was killed just like that. Even though the strength of this whole void demon was restricted to a certain extent, it was extremely rare for someone to be able to destroy his physical body. That was something that could only be done with treasures or the means of the Great Tao. There weren't many people who could do this barehanded. The few of them exchanged glances and a thought popped up in their minds. If I'm not wrong, junior brother Lin Fei should be walking on the ancient Great Tao of body tempering. After hearing this, everyone's expression became a little strange. That can't be right. Junior brother Lin Fei is walking on the ancient Great Tao of body tempering. I heard that almost no one has ever cultivated this Great Tao of body tempering. It's way too difficult. Only a few people can succeed and reach a certain height in it. All of you should know that the physical bodies of demons are extremely strong. If it's just the physical body alone, it would be hard to penetrate it. However, the Great Tao of body tempering is something that they walk on. They use their strength to break through the heavens. What they specialize in is their strength. When their strength is sufficient, they can penetrate through any physical body, let alone the physical body of demons. Therefore, the powerful beings of the ancient Great Tao of body tempering were extremely horrifying. They could shatter the heavens with a single punch and destroy the mountains and seas with a single punch. To think that there would be someone from the heavenly reaching church who walks on the Great Tao of body tempering. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing that. This was truly hard to believe. Since there was someone who walked on the ancient Great Tao, and it was the strongest Great Tao of body tempering. And also the most difficult. This was absolutely inconceivable. At this moment, they finally understood why Lin Fei could kill those ringleaders in the demon's desert. It must definitely be because the Great Tao of body tempering had a strong defense and a strong physical body. Against demons, it was like having a godly weapon. I wonder if I've succeeded. Lin Fei walked out and remarked calmly. It also pulled everyone back from the shock. Junior brother Lin Fei, may I ask if you're walking on the iron body Tao? After all, it's really rare for you to kill a demon with your bare hands. Lin Fei nodded. I don't think there's anything great about walking the Great Tao, but the body refinement Great Tao is different. After that, they completely believed Lin Fei's words. This was a fellow who had walked on the ancient Great Tao. His vision was really far. When Lin Fei came out again, everyone raised their heads and looked around. I want to know the final result. No one knew what this knot was, because Lin Fei left right after he came out. The deacons also went to report to the higher-ups of the elders. This was big news. It had been a long time since anyone from the heavens-reaching school had taken the path of body refining. There was no one like Lin Fei who had reached the insightful emptiness realm. They had no doubt that Lin Fei was the strongest existence in the insightful emptiness realm. The body refinement Great Tao was so unbelievably powerful. After Lin Fei came out of the hall, he returned to the mountain peak where he was. Su Tianqing came out immediately. Junior brother Lin Fei, why are you back so soon? Didn't you say that you're going to cultivate outside for 3 years? As soon as Su Tianqing finished speaking, he felt great pressure from Lin Fei. His heart skipped a beat as if he had a feeling that Lin Fei could kill him with one move. This feeling was even stronger than before. Isn't it just 3 years of cultivation to the insightful emptiness realm? It's too easy. I broke through as soon as I went out, so I came back immediately. Su Tianqing's eyes were wide open, but he still believed Lin Fei's words. Congratulations, junior brother Lin Fei. You've made great progress again. Those successors probably can't sleep in peace. Lin Fei naturally understood what they meant. After all, he had reached the insightful emptiness realm, so he was qualified to compete for the successor. He could even compete for the Supreme Sky List. The Supreme Sky List was the territory of the successors. They really can't sleep because I really want to have a good fight with these successors. After returning from this trip, Lin Fei did not plan on staying idle. He was ready to make a scene in the sky-reaching church. He wanted to raise his status. At that time, he could legitimately participate in the competition for the 100 Saints experts. The 100 Saints had to reach the level of a holy king. However, Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and even a holy king could do nothing to him. However, Lin Fei did not want to expose so much for the time being. He would start by crushing the successors. He wanted everyone to know the power of his ancient body refinement Great Tao. With the strength of the insightful emptiness realm, he could defeat everyone in the insightful emptiness realm. At that time, he would be able to fight with a holy king. Spread the word for me. 3 days later, I will challenge the experts on the Supreme Sky List. Let them be prepared. Su Tianqing immediately became excited. Junior brother, don't worry. I will go out and spread the news for you now. I guarantee that they will be shocked. I heard that the successors on the Supreme Sky List are all arrogant and despotic. I guess they will not be able to sit still after hearing this. Su Tianqing was even more glad that he had followed the right person. As long as Lin Fei's strength was stronger, his status as his junior brother would also rise. Where could he find such a good thing? As expected, after Su Tianqing released the news, all the successors on the heavenly list took note of it. This was the first time that someone in the insightful emptiness realm wanted to challenge them, and he was a newcomer. The successors also arranged for people to inquire about the news. After inquiring, they confirmed that the newcomer, Lin Fei, was really planning to challenge the successors on the sky-reaching church list. He did not take the successors seriously at all. The successors were really a little annoyed. They also wanted to see how Lin Fei would challenge them. In a garden of the sky-reaching church. The sect leader of the sky-reaching church also heard the news. Of course, he did not hear that Lin Fei was going to challenge the successors on the Supreme Sky List. Instead, he knew that someone in the sky-reaching church had practiced the ancient great way of body refining. Moreover, he had stepped into the insightful emptiness realm. This was no small matter. Lin Fei is indeed practicing the great way of body refining. His body is unbelievably strong. No wonder the insightful emptiness demon was no match for him and his body was destroyed by one punch. I didn't expect that someone would finally practice the great way of body refining. In front of a light curtain. At the sight of this scene, sect leader Tong Tian was sure that a new extraordinaire had appeared in heaven's reaching church. Lin Fei is going to compete with the successors of the sky-reaching church. Should we? Sect leader Tong Tian said with a smile, those saints are really overestimating themselves. It's a good opportunity for Lin Fei to have a good fight with them and let them know that there's always someone stronger than them. Chapter 45-28. The news of Lin Fei's return spread like wildfire. There was also news that Lin Fei had passed the second mission's assessment, which also spread like wildfire. Who would have thought that this guy would successfully complete the task as soon as he came back? This made everyone a little incredulous. After all, not everyone could go from the Gold Core realm to the insightful Void realm. The time was too short, but there was no news from the other side. Compared to the last news, the first two news could only be said to be ordinary, and this news was the most important. That was, Lin Fei, the guy who completed 2 experience tasks, was actually going to challenge the saints on the Supreme List. All of a sudden, the chosen were infuriated. In the sky-reaching church, the saints had the highest status, second only to those elders. Any of them was qualified to break through to the Holy King realm. And now, an up-and-coming talent, Lin Fei, actually wanted to compete with them. He wanted to spar with them by name. This really made them feel that Lin Fei was too arrogant. Who didn't know that the Supreme List had always been controlled by their saints? After the news spread, it was quite lively. Countless people were guessing if Lin Fei's victory had gotten to his head. He actually dared to challenge the saints. If it was so easy to get on the Supreme List, so many disciples of the sky-reaching church would not be staring at it. Although there were only 100 places on the Supreme List, these 100 places were real and there were all kinds of resources. Who didn't want to be on the Supreme List? However, no matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't become people on the Supreme List. Now that Lin Fei actually proposed to challenge these saints, everyone naturally felt that he was a little too ambitious. If it was really so easy to challenge, it would not be so deserted now. Everyone wanted to become a disciple on the Supreme List, but they didn't have the strength, so many people were ready to watch a joke. After a night's rest, Lin Fei felt refreshed. With his current strength and the divine tree of life, he could naturally recover to his peak state in one night. Now that he knew about the battle between the 100 saints and Lin Fei, he naturally did not want to waste time on this matter. Although there was still some time, Lin Fei had to prepare in advance. Outsiders might not know, but Lin Fei was very clear in his heart. Early in the morning, Su Tianqing came in a hurry. Junior brother Lin, I just received a piece of news. I'm afraid it's not good for you. Now, Su Tianqing had regarded Lin Fei as his biggest backer. Compared to others, Su Tianqing trusted Lin Fei more, because Lin Fei could help him rise, so he was very concerned about the internal affairs of the sect. Even the slightest sign of trouble would be kept in mind. What news did you receive? Lin Fei was quite curious. After all, he had asked Su Tianqing to release the news. As for what kind of impact it would have, Lin Fei didn't care much. To him, the strength of the successors on the Supreme List was nothing. Since those people now believed that he was walking on the ancient body refining Tao, Lin Fei naturally had to go as far as possible on this path. This way, he could better conceal the divine tree of life in his body. It's like this. Several successors on the Supreme List have already said that they want to spar with you on the sect's martial arts field. This news was not much to Lin Fei. They're quite interesting. I haven't even gone to look for them, but they came to me. Su Tianqing quickly added. I heard that these successors who took the initiative to challenge you don't want to succeed, and even more so don't want you to become an expert on the Supreme List, so they're prepared to cripple you. Lin Fei finally understood why Su Tianqing was so anxious. It was impossible not to be anxious. It's not that easy for them to cripple me. Come, let's go to the martial arts field and have a good fight with these successors. At the same time, he wanted to see how they would cripple him. Lin Fei also knew that his existence had touched the cake of many people. Because many people didn't want him to return to the sky-reaching school. If it weren't for the trip to Chaos City, Lin Fei really wouldn't have thought of returning. However, he had to take advantage of the sky-reaching school to participate in the Battle of the 100 Sages. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this opportunity. Who knew when he would be able to go to the spiritual realm mountain again? For Lin Fei, time was strength, and he must not delay. When Lin Fei and Su Tianqing arrived at the martial arts field, there were already many people gathered here. When they saw Lin Fei coming over, their eyes lit up. They were a little stunned by Lin Fei's words. He actually wanted to challenge these successors after completing the second trial task. Wasn't he a little too arrogant? Who didn't know that these successors were tyrannical and a little terrifying? He's that junior brother Lin Fei. I don't think there's anything great about him. You don't say. Lin Fei is really strong. He rejected the invitation of the Immortal Gang and the Elysium. Then he has some ability, but this time he will probably lose miserably. Who doesn't know that the sky-reaching list is the territory of the successors? They definitely won't allow outsiders to enter the sky-reaching list. I don't think Lin Fei will be able to withstand the attacks of a few holy sons. If the foundation is shaken, it will be a huge loss. Who doesn't know that the duels between successors are quite cruel? Those who are not strong enough will be suppressed. When the surrounding people saw that Lin Fei had arrived, they all started discussing. After all, this was not a small matter. There were more and more people on the martial arts field. Everyone was free and came to watch the fun. Su Tianqing said secretly, "Those are the successors over there. They should be the ones who will fight." On a high platform on the far left, there were many people standing. However, compared to the people below, the high platform seemed a lot more deserted. Numerous gazes were cast over, filled with a large amount of information. After a glance, Lin Fei confirmed that these were the successors. Their strength was not at the complete emptiness realm or the great emptiness realm. It was really rare to see someone in the late emptiness realm. One could imagine that these successors had a very solid foundation. It was no wonder that they could look down on all the heroes. They were influential people just by standing there. Although there were not many successors, only 8 or 9 of them, it was basically impossible to see them during normal times. With a single step, Lin Fei arrived on top of a huge arena. This arena was made of pure stone. This stone was also a special kind of stone that was extremely hard. Even the power of the Great Tao would not be able to blast it open. I'm Lin Fei. I want to have a good duel with the successors. Whoever defeats me will get 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Chapter 45-29. As soon as Lin Fei's words came out, everyone was shocked. Did I hear it wrong? 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Does this guy have so much wealth? Junior brother Lin Fei is really rich. He actually has 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. I want to go up and have a good fight with junior brother Lin Fei. With these 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones, I can buy a lot of magic treasures and cultivation methods. I didn't expect junior brother Lin Fei to be so rich. It's really exciting. Fortunately, I'm here. No matter who it was, 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones was indeed a considerable number. For cultivators like them, it could buy a lot of good things. And those successors who were originally whispering to each other also became spirited. They were not interested in defeating Lin Fei, but if they had 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones, it would be completely different. This was a free benefit for him. To them, it wasn't difficult at all to obtain this benefit. Where else could they find such a good thing? They all had to thank Lin Fei. Junior brother Lin Fei has really decided to take out 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. This is not a small number. A successor said. Lin Fei chuckled. 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones is nothing. I, Lin Fei, dare to challenge your successor. Naturally, I have to have some wealth. This is called interaction. As long as you can defeat me, you can naturally take away 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei waved his hand and everyone heard a clattering sound. A mountain of mid-grade spirit stones appeared in front of everyone's eyes. One by one, they took a deep breath and their eyes began to shine. Oh my God, there are really 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. This is simply a mountain and the quality is not low. There's no harm if there's no comparison. I've been in Heaven's Reaching Church for 13 years, but I barely have hundreds of millions of medium-grade spiritual stones. I've not imagined that junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei has 3 billion medium-grade spiritual stones. There was nothing more tempting than spirit stones. Those saints thought that Lin Fei was joking. But now, they were finally sure that Lin Fei really had 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. As for whether or not he was out of his mind, no one knew. For them, the opportunity to earn a large sum of money had come. Don't think that they, the saints, are rich, but their consumption is huge. With the 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones as a subsidy, his life would be much better. The holy sons looked at each other and began to compete with each other. Everyone hoped to be the first to land on the stage and have a good fight with Lin Fei. Since junior brother Lin Fei is so interested, then I, Xia Yuanzi, would like to seek guidance from you. A figure flew over. In mid-air, a path blocked the way. I've been looking forward to meeting junior brother Lin Fei for a long time. I'll definitely be the first to fight with him. You, Xia Yuanzi, can take a rest first. The saints, who were originally nonchalant, were now fighting with each other. They wanted to be the first to land on the stage. They had some understanding of Lin Fei's strength. How strong could he be? He was just an insightful emptiness realm expert. It would be easy to defeat him. They definitely couldn't let others take advantage of such a good thing. Therefore, everyone was fighting with each other. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. It was within reason. 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Who didn't want to be the first to land on the stage and have a good fight with Lin Fei? Although to them, this exchange of blows was nothing much. At the very least, it would make them feel excited. Lin Fei didn't believe that these people wouldn't take the bait. It would take a long time to accumulate 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. He was the only one who had the guts to ask for these spirit stones from a big shot. As for Lin Fei taking out 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones, he was definitely planning to make a killing. These saints were the best fat sheep to be slaughtered. After a round of fighting, a figure landed on the stage. It was Xia Yuanzi, who had spoken first. Xia Yuanzi was suave and young. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes and was rather charming. I heard that you've just entered the paradise realm. As your senior brother, I won't bully you. I'll let you have 3 moves first. Xia Yuanzi opened the folding fan in his hand and spoke unhurriedly. Xia Yuanzi was filled with glee. What was supposed to be a very ordinary thing had actually allowed him to earn a large sum of money. After defeating Lin Fei, he would be able to take the 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones and give a few hundred million to the saints. Then, they would have nothing to say. He, Xia Yuanzi, was rather good at dealing with people. As for Lin Fei, he didn't think much of him at all. Did he think that he could challenge their saints just because he had some ability? You're thinking too much. Which one of them hadn't been challenged before? Since senior brother is so generous and wants me to fight, I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Fei's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xia Yuanzi. He threw a punch. When Lin Fei made his move, many saints were surprised. Don't you use Dao? Why are you using close-range techniques? Don't you know that the saints' Dao defensive techniques are very powerful? No one can get close to them. Lin Fei had really cultivated too much. Xia Yuanzi conjured 5 layers of Dao defense, forming a barrier. So, junior brother Lin Fei is a close-range expert. However, my Dao defense is not to be trifled with. Boom! The 5 barriers were instantly penetrated by the punch. Lin Fei used his fist as a palm and slapped Xia Yuanzi's body. A powerful force exploded within Xia Yuanzi's body. The 5 layers of power collapsed instantly. Xia Yuanzi was sprawled on the ground. Actually, my close-range techniques are also quite powerful. It's just that I don't usually use them. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, senior brother. Lin Fei was all smiles as he slapped Xia Yuanzi's back again. Xia Yuanzi, who was about to struggle to get up, spat out another mouthful of blood. He couldn't even activate the 5 Dao. I almost forgot to tell you, senior brother. It's not that easy to get my 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. You have to pay an entrance fee of 500 million. I believe senior brother won't mind, right? Lin Fei smiled and touched Xia Yuanzi's ring. How dare you? Lin Fei slapped down again, and it was another loud bang. Xia Yuanzi spat out another mouthful of blood. If you don't pay, I'll just take it. I've already taken out 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. If you don't take out 500 million, it'll be too much. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Xia Yuanzi felt like he had been cheated. This Lin Fei was too evil. Chapter 45-30. The entire place fell silent. No one had expected Lin Fei to ask for 500 million mid-grade spirit stones after defeating Xia Yuanzi. This was no different from robbery. Did I hear wrongly? Lin Fei wants Xia Yuanzi to hand over 500 million mid-grade spirit stones? That's a little too arrogant. I don't know if he's arrogant or not, but I know that Lin Fei is really strong. I also think that Lin Fei is very strong. Look, Xia Yuanzi doesn't have any ability to resist in close combat. To the other chosens, Lin Fei's method was too overbearing. Not only did he defeat Xia Yuanzi, he even wanted him to hand over 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. This showed them some of Lin Fei's methods. This guy's strength was really strong. Without using the power of the Great Tao, his strength was actually so strong. No wonder Xia Yuanzi couldn't take it. At this moment, they were glad that they weren't the first to attack. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of him. On the contrary, Xia Yuanzi was a little unlucky. Not only did he lose face, but he also lost 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Xia Yuanzi didn't intend to give it to him, but he had no choice. Lin Fei wouldn't let him down. If he didn't take out 500 million mid-grade spirit stones, who knew what kind of torture he would have to face? Don't think that Lin Fei couldn't do it. He really could. Xia Yuanzi had no choice but to hand over 500 million mid-grade spirit stones and step down helplessly. He couldn't keep his face any longer. After a round of snatching, he actually suffered such a loss. Lin Fei waved his hand and threw the 500 million mid-grade spirit stones on top of the 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. As the junior brother, I take out 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. As the senior brothers of the Chosens, it's not a big deal for me to take out 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, if you guys really lose, the number of spirit stones will only increase. See? It's already 3.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones now. After hearing this, the other Chosens were instantly tempted. Previously, they thought that Lin Fei was a little sinister, but now it seemed that he was quite good. 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones had turned into 3.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Where else could he find such a good deal? After exchanging glances, the few saints became even more determined. Wasn't it just that he was slightly stronger in close combat? They all had great path defenses, so they were not afraid that Lin Fei would be able to get close to them. Junior brother Lin Fei is indeed junior brother Lin Fei. You're indeed capable. Allow me to test you then. While the other holy sons were distracted, another holy son had taken the initiative to land on the arena. This caused the remaining chosen to curse in their hearts. He actually took advantage of the fact that they hadn't come back to their senses to take the first step. This was simply too unkind. Although junior brother Lin Fei is so powerful, I won't follow Xia Yuanzi's example and ask you to fight. This saint was rather smart. He was not like Xia Yuanzi, who was already on his guard. As soon as he finished speaking, the Great Tao unfolded. 5-direction Great Seal, suppress in one go. The 5 Great Tao combined and instantly turned into a square seal, which smashed down. This guy had some tricks up his sleeves. He did not give Lin Fei any chance at all. Lin Fei raised his hand and blocked the 5-direction Great Seal with his palm. His other hand punched out. The sky full of sword light gathered together and surged down. Previously, everyone thought that Lin Fei was an expert in close combat, but they almost forgot that he actually had a powerful sword technique. This sword technique was unbelievably fast, and it exploded in front of the saint. It was like a torrent. It did not stop at all. The Holy Sun did not even notice that Lin Fei had such a trick up his sleeve. He was attacked by the sword intent in one move. He crashed into the side of the arena. A huge palm print directly pressed on his body. The 5 Great Tao collapsed instantly. Sorry, it seems that I've won again. Compared to the previous few times, the speed this time was much faster. It was so fast that the saint did not even have time to react before he lost directly. The people below all sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally realized something. This junior brother Lin Fei was really strong. He could even defeat a saint so easily. Didn't that mean that Lin Fei's strength was enough to fight for the top of the heavenly ranking? Xia Yuanzi, who stood far away and did not leave, had an ugly expression. But at this moment, he was gloating a little. Do you really think that I'm not strong enough? This guy is too strong. The more people lose, the more face I get. Xia Yuanzi did not lose previously, so he was naturally arrogant. Now that he had lost to Lin Fei, he could not wait for the other saints to be like him. This way, there was no need to say who was on the losing end. They were all the same. Lin Fei's pile of middle-grade spirit stones increased to 4 billion. Everyone was tempted by it. Although the saints were a little wary of Lin Fei, they were all attracted by the spirit stones. No matter what, they had to get the spirit stones first. Hence, the saints started to get on the stage one after another. And the bustle of this place spread like wildfire. The heavenly reaching school was huge. First, the personal disciples came, and then some deacons and elders started to appear in the surroundings. It was rare to see such a big scene. This Lin Fei is really strong. I didn't expect him to defeat so many saints so quickly. I think this one probably won't make it. This should be the 7th saint. The spirit stones are almost at 5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. This is really a big scene. At this rate, the top 10 saints might all make a move soon. Another saint had been defeated by Lin Fei, and he was accumulating more and more medial-grade spirit stones. Everyone who saw it was tempted. Even the elders were a little tempted by it. This scene was a little bigger than they thought. No one could figure out what Lin Fei was thinking. Some of the higher-ups and elders received the news. Rumor had it that Lin Fei walked the ancient great way of body tempering. He was extremely strong, and he walked the ancient way of breaking the heavens with strength. However, his strength was really a little too strong. According to this situation, there were not many saints on the heavenly reaching list who could withstand Lin Fei's attack. Sect leader, junior brother Lin Fei's strength is indeed quite strong. Not only is his strength strong, but his sword intent is also strong. He completely relies on his accumulation to crush his opponent head-on. In this arena, he has the upper hand. In the void, there were also a few figures looking at this arena, and among them was the sect leader of the heavenly reaching school. The stronger Lin Fei is, the more interesting it will be. Shukju website. Chapter 45-31. It was supposed to be a small matter. As the spirit stones piled up, it was like a small mountain. This was a huge stimulation for everyone. Moreover, to the saints, if you said 2 or 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones, they might eat it. This thing was neither too high nor too low, they could take it or not. But if it suddenly reached 6 or 7 billion, the situation would be completely different. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei defeated 10 saints. These saints were of varying strength, but their rankings were not low. The strongest one was already ranked 60th. They all had 5 great Daos, but the techniques they had were much stronger. Lin Fei also realized that the gap between the holy sons wasn't that big. It was impossible to say that there wasn't a gap between them. The middle-grade spirit stones beside Lin Fei's arena had successfully accumulated to 8 billion. It was really piling up like a mountain. For a moment, there were not many saints who dared to attack. Because no one could see through Lin Fei's techniques. Forget about close combat, he also had a powerful sword technique. He relied on his strength to suppress his opponents. If you guys want to deal with Lin Fei, the only way is to make him stay where he is. That way, you will have a chance of winning. Junior brother Lin's accumulation is too thick. I can't imagine how much power is stored in his physical body. It's simply endless. These were the laments of the defeated saints. They had never seen someone with such a thick accumulation. They had no means at all. Their attacks were easily blocked by Lin Fei. On the contrary, Lin Fei's methods made them unable to block them at all. That was the most important thing. Although there were other saints present, they did not dare to step up at this moment. It was indeed a little difficult to deal with. They could not see any chance of winning. Based on their guesses, Lin Fei's strength was at least ranked 40th or 50th on the heavenly roll. This was already a huge deterrent. They are coming. After one of the saints mentioned it, a few batches of people rushed over. After getting a clear look at them, their expressions grew serious. They knew that they wouldn't have a chance to make a move. Junior brother Lin Fei's real opponent had arrived. Lin Fei, who was standing in the arena, also noticed the situation. Because after those waves of people came over, there was a short period of silence. This silence proved one thing. He has a powerful background. After squinting his eyes slightly, he saw who it was and couldn't help but laugh. The person I want to fight is finally here. Previously, the saints and the others were not strong enough. With the status of the saints, it was indeed not a problem for them to crush the lower realms. But for Lin Fei, they really couldn't do it. They were far behind. The only ones that could pique his interest were the top 10 experts. At this moment, there were a few saints whose auras were extremely powerful. Among these saints, Lin Fei saw a few familiar faces. For example, the Northern Heaven Immortal of the Immortal Gang. Zhu Chen of the Heavenly Gates. These two were the only ones that Lin Fei recognized, but the other group of people seemed a bit unfamiliar. After these three groups of people arrived, there was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. Obviously, these three groups of people were the most powerful on the sky-reaching list. Lin Fei didn't forget the recruitment of the Immortal Gang and Elysium. They were considered the strongest groups in the sky-reaching church. Now it seemed that there were not just two, but three such groups. Of course, there might be more than one. This didn't matter to Lin Fei. He just wanted the more powerful the saints were, the better. Only then could he prove his strength. To prove his potential, he believed that the higher-ups of the sky-reaching church must be watching in secret. After these three groups of people landed, they stood in three positions, forming a triangle. Northern Heaven Immortal was also in the Immortal Gang, and he was considered an elite. But after seeing Lin Fei, he understood why he had rejected the Immortal Gang's recruitment. Lin Fei's strength was tyrannical, and he had defeated 10 saints in one go. More importantly, he had taken out 3 billion medium spirit stones, plus the 5 billion medium spirit stones he had obtained, which made a total of 8 billion medium spirit stones. Not everyone was willing to put such a huge sum of spirit stones here. At the very least, Northern Heaven Immortal couldn't do it. In his heart, he was also very envious and jealous. This guy, who had no backing, actually improved faster than him. This was a big blow to him. Zhu Chen, who was on the Elysium side, also felt the pressure. He had really misjudged Lin Fei. Lin Fei's strength was far from what he had seen. Everyone had been deceived by Lin Fei, and now Lin Fei's wings had grown. At the start, when he heard about this, Zhu Chen didn't really believe it. But now, he really believed it. This Lin Fei was really a cunning guy. I see that many people have come. The 8 billion medium spirit stones are here. Who wants to come down and take it? If there is no one else, then I will leave. It's 8 billion medium spirit stones. Lin Fei wasn't very sure. Where did these people come from? It didn't matter to him. He believed that they would all make a move. 8 billion medium spirit stones wasn't something that anyone could sit still. If he defeated a few more people, then he would be able to collect 10 billion medium spirit stones. Whoever won would be able to get it for free. Su Tianxing, who was standing around the arena, had a face full of excitement. Junior brother Lin Fei was really mighty and domineering. Even the 3 strongest groups of the heaven-reaching church had come. Junior brother Lin Fei, you have to hang in there. Lin Fei's words were quite effective. After the 3 groups arrived, everyone knew that the real show was about to begin. As expected of someone who could reject our immortal gang. I didn't expect you to have such great potential. You even have such a big game. Our immortal gang has learned something new. At that moment, a green-clothed young master from the immortal gang laughed. Even if it was just a short sentence, it made everyone feel like a king had descended. I am the leader of immortal gang, Gue Yi. Lin Fei was the most unfamiliar with the immortal gang. Just now, he had already noticed this green-robed young man. Indeed, his aura was very strong, and he had the aura of a leader. I didn't expect that I, Lin Fei, would have such a big face to be able to make the sect leader of immortal gang come over. In that case, I really want to challenge the sect leader. After all, you are an expert in the top 5 of the Supreme Heaven list. Lin Fei turned to look at Gue Yi. This Gue Yi was ranked 3rd on the Tong Tian list. Lin Fei was well aware of this. It was really very strong. Shukju website. Chapter 45-32. Whether it was the Immortal Gang, Heaven Gate, or even the Sky Phoenix Gang, all of their attention was on Lin Fei. As for the insightful Emptiness Realm experts, the arena became very lively with the participation of 3 big gangs. Especially Gue Yi of the Immortal Gang, Luo Yuan of the Sky Phoenix Gang, and Feng Yi of the Sky Phoenix Gang. The meaning behind this was completely different. These 3 were the top 5 experts on the Heaven list. Why were they the top 5 experts, and not the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd? There were hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Heaven-reaching school, but 2 of them were very strong, firmly occupying the position of the eldest and 2nd apprentice brothers. They never changed. Their origins were also very mysterious. Usually, they wouldn't even see them. Even so, just the 3 of them were enough to make Lin Fei feel a great deal of pressure. These billions of middle-grade spirit stones would have to be given away no matter what. These 3 hadn't fought for a long time, so everyone was looking forward to it. Actually, Lin Fei was also looking forward to the 3 of them fighting. They were a big fat sheep. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Unfortunately, Gue Yi of the Immortal Gang was also very smart to be able to sit in the 3rd position. Although he had brought people here, he had never thought of fighting personally. What was Lin Fei's status? What was his status? Although Lin Fei's strength had increased very quickly, in Gue Yi's opinion, it was still too early for him to fight. As your apprentice brother, I think I'll pass. Back then, there were many people from the Immortal Gang who wanted to spar with you. I hope that apprentice brother Lin Fei can grant their wish so that they can feel stronger. When Lin Fei heard this, he knew that Gue Yi was indeed quite capable. It would be a little difficult to fight with him. It would also be difficult to take advantage of him. He would probably have to wait for the next time. After Gue Yi finished speaking, Heaven Gate's sect master Luo Yuan also said, I have the same thoughts as senior brother Gue Yi. No matter what, junior brother Lin Fei is very strong. Our Heaven Gate's people also want to experience it. Spirit stones are not important, we just want to let them know that a new expert has arrived on the Heavenly Pass list. Compared to the last one, Phoenix E of the Sky Phoenix Gang was a little different from the previous 2. Because she was his only senior sister. However, senior sister was different from others. She was born with abnormal pupils, and her silver hair was very special. We, the Heavenly Phoenix faction, are just here to watch the fun and get to know junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei by the way. After all, you are also a member of our heavenly reaching church." Initially, everyone thought that since the three major sects had arrived, they would definitely attack Lin Fei. In fact, even their sect masters would take action. But they didn't expect it to be like this, which really surprised them. Lin Fei heard some hostility from the tone of the two senior brothers from the Immortal Gang and the Heavenly Sect. Although it was not very obvious, they regarded him as a competitor. As for the senior sister of the Sky Phoenix faction, she was a little surprised. She showed a trace of friendliness, but no matter what, they still had to fight. "I am very satisfied to be recognized by my senior brothers. In this case, I will accompany you to the end. You can send whoever you want to fight. Don't be polite. I am not good at other things, but I have great strength." Lin Fei was quite clear about their purpose. Since the big ones didn't want to fight, Lin Fei could only fight with the small ones. He felt a few tyrannical auras from the two gangs. No wonder the Immortal Gang and the Heavenly Sect had such great influence. They had gathered more than half of the experts of the Heavenly Reaching Church. Although it seemed that there were not many of them, Lin Fei could still see that. Then let the Immortal Gang do it. If the people of the Immortal Gang are no match for junior brother Lin, then let the people of the Heavenly Sect do it. This is called fairness. Gue Yi was quite good at talking. Luo Yuan didn't have any objection. They were going to fight anyway. They just wanted to suppress Lin Fei and let him know that they could suppress most people in the Heavenly Reaching Church and even in the Heavenly Reaching list. Even Lin Fei was the same. Otherwise, Lin Fei had risen so fast that he was almost on equal footing with them, which was definitely not what they wanted to see. Even Feng Yi of the Sky Phoenix faction was here. This little girl was not so easy to deal with. Obviously, she had taken a fancy to Lin Fei's ability. Otherwise, Feng Yi would not be so kind as to come forward. They had been fighting with Feng Yi for so long. Although the Sky Phoenix faction was not as good as the two gangs, they had always been behind and had left the gangs behind. However, Feng Yi had some background and couldn't be recruited. This was really troublesome. The Immortal Gang was the first to send out an expert. When this expert was sent out, the people below were a little surprised. As expected of the Immortal Gang, they sent out the Thunder King, who is ranked 10th on the Heavenly Reaching list. Gosh, is he the Thunder King who is ranked 10th? I heard that he has cultivated a first-rank Great Tao. The Great Tao of Thunder has the power of destruction. This time, Lin Fei has really met his match. The Immortal Gang was rather capable. They had sent out the Thunder King, who was ranked 10th on the Heavenly Reaching list. It was a tall and sturdy man. He floated down from the sky. Lightning flickered around his body and he looked rather mighty. This Thunder King was rather strong. Before he even made a move, he was already giving off a strong sense of oppression. He looked at Lin Fei and raised his hand. A sky full of lightning bolts came crashing down. These lightning bolts were as thick as water buckets. When they landed, the void trembled. The people in the distance were secretly shocked. The Thunder King, who was ranked 10th, indeed lived up to his name. Under the lightning, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. There was no great path around him. He just allowed the lightning to land on him and wander around his body. Under normal circumstances, if the lightning wandered around his body, his physical body would definitely collapse. Even if the other party showed mercy, he would still be seriously injured. However, after the lightning wandered around, it didn't leave any trace. Even though Lin Fei was drowned in these lightning bolts, he seemed to be fine. As expected of the Thunder King, who is ranked 10th on the Heavenly Reaching list. This lightning is indeed very comfortable. When you are free, come over and help me relax a little. It's rare to see such enjoyment. Lin Fei said casually. His words didn't make the people present laugh. That was lightning, a Tier 1. Although the Thunder King had cultivated a Tier 1 great path, it was destructive and overbearing. It wasn't something that just anyone could endure. The Thunder King, who was in the sky, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Using his lightning to relax? He was treating me like a free labor. Bookseller's website. Chapter 45-33. The Thunder King was shocked. Everyone else was shocked as well. That was a powerful great Tao of thunder. Just one round of the great Tao of thunder was enough to destroy all traces. This was a truly large-scale attack. They had never seen anyone like Lin Fei before. For a moment, they all thought that the great Tao of thunder was fake. But the destructive aura of the great Tao of thunder was telling them that it was not fake. It was real. Anyone who looked down on the great Tao of thunder would be in big trouble. Guai of the Immortal Gang was also watching the Thunder King make his move. He knew that the Thunder King was one of the stronger ones in the Immortal Gang. Even though it was only one great Tao, it was still a great Tao. Once the great Tao of thunder appeared, the heavens and earth would shatter. That was not something anyone could handle. The news from the higher-ups was right. This guy is probably on the ancient great Tao of body tempering. Guai knew what the people below him didn't know. After all, he had many higher-ups and elders behind him. Previously, Guai didn't really believe it. Who didn't know that the ancient great Tao of body tempering was too difficult to cultivate? It was really too difficult to have a strong physical body. Up until now, all the body refiners that had attained their current status were all because of various coincidences or the consumption of medicinal materials of the heavens and the earth. It was really rare for someone like Lin Fei to walk step by step at such a young age. I'm afraid that the Thunder King won't be able to stop Lin Fei. Guai was tempted by the billions of mid-grade spirit stones. But more than that, he wanted to test Lin Fei's true strength. Now, he knew that Lin Fei was indeed quite capable. With such a strong and invincible body, he would shine brightly in the spirit realm in the future. Such a person could not be stopped. On Guai's side, Luo Yuan was able to see through Lin Fei's background. On Heaven's Gate's side, Luo Yuan's analysis was more or less complete as well. He was basically the same as Guai, marveling at Lin Fei's invincible physical body. Even a destructive force like the Great Tao of Thunder couldn't do anything to him. Perhaps only a higher-level Great Tao could do anything to him. Then, it was certain that Lin Fei was on the ancient Great Tao of body tempering. Luo Yuan felt like cursing. In the entire spiritual realm, there were very few people who walked the path of body tempering, and there were even fewer who had any achievements. Those who could cultivate to the Golden Core realm were considered quite good. Let alone reaching the insightful emptiness realm. Luo Yuan paid even more attention to Feng Yi. That Feng Yi had probably attached even more importance to this matter. In the future, the three major sects would probably have to make a move. As the leader of the Heavenly Phoenix Gang, Feng Yi naturally had the thought of suppressing the Celestial Gang and Elysium. However, she had never been able to do so. Their strengths were almost the same. However, in terms of overall strength, there was a huge gap. Now that he saw Lin Fei carrying the Thunder Great Path with his physical body, he finally realized that Lin Fei was someone worth roping in. If they had Lin Fei's help, they might really be able to have a head-on battle with the Immortal Sect. The Thunder Sovereign was infuriated, and the might of the Great Tao of Lightning that he unleashed became even stronger. All of the Great Path of Thunder transformed into a Thunder Giant. As soon as the Thunder Giant appeared, it brought with it a terrifying power. A huge axe chopped down. Lightning flashed. Lin Fei spread open his palm and blocked the attack. The huge axe landed on Lin Fei's palm. The endless power of thunder swept over like a turbine, as if it was going to grind Lin Fei's palm into pieces. Lin Fei's palm was emitting a faint radiance, yet it was as stable as Mount Tai. On the contrary, Lin Fei raised his palm and the Great Tao of Lightning was destroyed. This Great Tao of Lightning is useless. Lin Fei shook his head lightly and instantly appeared behind the Thunder Sovereign. The Thunder Sovereign was momentarily stunned. He was in disbelief. So fast. A palm landed on his body. Instantly, the Great Tao of Lightning around him collapsed. His entire body smashed onto the ground, causing a huge tremor. Quite a number of people felt a sense of trepidation. If that palm had landed on them, they probably wouldn't have been able to take it. Even the Thunder Sovereign's body couldn't take it. Junior brother Lin Fei, good move. Our celestial gang admits defeat. Guai didn't let the Thunder Sovereign attack again. With a single palm, the Thunder Sovereign retreated with a dark expression. This was the first time the Thunder Sovereign had suffered such a loss. His great Tao of lightning was actually useless and couldn't even shake his opponent's body. He already knew who he had met. Thank you for letting me win. That's all I can do. Lin Fei turned his gaze and looked at Luo Yuan of Sky Gate. I wonder who your Sky Gate is sending down. I hope someone strong will come. Luo Yuan had seen it clearly. Lin Fei's body was strong and so was his physical strength. He was able to destroy the great Tao of lightning with a single palm. His defense was indeed terrifying. I'm just here to watch the show. Since the Thunder Sovereign of Celestial Gang can't compare to you, the others might not be able to either. Congratulations, junior brother Lin Fei, for making it to the sky ranking. Luo Yuan had become crafty at this moment. How could he continue to relax? Didn't he see that the Thunder Sovereign had suffered such a huge loss? His injuries weren't very serious, but it was still a disgrace to the Celestial Gang. His Sky Gate also had experts, but even the Thunder Sovereign couldn't do it. Luo Yuan couldn't possibly let the Celestial Gang fight personally. There was no point in that. He might as well not fight. The moment Luo Yuan's words left his mouth, Feng Yi started ridiculing him. Senior brother Luo, this doesn't suit your temperament. Your Sky Gate isn't the biggest in the world. Our Sky Gate is the biggest. You should at least send someone down to spar with junior brother Lin Fei. Feng Yi was even more interested in Lin Fei now. Luo Yuan smiled and shook his head. Forget it. It's so boring. All we need to know is that junior brother Lin Fei is also on the sky ranking. Feng Yi rolled her eyes at Luo Yuan. Lin Fei also felt that it was a pity. He didn't expect the Sky Gate to be so crafty. They actually didn't send anyone up. With just a few words of praise, he knew that the others wouldn't make a move. As for the Sky Phoenix Gang, they wouldn't send their female juniors over. They were purely here to join in the fun. Lin Fei sighed softly. Sigh, it's hard to even find someone to spar with. An expert is lonely and invincible. At this moment, everyone started to agree with what Lin Fei had said. The Tongtian sect leader, who was in the void, laughed. This kid is interesting. No one knew this better than the Tongtian sect leader. This junior brother Lin Fei was indeed quite powerful. His physical body was strong enough. His physical body was probably at the level of a sage king. It was indeed somewhat shocking. Chapter 45-34. Lin Fei was really in the limelight, crushing the experts on the Supreme Sky list. Even though Lin Fei's ranking wasn't very certain, everyone guessed that junior brother Lin Fei's strength had already reached the level of the top 10 of the heavenly list. At the very least, it shouldn't be much of a problem for him to be in the top 6 or 7. Unfortunately, this time, Guai of Immortal Gang and Luo Yuan of Elysium didn't make a move. Otherwise, everyone would definitely know where Lin Fei's limit was. Junior brother Lin Fei, congratulations. When are you free? Come to our Sky Phoenix Gang and have some tea. We can have a good chat. Feng Yi was quite straightforward. After the two of them left, she took the initiative to come up. When I'm free, I'll definitely pay a visit to your Heavenly Phoenix Gang. Lin Fei had some impression of this Feng Yi. Feng Yi smiled and left. Lin Fei brought these mid-grade spirit stones back to the mountain where he was. 3 days later, the Supreme Sky list was updated. Lin Fei made it to the top 10 of the Supreme Sky list in one go. Everyone knew that this ranking wasn't very accurate, but to be able to sit at the top 10 all of a sudden, he was indeed quite capable. As for Lin Fei, he went from a personal disciple to a saint. There were only 100 successors in the entire sky-reaching church. Of course, there were strong successors and weak successors. Lin Fei was a strong successor who ranked 10th among them. The happiest person was Su Tianqing. Everyone knew that he had a powerful junior brother called Lin Fei. Anyone who saw him would be courteous. He was a person who could fight against the 3 great gangs. Who knew when he would be able to build a powerful gang in one go? Everyone had no doubt about this. It was estimated that only the eldest and second senior brothers could deal with Lin Fei. It was a pity that these 2 senior brothers disappeared all year round. That was why the 3 big gangs dominated the world. In addition, the sky-reaching church didn't really care about this, so the 3 big gangs still had considerable influence. Now, with the appearance of Lin Fei, all the holy sons of the sky-reaching church felt that the situation was different. This was truly a ferocious person. Lin Fei did not really care about being ranked 10th on the heavenly list. To him, this ranking did not matter. What he wanted was the effect, and it seemed that the effect was quite good. At least he had become a saint now. As long as he had the qualifications, he would be satisfied. Lin Fei could guess what would happen next. Originally, Lin Fei thought that the sect head of the heavens-reaching church would like to meet him. Now, it seemed that he had thought too much. However, Lin Fei was sure that Tong Tian must have come on that day. This could be hidden from others, but it definitely could not be hidden from Lin Fei. He could still feel a powerful aura standing in the void and witnessing everything. Is Saint Lin Fei here? When everyone in the heaven-reaching school knew that there was a holy son like Lin Fei, a middle-aged man came to the mountain peak where Lin Fei was. This middle-aged man was dressed in black and had a strong aura. As soon as he came to the mountain peak, his voice spread out and landed at the gate of the palace. Lin Fei came out with a smile. He knew that his matter had come, and it should not be a small matter. Disciple Lin Fei pays his respects to elder. After seeing this middle-aged man, Lin Fei smiled. He knew who had come. This must be one of the high-level elders of the sky-reaching church, and a very powerful one. Holy Son Lin, you're already a holy son on the heavenly passage list. However, you haven't completed your 3rd training mission yet, so I've sent you your 3rd training mission. This is a mission personally chosen for you by the sect leader, and you should treasure this opportunity well. This middle-aged man was also quite envious of Lin Fei. After becoming a holy son, he could get the recognition of the sect head and be chosen by the sect head himself. Such treatment could be counted on one's fingers in the entire sky-reaching church. Not many people had gotten it. It was said that only the eldest senior and second senior had such an opportunity. Now, there was another one, Lin Fei. In this way, the value of the reward would be completely different, and it would be worlds apart from those disciples who came down from the 3 experience tasks. Disciple thanks the sect head for his recognition. I will definitely complete the 3rd experience task well. I will definitely not let him down. Lin Fei said very seriously. He was a little surprised by the 3rd experience task. He did not expect the sect head to really pay attention to him, and even personally choose the 3rd experience task for him. Lin Fei also knew that the 3rd experience task was definitely not a small one. Of course, this was the effect that Lin Fei wanted. He wanted the sect head to pay attention to him, so that he would have the opportunity to fight for the top 100 Holy Kings battle. If he did not pay attention to him, how would he be qualified to fight for the top 100 Holy Kings battle? He reckoned that he would be far from it. Now, he had finally taken the right step. First, he would become the son of saint on the heavenly list, and then amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. And now, what Lin Fei was most concerned about was what kind of experience task he was given. This was the most important thing. The middle-aged man was rather satisfied with what Lin Fei said. At least Lin Fei was full of fighting spirit, and with this fighting spirit, it would definitely be enough. The middle-aged man took out a scroll and passed it to Lin Fei. Other than the sect head, no one else knows about this experience task, and I don't have the qualifications either. I hope that Junior Lin Fei can perform well this time. The middle-aged man left after saying this. Lin Fei took the scroll and returned to his room. He opened the scroll. When the scroll was opened, a shadow appeared in the form of starlight. This shadow was none other than the sect head of Tong Tian. However, this sect head of Tong Tian was formed by a thought. Junior Lin Fei, your performance is pretty good, so I've chosen the third experience task for you. The faint voice was filled with boundless majesty. From this voice, one could tell that the sect head of Tong Tian was an unfathomable guy. I'm very happy to be recognized by the sect head, and to be able to complete the third mission, Lin Fei said very seriously. Your third experience task is actually not difficult. It's just to kill a holy king expert, and it's a holy king among the fiendish demon experts. As long as you can kill a fiendish demon king, you can become a real son of saint. Such a mission was actually within Lin Fei's expectations. It was definitely not easy for the sect head of Tong Tian to personally assign the third experience task. The possibility of him killing a holy king level powerhouse was extremely high. I will definitely kill a fiendish demon king and return to become the first son of Tong Tian. Just being a son of saint isn't enough for me, becoming the first son of saint is my goal. Chapter 45-35. The place in front should be the area of the kingdom of demons. I can already feel the aura of the demons. A figure appeared in a forest. And in front of the forest was a country shrouded in dark clouds. And in this country shrouded in dark clouds, it was called the Kingdom of Demons. This was the territory of the demons in the spiritual world. The territory of the demons was much larger than that of the human clan. After receiving the third experience task, Lin Fei did not hesitate at all and directly rushed to the Kingdom of Demons. Because only in the Kingdom of Demons could one kill the Holy King experts. And the Holy King of the demon level was not so easy to kill. So after receiving the news, the first thing Lin Fei did was to understand the situation of the Kingdom of Demons. He had a general understanding of some of the Holy Kings of the Kingdom of Demons. After all, he had to figure out which one was easy to kill and which one was not. Sect leader Tong Tian did not specify which Holy King level expert to kill, and Lin Fei also knew that the Holy King to kill must not be an ordinary Holy King, but a specific one. After some research, Lin Fei also understood which Holy King expert to kill this time. With a move of his mind, Lin Fei exuded the aura of a demon. If someone was here, then they would definitely think that Lin Fei was a demon-level expert. It was unknown how many cultivation techniques Lin Fei had mastered. There had been great changes from inside to outside. Now, except for Lin Fei himself, outsiders would think that he was a real demon. Lin Fei was not someone who would enter the kingdom of demons foolishly. At that time, it was really a rat on the street that everyone wanted to beat. So without a certain strength, people would not dare to enter the kingdom of demons. Because once you entered, you would not be able to come out. The demon that Lin Fei had now incarnated was very ordinary, and it was also considered a very ordinary strength. It was also maintained at the peak of the Gold Core realm. The so-called Gold Core demon. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and entered the kingdom of demons. As soon as he entered the demon nation, the biggest feeling he got was that the demon chi was rampant here. There was even demonic energy in the air. If one was not careful, they would be invaded by the demonic energy. To the demons, this demonic aura was a layer of protection. However, to the experts of the human race, this demonic aura was extremely dangerous. Because it will drill into your body all the time. If those experts wanted to enter the demon nation, they would first have to face the demon chi. Only by resisting the demon chi would they be able to move unhindered in the demon nation. The kingdom of Yao demons is quite powerful. The demonic energy here is no weaker than poison. No wonder they can occupy such a large area. I heard that the kingdom of Yao demons spans billions of kilometers. Within the kingdom of Yao demons, there are 13 kingdoms of various sizes. Don't think that the demon kingdom is a unified world. In fact, the demon nation was divided into 13 demon cities. Above the 13 demon cities was a monstrous demon heavenly king. It was because of this monstrous demon heavenly king that the human race did not dare to act rashly, because there was only one monstrous demon heavenly king. However, the situation in the demon nation was very complicated. Even though there was a monstrous demon heavenly king, these demons were still not completely unified. Therefore, the power was divided and united. If the power of the demon nation could be united, the scene would definitely be quite terrifying. There were 13 demon cities in the demon nation. The one that Lin Fei went to was the closest to the edge. This demon city was called the Bloodthirsty Demon City. The leader of this demon city was called the Bloodthirsty Demon. He was also a Sage King level expert. However, this bloodthirsty demon was not the same as other demons. What he liked to do the most was to attack the human race's cities. This was also what Lin Fei found out after researching along the way. The cities that this bloodthirsty demon besieged the most were the cities within the territory of the heaven-reaching church. In just over 10 years, he had broken through a total of 23 human race cities. Although the bloodthirsty demon city had paid a great price, the casualties on the human race's side were also quite high. This time, the sect leader of the heaven-reaching church issued such a training mission. Naturally, he had to kill the Sage King level experts under the bloodthirsty demon. If you said that you were going to kill the bloodthirsty demon, then you were thinking too much. This was because this bloodthirsty demon was not so easy to kill. He had 5 doppelgangers to protect himself. These 5 doppelgangers were all hidden in other places. Even if the bloodthirsty demon was killed, the 5 doppelgangers could still survive. Therefore, Lin Fei's target was the 4 Vajra demons under the bloodthirsty demon. Each of these 4 Vajra demons was very strong, but each of them was full of evil. Each of them had the strength of a Sage King. Every time they attacked a city, they would be at the forefront. Lin Fei believed in his judgment. This time, the heaven-reaching church's main target was this bloodthirsty demon. There were many Sage Kings under the bloodthirsty demon. These Sage King level experts were a lot more than the human clan. If not for the fact that there was a heavenly king on the human clan's side, no one would have known what was going on. After 4 or 5 days, Lin Fei finally arrived at the bloodthirsty demon city. The bloodthirsty demon city was a little different from what Lin Fei remembered. This was a world that was dyed in blood. The city, which was made up of huge blood-colored stones, exuded a heart-palpitating aura. Even if Lin Fei did not enter the bloodthirsty demon city, he could feel the powerful aura exuding from the demon city. This was the most powerful city Lin Fei had ever seen in his entire life. Previously, Lin Fei felt that Chaos City was quite strong. Now, looking at this bloodthirsty demon city, he realized that this bloodthirsty demon city was even stronger than Chaos City. At the very least, apart from the most powerful one, the bloodthirsty demon city definitely had the upper hand. It was no wonder that such a city would be invincible when attacking a city of the human clan. Lin Fei inwardly sucked in a deep breath. Fortunately, I used a trick to impersonate a golden core realm demon. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to come here. Lin Fei descended from the outside and entered the bloodthirsty demon city. There were demons everywhere in the bloodthirsty demon city, and these demons varied in strength. At the very least, Lin Fei saw many nascent soul realm demons along the way. Although nascent soul realm demons did not have a primordial spirit, their strength had indeed become stronger. This was because the vast majority of demons walked the path of the physical body. Therefore, their physical bodies had a great advantage. Walking here, one could see fights between each other from time to time. The imbalance was also very cruel. Waiter, give me a first-class guest room. Chapter 45-36. In these places, if one wanted to know the specific situation, it would be the waiter. There was not much difference between the demon country and the outside world of the human race. Lin Fei directly looked for a waiter and casually threw 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones over and made the waiter obediently tell the story. After all, it was the most convenient and practical to inquire about information from the waiter. As for other places, it was a little more difficult. After the waiter saw the 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones, his eyes immediately lit up, and he silently put away the 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. This is also my first time coming to the bloodthirsty demon city. I want to hear what interesting things there are here. If it's good, there will be spirit stones. If it's bad, you will have to take out the 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei's words were neither light nor heavy, but it put a lot of pressure on the waiter. Of course, the waiter had seen this kind of situation many times. Since he had received the 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones, why would he take them out? It was not easy to earn some spirit stones these days. Golden Core Demon, rest assured that the information I have here will definitely satisfy you. Let me tell you about the more interesting things in this city first. The waiter was not afraid at all. After all, the person in front of him was just a Golden Core Demon. Of course, those who could become Golden Core Demon were also quite powerful. As for the waiter himself, he had not reached the level of a Golden Core Demon yet. Lin Fei listened quietly. He had to say that the waiter knew a lot of things. For a newcomer like Lin Fei, it was quite easy for him to understand things. These news did not satisfy Lin Fei. He wanted to know about the 4 great Vajras. This time, his goal was to hunt down the 4 great Vajras. If he could kill one of them, it would be a big gain. If he could kill 2, it would definitely be a big gain. As for killing the 3 of them, that would be the best thing that could happen. It would definitely satisfy the sect leader of Tongtian. The waiter spoke faster and faster. Of course, he was also paying attention to this Golden Core Demon. He felt that this Golden Core Demon seemed to be a little dissatisfied. After all, he was talking about some general news. He felt that it was time to reveal some information. This way, the Golden Core Fiendish Demon would be satisfied. 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones was not easy to earn. You've come at the right time, because the Bloodthirsty Demon City is about to hold a hunting event. I heard that the 4 great Vajras of the Bloodthirsty Demon City will participate, and others are allowed to participate as well. Whoever kills the most prey and gets first place will be personally summoned by the Bloodthirsty Demon City. I heard that they can even become a disciple of the Bloodthirsty Demon City. Lin Fei's expression finally changed a little. He finally heard something he wanted to hear. He had come here to kill the 4 great Vajras. As for the Bloodthirsty Demon, forget it. It was not that easy to kill it. I didn't expect to encounter a hunting activity. My luck is pretty good. Tell me more about this hunting activity. Lin Fei waved out another 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Originally, the waiter did not intend to explain in detail, but when he saw the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, his face instantly changed. No problem, no problem. I promise you'll be satisfied. With the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones to clear the way, the waiter explained in more detail. Lin Fei also heard it clearly. He had some understanding of this hunting activity. It turned out that this hunting activity was not the demon hunting that Lin Fei had imagined. The target of the hunt was the experts of the human clan. Fortunately, Lin Fei's mentality was not affected by the outside world. Well, take your spirit stones and go. After the waiter left, Lin Fei thought for a while and felt that he should participate in this hunting activity. Only in this hunting activity could he kill the 4 great Vajras of the Bloodthirsty Demon City. According to the waiter, the 4 great Vajras would also participate in this hunting activity. The 4 great Vajras' biggest hobby was to hunt and kill experts of the human clan. It was said that the experts of the human clan that were captured this time were quite strong. For them, the stronger they were, the more exciting the hunt would be. After staying for a night, Lin Fei went to register. It turned out that one also needed to register for this hunting activity. However, the registration was a bit different from what Lin Fei had imagined. It turned out that the registration not only required a certain amount of spirit stones, but also a strength test. Those who were weak were not qualified to participate. Of course, the registration fee was not low either. It was a full 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones was not too high nor too low. However, it was enough to stump a lot of demons. Of course, this was only the first round. The second round was a test of strength. Lin Fei handed over the 1 million mid-grade spirit stones and went to participate in the assessment. The assessment was very simple. He just had to fight against a mechanical puppet. It turned out that the demons also had some mechanical puppets. He did not know which master had created them. They were fast and strong, but there was a certain level of difficulty. However, Lin Fei only needed to display a little of his strength to defeat the mechanical puppet, successfully obtaining the qualifications to participate in the competition. This is your pass. Come back here in 5 days. With a few words, Lin Fei was sent away. Lin Fei returned to his room with the pass and played around with it. Everything is ready now. All that's left is the hunt. I hope that the 4 great Vajras can come. Don't let me waste my efforts and come back empty-handed. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lin Fei was here again. Compared to the previous time, there were much fewer people here. There were also people blocking the way. Only those with a pass could come here. Even so, with a glance, Lin Fei could see that there were at least tens of thousands of demons here. These demons came in all shapes and sizes. They were filled with demonic qi. They were not weak either. The most common ones were Golden Core Realm Fiendish Demons, followed by Nascent Soul Realm Fiendish Demons. After that were the Whole Void Demons. These demons were standing in a clear and distinct manner. A single glance was all it took. Lin Fei stood among the Golden Core Demons. The surrounding people did not pay much attention to Lin Fei. All of them were excited. Lin Fei also heard some news. I heard that there are many sect disciples in this hunt. We have to work hard. So what if it's those sect disciples? If we meet them, we can kill them in an instant. No matter what, we have to be 100 human demon this time. So what if it's 100 human demon? I want to be 1,000 human demon. These fiendish demons did not take the expert who had thrown them seriously at all. They spoke one after another. It was as though they were just some chickens and dogs that could be killed the moment they met them. Lin Fei had to admit that they had the strength to do so. The more he thought about it, the more he looked forward to it. Chapter 45-37. Very soon, something that made Lin Fei happy happened. Because the 4 Vajras of the bloodthirsty demon city had all arrived. The 4 Vajras were indeed very eye-catching, because they were taller than the other demons. Each of them was at the level of a sage king. They were the so-called demon kings. When the 4 fiendish demon kings arrived, all the fiendish demons stopped talking. However, their eyes were filled with admiration. Clearly, their influence in the entire bloodthirsty fiendish demon city was very great. These 4 guys are very strong. Lin Fei could see that they were extremely strong. One of them was at the level of a sage king, and he would probably not be at a disadvantage against 2 sage kings. If I am not mistaken, they must have cultivated a body-tempering cultivation technique. As expected of the innate talent of the Yaoma clan. Adding innate talent to their innate talent, they have become even stronger. With such a body-tempering technique, coupled with his talent, not just anyone could deal with him. At the very least, if the experts of the human race fought one-on-one, they would definitely suffer a big loss. It was no wonder that the Grand Master of Heaven would issue such a training mission. This time, it's your turn to be unlucky. No matter what, I have to kill one of you. Lin Fei's eyes were very calm, without any killing intent. Demon kings like the 4 great guardian deities all had very strong perceptive abilities. Naturally, they would be able to tell whose eyes were problematic and whose eyes were filled with killing intent. Fortunately, Lin Fei had everything under control, so he naturally did not have any worries. After the 4 Vajras arrived, they casually said a few words, and everyone's emotions were stirred up. In this hunting activity, whoever hunts the most will get a reward of 1 billion mid-tier spirit stones, and will also get pointers from the king. Just 1 pointers was enough to make their eyes turn crazy. As for the top 100, you will be qualified to join the guards of the bloodthirsty demon city. You will immediately be a cut above the rest. This is your chance. His ability to brag was quite powerful. In Lin Fei's opinion, they were doing a pretty good business. 1 demon would be charged 1 million mid-tier spirit stones, and the first place would get 100 million mid-tier spirit stones, which was nothing more than the appearance fee of 100 demons. Now that there were tens of thousands of demons here, the harvest would definitely be bountiful. Of course, from Lin Fei's point of view, Perhaps this escort team was the one that moved them the most. I will open the fiendish demon battlefield now. It will be the same as before. As long as everyone is happy, it is fine. Previously, Lin Fei had seen the Immortal Ruins battlefield. Unexpectedly, the fiendish demons had a fiendish demon battlefield as well. It was indeed a Grotto Heaven small world. However, this Grotto Heaven small world was filled with a barren aura. In this barren atmosphere, Lin Fei saw a group of fleeing figures. Who else could it be other than the experts of the human clan? What surprised Lin Fei even more was that the strength of these human race experts was not sealed. Instead, he basically maintained 70 to 80% of his strength. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire these fiendish demons' way of thinking. They dared to use the human clan for training. They were really in the same situation as the human clan. It was just that these demons were even more savage. If this were the human clan, they would not dare to open the fiendish demons' full strength. Otherwise, they would lose several disciples. On the other hand, the magical beasts were completely different. It seemed like they were quite confident in their own strength. Whoosh! A bright light shone on everyone. Following that, everyone entered the fiendish demon battlefield. Lin Fei also entered the fiendish demon battlefield. The moment Xiaochen entered the fiendish demon battlefield, demonic qi rippled. Furthermore, it was even more terrifying than the demonic qi outside. When Lin Fei saw this demonic qi, he understood. Even if the human race experts had 70 to 80% of their strength, they would have to waste 20 to 30% of their strength to block the onslaught of this demonic qi. That was to say, each of them would only have 30 to 40% of their strength left. Once they met the experts of the fiendish demons, they would have no chance of victory. It turns out that fiendish demons can scheme as well. I have learned something new. After Lin Fei sized up his surroundings, he headed in a certain direction. In that direction, Lin Fei sensed the auras of the 4 great guardian deities. While he was above, Lin Fei had already used a small trick to lock onto the 4 great guardian deities. As long as they entered the fiendish demon battlefield, Lin Fei would definitely sense them. Fortunately, the 4 great guardian deities really did enter. However, the situation was different from what Lin Fei expected. Unexpectedly, the 4 great guardian deities were together. This was not a good thing. Before Lin Fei saw the 4 great guardian deities, he already heard miserable cries coming from the fiendish demon battlefield. It was not hard to imagine that the fiendish demons had targeted these human race experts. Even if Lin Fei wanted to stop them, he would not be able to. As long as he could kill any one of the 4 great guardian deities, it would be a huge harvest. As for bringing these humans away, that would be somewhat difficult. After all, this was the fiendish demon nation. Lin Fei was very clear on this point. He was not a person who would let his emotions affect his decisions. They were both humans. However, Lin Fei had lived for a much longer period of time. Therefore, he wouldn't be affected by this at all. However, it was different for the others. I discovered 3 more humans here. What a fellow! To think that they even dared to lay traps. Unfortunately, these traps are useless against me. A cold snort came from the rubble in front. The moment Lin Fei arrived, he saw a fiendish demon surrounded by 3 human race experts. However, this fiendish demon was rather strong. It was not at a disadvantage against the 3 human race experts. On the contrary, one of the human race experts got careless and got pierced in the chest by the fiendish demon. The fiendish demon dug out the fiendish demon's heart and ate it. The remaining 2 human race experts no longer had the strength to fight. With a flick of Lin Fei's finger, a beam of sword light smashed through the demon's body. The fiendish demon fell to the ground. Before the 2 human race experts could see clearly, there was no one in front of them. The 2 looked at each other. The first thing they did was to take something from the fiendish demon's body. They wanted to recover from their injuries as soon as possible. Faced with such a scene, Lin Fei would basically make a move. He had already checked that there was no one watching this place. Therefore, he would make a move as long as he encountered them. These fiendish demons were the strongest. However, they were still lacking in front of Lin Fei. A single sword was enough to kill them. Not long after, Lin Fei was approaching the four great guardian deities. With the use of sorcery, his entire body seemed to have melted into the earth. This was a high-level technique. Lin Fei didn't approach him. He waited quietly for him. He did not believe that the four great guardian deities would always be together. They might separate at any time. And that would be his chance. Chapter 45-38. Lin Fei had been waiting all this while. Fortunately, Lady Luck was kind to him. After waiting for a little more than 2 hours, the four Vajras went in 4 different directions. As for why they were going, it was unknown, but it was most likely related to hunting the experts of the human clan. Lin Fei could sense that there were indeed experts in these directions. In his heart, he knew that they were definitely going to hunt the experts of the human clan. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei went straight to the nearest aura. This aura belonged to the weakest of the 4 Vajras. Of course, even the weakest was at the Sage King level. Lin Fei followed unhurriedly. No matter how fast the other party was, he still couldn't shake them off. From beginning to end, he was as steady as Mount Tai. An energy wave came from the front. The sword skills of the human clan are too weak. You can't even break my defense. It's too easy to kill you. At this time, Lin Fei had already caught up. He could see that the forest in front had been turned into ruins, and there were 7 or 8 corpses lying in the ruins. The only one left was barely holding on, but the left side of his chest had been pierced. There was a bloody hole, and he wouldn't be able to live for long. It's a pity that I didn't learn the sword skills of the Sage King level. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to kill you. Damn it. After saying that, the human stopped breathing. The fiendish demon opened its mouth and inhaled. Masses of blood essence rushed out of the corpses and were swallowed by the fiendish demon in one gulp. The essence and blood of the human clan are indeed delicious. It's a pity that there aren't many experts of the human clan this time. The 4 of us can easily sweep them all. The demon was very dissatisfied. He shook his head slightly and was ready to look for the experts of the human clan. Who's sneaking around? The demon turned around and slapped. The sound of the slap whistled past. The Sage King that could become one of the 4 Vajras was quite alert. The Heavenly Origin demon saw a demon coming out. At first glance, the Heavenly Origin demon had no doubt that it was a little demon at the Golden Core realm. There was still a great realm of difference between them. What an eyesore. Scram as far as you can. A wave of energy swept over. I heard that Sky Origin Demon is the weakest of the 4 King Kong. I would like to challenge you. After all, this is a rare opportunity. Lin Fei did not reveal his true form. He continued to borrow the demon's body, which was more convenient for him. Although it was not a big deal for Lin Fei to reveal his true form and kill this demon, Lin Fei had to face the pursuit of the bloodthirsty Demon King. This was not a good thing, so it was best to use the appearance of a demon. The Sky Origin fiendish demon snorted coldly when he heard this. He pounced in front of Lin Fei and threw 2 punches. Idiot, who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? Lin Fei stomped on the ground and an invisible barrier appeared in front of him. With its flexibility, he easily blocked the attack of the Sky Origin fiendish demon. The Sky Origin fiendish demon was stunned. A Golden Core demon blocked his attack. In the next second, a series of vines came out of the void and wrapped around the Sky Yuan demon's body, wrapping him up tightly in an instant. What the hell? Whoosh! 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 The Sky Origin fiendish demon was shocked to find that the body that he was so proud of had been penetrated. These vines wrapped around his body and in the blink of an eye, the life energy in his body surged out. Bastard, who the hell are you? You are definitely not a Golden Core demon. What fiendish technique did you use? The Sky Origin fiendish demon struggled continuously, but the number of vines increased. They wrapped him tightly like a cage. Lin Fei did not expect the Sky Origin fiendish demon to attack first. This was good for him as he used his infinite plunder technique. Lin Fei did not believe that the Sky Origin fiendish demon could break free from the Tree of Life's technique. In such a short period of time, the Sky Origin fiendish demon had aged quite a bit and his struggles were getting weaker and weaker. I am the subordinate of the bloodthirsty demon king. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape. The voice came to an abrupt halt. Lin Fei's palm landed on the Sky Origin fiendish demon's body gently. Instantly, the Sky Origin fiendish demon was torn into pieces and scattered around. I killed a demon. Although it's just a Sky Origin fiendish demon of the 4 great Vajras, I have completed my mission. Lin Fei took the Sky Origin fiendish demon's ring. There was evidence of the Sky Origin fiendish demon in it. However, that alone was not enough. Since he was here, Lin Fei had to kill the 4 great Vajras first. Such fast reactions. There are actually Vajras coming in this direction. They must have been alerted by the Tree of Life's attack just now. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He could feel an aura coming in his direction. It was one of the 4 great Vajras. His figure disappeared silently as well. Cloud Sieve Demon was one of the 4 great Vajras and was much stronger than the Sky Origin fiendish demon. He was the closest to the Sky Origin fiendish demon. Therefore, he detected the commotion immediately. At first, he didn't think much of it. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. The aura of the Sky Origin fiendish demon had disappeared. As one of the 4 great Vajras, he was extremely familiar with each other's auras. Now that it had disappeared without any warning, he instinctively thought that something must have happened. A moment later, a figure landed at the place where the fight had taken place. The fight between Lin Fei and the Sky Origin fiendish demon wasn't huge and there weren't many ruins around. Cloud Sieve Demon stood on the ground and observed his surroundings. The air was filled with the stench of blood. There was also the aura of the Sky Origin fiendish demon. However, the Sky Origin fiendish demon had disappeared. Could I have sensed wrongly? The Sky Origin fiendish demon should be fine. No matter how strong the human experts here are, they can only maintain 60 to 70% of their strength. Cloud Sieve Demon thought about it and realized that he was overthinking things. Just as he was thinking about it, countless beams of light shot out like a blazing sun. This is the sword technique of the human race. There must be an expert of the human race hiding here. Cloud Sieve Demon's face flashed with disdain. He activated his great Tao and a layer of light flowed around him. I want to see what kind of expert of the human race would dare to ambush me here. Pung. 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 In an instant, the sky was filled with sword light that landed on Cloud Sieve Demon's body. The moment these sword lights landed on his body, they turned into a single point and pierced through his body. Even his defenses were destroyed instantly. Not good. I've bumped into an expert. Whoosh. A series of vines coiled around him from the void. Chapter 45-39. Caught off guard, the Cloud Luo fiendish demon was at a huge disadvantage. The moment the vines wrapped around him, the essence blood in his body was sucked dry. He couldn't take it any longer. Why did the Heaven Essence fiendish demon's aura disappear so suddenly? So it was because a powerful expert had arrived. Unfortunately, it was too late for the Cloud Luo fiendish demon to regret. Killing the Heaven Essence fiendish demon was extremely smooth. Killing the Cloud Luo fiendish demon was equally smooth. Lin Fei finished off 2 fiendish demons in an instant. 2 of the 4 great guardian deities had already been killed. Now, there were only 2 fiendish demons left. Lin Fei was rather satisfied with this. He didn't waste his efforts. He also knew that the reason why he was able to finish off the Heaven Essence fiendish demon and the Cloud Luo fiendish demon so smoothly was because he caught them off guard. He could move the God Tree of Life and the God Tree of Life could plunder. These 2 fiendish demons really couldn't stand up to him. The 2 of them are actually together now. They must have sensed something. It won't be easy to finish them off stealthily. Just as Lin Fei was about to attack the third fiendish demon, he sensed that something was amiss. Those two tyrannical auras actually converged together. This made Lin Fei give up on the idea of ambushing them. Even though killing the Heaven Essence fiendish demon and the Cloud Luo fiendish demon didn't cause too much of a commotion, there was no guarantee that these fiendish demons wouldn't be able to sense it. It was normal for them to sense it. Since they sensed it, I can kill a bunch of the bloodthirsty fiendish demon subordinates. Right now, Lin Fei was dressed up as a fiendish demon. This was one of his advantages. No one knew that his identity as a fiendish demon was fake. This would also make it more difficult for them to find him. Lin Fei floated away and started killing these fiendish demons. After an incense stick's time, two figures floated over. We're a step too late. The Heaven Essence fiendish demon and the Cloud Luo fiendish demon should have gone. The moment the two fiendish demons appeared, the void around them started to crumble. Among the four great guardian deities, these two were the strongest. One was a demon dragon with the bloodline of the dragon race. The other was the Jianghu demon. These two fiendish demons were much stronger than the Heavenly Essence fiendish demon and the Cloud Sieve fiendish demon. After noticing that the two auras had disappeared, the two of them quickly gathered together and searched in the same direction. That doesn't make sense. We don't have any human experts here. Could it be a demon? Indeed, I can't sense any human aura. There must be something wrong here. Or perhaps, an expert has entered disguised as a demon. After checking the surroundings, the two fiendish demons could not help but frown when they did not sense any aura of the Great Tao. The situation was not right. No matter what, we have to find them. We cannot let Tian Yuan and Yun Luo die in vain. The demonic dragon demon was the number one Vajra among the four great Vajras. He was also the strongest. His entire person seemed somewhat gloomy. At this moment, he was extremely furious. A perfectly good hunting activity actually had such a huge turn of events. He felt a little embarrassed. If we don't find it, we'll lose face. If the other demons find out, we'll be laughed at. His Majesty will blame us for not doing our job well. The demonic dragon demon and the Jianghu demon were about to search. Both of their expressions changed again. Not good. Many high-level fiendish demons on our side have been killed. I can feel their auras disappearing one by one. Quickly chase after them. This time, the two fiendish demons were really anxious. There were indeed many fiendish demons who came here to participate in the hunt. If they let the other party hunt them as he pleased, there would probably be only a handful of high-level fiendish demons who would be able to survive. Right now, they had to stop it and even dig out the culprit. Along the way, they saw many high-level fiendish demons being killed on the spot. All of them had a bloody hole in their chests. Their hearts were even more furious, but it also made them realize one thing. This person was definitely a powerful fiendish demon. It was just that they did not know which demon king he was under. The physical bodies of high-level fiendish demons were very strong. To be able to kill them with a punch was not something that a human expert could do. They had never seen a human expert in the spiritual realm with such a strong physical body. To be able to blast open a fiendish demon's body with a punch, it was obvious that the culprit was definitely one of the demon king's subordinates. Moreover, it was something that they were not familiar with. This was a challenge to the authority of their bloodthirsty demon king. Find him. They had to find him. Along the way, there were corpses everywhere. They were still one step too late. This made them more and more anxious. They had already pushed their speed to the limit, but they still could not find any trace of that person. On the contrary, the high-level fiendish demons and medium-level fiendish demons were dying one after another. Almost none of them survived the punch. This made them as anxious as ants on a hot pan. If they did not find the culprit, the fiendish demons that came in this time would probably suffer heavy losses. Help! Just as they were burning with anxiety, they suddenly heard a cry for help in front of them. The two of them looked at each other and headed in that direction. They saw a fiendish demon lying on the ground. There were many corpses of fiendish demons around him. He was constantly vomiting blood, and there was a bloody hole in his chest. No matter how they looked at it, he looked extremely miserable. The demonic dragon demon landed immediately. Who did it? Hurry up and say it. This person was obviously severely injured, so they wanted to know if the culprit was a human, a fiendish demon, or something else. This gave them a target so that they wouldn't be clueless until now. The Qian Kun demon landed at the side. The surrounding fiendish demons were long dead, and this one was the only one left with a breath. He could die at any moment. The one who killed me is the king, the bloodthirsty demon king. The voice of this fiendish demon was very soft. But even so, when the voice fell into the ears of the demonic dragon demon and the Qian Kun demon, their hearts trembled and their expressions changed. This news was very shocking, and it immediately attracted their attention. How could it be the king? And at this moment, vines flew out and wrapped around them tightly. The fiendish demon lying on the ground suddenly stood up and punched them twice. The defenses on their bodies were instantly activated. But after they did so, the fists exploded with infinite sword intent and pierced through their bodies. Even the defense of the great Tao couldn't withstand such power. Moreover, the vines were actually absorbing essence qi crazily after their wounds were broken. In the blink of an eye, the demonic dragon demon and the Qian Kun demon suffered a huge loss and aged countless years. A thick and boundless power surged out from Lin Fei's body again and crushed their bodies. The demonic dragon demon and the Qian Kun demon were also taken care of. Chapter 45-40. The demonic dragon demon and Qian Kun demon had never expected that they would be tricked again. They did not even have the chance to struggle and were killed immediately. So this is the way to go. It's convenient and simple, and won't cause too much of a commotion. I'm really too smart. This injured demon was naturally Lin Fei's disguise. His strong physical body, coupled with the divine tree of life, made it a piece of cake for him to recover from his injuries. Most importantly, Lin Fei looked like a fiendish demon. His aura was exactly the same. Even his soul exuded the aura of a fiendish demon. No matter how good the demonic dragon demon and Qian Kun demon were, they would still be at a disadvantage. If it was any other time, they might have considered it carefully. But now that he was burning with anxiety, he naturally wouldn't consider so many things. In the end, they helped Lin Fei. He killed 2 demons in one fell swoop. At this point, the 4 great Vajra were all killed by Lin Fei. This time, the mission would be a success. After annihilating the 4 great Vajras, the only thing Lin Fei had to do was to annihilate all the high-level fiendish demons and intermediate fiendish demons. These demons were not a match for Lin Fei at all. They were killed wherever he went. And this time, Lin Fei was very straightforward. A sweep of his sword will killed them. It was a simple sword will, but it contained boundless power. The boundless power killed the demon directly. Almost none of the high-level and intermediate fiendish demons were able to survive after a round of attacks. Whoosh! Lin Fei came out immediately. He was not the only one who came out. The human race experts were with him. And now they all appeared in bloodthirsty Demon City. All of these humans were extremely puzzled as well. Now that they had regained their freedom, and with the elixirs from these demons, their strength had recovered significantly. Now that they appeared in bloodthirsty Demon City, all of them were filled with anger. Everyone, let's kill our way out. Don't stop. Let's kill our way out and teach them a lesson they won't forget. That's right. Killing 1 to break even, killing 2 is the best. Anyway, I don't care about my life anymore. Streams of light rushed out, and in the blink of an eye, the bloodthirsty Demon City was in chaos. No one had expected that the human race experts that they had captured would actually be able to come out. One by one, the fiendish demons were caught off guard. This is all I can do for you. Lin Fei sighed in his heart. He also knew that it would be very difficult for him to take them away. This was the Demon Kingdom. With such a big commotion, it might not be long before the bloodthirsty Demon King appeared. Lin Fei also knew that they were mostly venting the anger in their hearts. Killing a demon would make him feel much better. Killing 8 or 10 demons would be considered a profit. Lin Fei turned around and left. Let's leave this demon kingdom first. As soon as he left the bloodthirsty demon city, Lin Fei turned his head and saw a figure appear in the sky above the city. It was a black figure. It gave off a heart-palpitating aura. You don't know what's good for you. A cold snort. Lin Fei's heart felt as if it had been struck by a sledgehammer. His blood was boiling. Immediately, he saw the black figure turn into a black cloud, shrouding the entire sky above the bloodthirsty demon city. He must be the bloodthirsty demon king. Lin Fei was able to tell from the tone of the voice. He knew that he had to leave. He did not expect the bloodthirsty demon king to come so quickly, which was a little beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Previously, Lin Fei felt that if the bloodthirsty demon king wanted to come, it would take a long time. The bloodthirsty demon city should be able to cause trouble for a while, but who would have expected the bloodthirsty demon king to come in the blink of an eye? The bloodthirsty demon king seemed to have used some tricks, and the human race experts were probably no match for him. Even though there were many human race experts, these demon kings definitely had some large-scale mistakes. As soon as the black wind appeared, Lin Fei felt a terrifying and dangerous aura. Those human race experts were probably all going to be wiped out. In fact, that was really what happened. The bloodthirsty demon king was drinking with others, but he did not expect chaos to break out in his own base camp. He came back in 3 breaths. The bloodthirsty demon king was extremely fast. In 3 breaths, he broke through the distance of millions of miles and came back. As soon as he used his mystique, he turned into a black wind, and wherever the black wind passed, the human race experts were torn apart. No one was a match for him. These black winds all locked on to these human race experts, and in a breath's time, these experts were all wiped out, and the entire bloodthirsty demon city was turned into a land of blood. The bloodthirsty demon king opened his mouth, and the fresh blood turned into a huge blood ball, which he swallowed on the spot. The bloodthirsty demon king's eyes turned even colder, and he looked back in a direction. If you want to escape from under my nose, then I'm not qualified to be the bloodthirsty demon king anymore. Swoosh. The bloodthirsty demon king disappeared on the spot. Lin Fei was also extremely fast, but no matter how fast he was still no match for the bloodthirsty demon king. A figure appeared in front of him without warning. You're pretty capable, sir. You actually suppressed your strength and caused such a huge commotion in the bloodthirsty demon city. How do you think I should thank you? Lin Fei's heart trembled. Although he had already expected this, he still pretended to be at a loss. Sir, you must be mistaken. The bloodthirsty demon king had just killed those human race experts, but at the same time, he had also obtained a lot of information. After some analysis, he came to a conclusion that a demon had suppressed its strength and came to the demon city to cause trouble. This was also why the bloodthirsty demon king could lock on to the other party's tracks so quickly. The inconspicuous fiendish demon in front of him had caused such a huge commotion and even killed his 4 great guardian deities. The bloodthirsty demon king was in a bad mood. It seems like you're not going to tell the truth until you've suffered a little. The bloodthirsty demon king had no intention of killing the demon in front of him. He wanted to dig out this guy's secrets and wipe out the forces behind him. With a flick of his finger, a gust of black wind slashed at Lin Fei like a flowing moon. When the gust of black wind was about to reach Lin Fei, it instantly turned into a gale and a huge wave. It was extremely ferocious. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a demon king. A Sage King level expert. A Sage King level expert who could fight 2 Sage King level experts at once. He was much stronger than the experts that Lin Fei had encountered before. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A large expanse of sword intent appeared in front of Lin Fei, forming a sword intent defense. The black wind blasted on it, making a ferocious collision sound. It lasted for a long time. Bloodthirsty Demon King, you have quite a temper. What's wrong with playing a game? Chapter 45-41. The bloodthirsty demon king snorted softly. He was a little surprised that his casual attack did not kill the person in front of him. You do have some strength for daring to come to my territory and behave atrociously. However, you're still far from being able to act presumptuously in front of me with that strength. The bloodthirsty demon king set off a blood-red torrent that swept over directly. The void was torn apart wherever the torrent passed. The bloodthirsty demon king was indeed very strong. The void could not withstand the blood-red torrent at all. Lin Fei's physical body also felt a huge threat, as if an invisible force had enveloped his body and was constantly tearing it apart. The tearing force was very strong. It was so strong that Lin Fei could not bear it. Cracks appeared on Lin Fei's body. As soon as the cracks appeared, they were quickly repaired. Lin Fei's divine tree of life was no joke, as it could heal wounds quickly. In this way, the bloodthirsty demon king could not hurt Lin Fei at all. On the contrary, the bloodthirsty demon king's expression was a little ugly. Previously, he thought that it was some old thing who was pretending. Now, it seemed that the guy in front of him was indeed very strong. Even his bloodthirsty demon king could not do anything to him. Once he used this mystique, it specialized in breaking flesh, tearing flesh, and plundering essence and blood. It was considered a very domineering method. The fiendish demon in front of him was very sturdy. There were no gaps at all. It was flawless and could even heal wounds in an instant. In other words, the guy in front of him had extremely powerful healing abilities. Such a fiendish demon was indeed very difficult to deal with. In his mind, he was constantly searching for which fiendish demons were good at this kind of healing ability. Don't use this kind of mystique. Either we fight it out, or you can pretend that nothing happened. It's just 4 Vajras that died. We can just support these subordinates. There's nothing to be concerned about. Lin Fei chuckled. The more he chuckled, the more embarrassed the bloodthirsty demon king felt. Until now, he still could not figure out where this fiendish demon came from. He seemed to be full of mystery. This king will use some real means to let you have a taste of it. The bloodthirsty demon king had already arrived in front of Lin Fei and pressed his palm down. The pure physical strength had arrived. Lin Fei also wanted to see how strong a demon king's body was. He slapped his palm forward. The bloodthirsty demon king revealed a cruel smile. As a demon king, few people dared to compete with him in terms of physical strength. No one could beat him. There was a loud bang. A wave of power swept out from between the two of them, instantly turning the surroundings into ruins. The falling leaves fell from the sky, and when they got close to them, they were instantly torn into pieces. I don't think a Yao King's strength is that strong. Even I can withstand it. A surge of power rushed over and quickly collided with the power within Lin Fei's body. It was grand and spectacular. Lin Fei's body was very strong, and so was his strength. In this confrontation, he also felt that the physical body of the Demon King was indeed terrifyingly powerful. It was much stronger than him. Lin Fei had the divine tree of life in his body and could recover from his injuries in an instant. It was not obvious that he had withstood the palm. Which Demon King are you? This kind of joke is not funny at all. The collision of the palms made the bloodthirsty Demon King feel that something was wrong. The fiendish demon in front of him might be a Demon King. When did a new Demon King appear in the Demon Kingdom? Why didn't he receive any news of this? What's so great about a Demon King? If you don't become a heavenly king, a Demon King will always be a joke. I wonder if you still intend to continue fighting. Lin Fei's words were neither light nor heavy, but it gave the bloodthirsty Demon King a headache. Human experts would not be able to withstand the power of his palm at all. Only fiendish demon experts could withstand it. However, fiendish demon experts had to be at the level of a Demon King. The question was this fiendish demon in front of him a Demon King? The bloodthirsty Demon King began to feel suspicious. If it were any other time, it would be fine. However, if the fiendish demon in front of him was a Demon King, it would not be a good thing for the bloodthirsty Demon King. In other words, the power structure of the Demon Kingdom might be affected again. The other party's words shocked the bloodthirsty Demon King. He knew that no matter how strong a Demon King was, if he could not become a heavenly king, it would all be for naught. Could it be that the other party was a Demon King expert who had broken through many years ago? He was silently trying to break through to the heavenly king realm. Other than this explanation, the bloodthirsty Demon King really could not find a second one. Since you attacked just now, let me give you some gifts. I want to see how strong you are as a Demon King. Lin Fei stomped his foot and instantly activated infinite plunder. However, this time, he did not release vines, but only instantly plunder the nearby area. Lin Fei rarely used such an ability, but this time, it should have some effect on the bloodthirsty Demon King. The bloodthirsty Demon King's expression changed instantly. He felt a huge tearing force coming from the void. Cracks appeared on his tough body, and blood flowed out instantly, disappearing into the void. The essence qi and blood in his body flowed faster and faster, causing his expression to change drastically. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The bloodthirsty Demon King was finally sure that the person in front of him was a Demon King. Furthermore, he was a Demon King who had broken through many years ago. His mystique was a little terrifying. It was no wonder that his 4 Vajras were no match for him. He was a Demon King, and it would be a piece of cake for him to destroy them. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts came to the bloodthirsty Demon King. The Demon King in front of him must not be offended. It was just 4 Vajras that died. It was really nothing. Even if they were gone, he could continue to slowly cultivate them. Lin Fei had released his mystique, but he did not expect the Demon King's physical body to be so strong. At such a close distance, the other party's essence qi and blood could still be firmly locked and could not be plundered. It could be said that he had a new understanding of the Demon King. His divine tree of life was still a little lacking, and he had to continue cultivating it. Now I know it's a misunderstanding. However, your strength is still all right. If you want to become a heavenly king, you have no chance. You're still far from it. Lin Fei snorted coldly. It's really rare to become a heavenly king, and I don't have many chances in this lifetime. However, it's a good thing to know you. Why don't you come to my bloodthirsty demon city for some tea? Let me be the host. After confirming that the other party was a demon king, the bloodthirsty demon king lost his temper. He could not afford to offend such a person. What made him even more concerned was that perhaps the other 12 demon kings did not know that there was another demon king in the demon kingdom. Moreover, it was the kind that kept a very low profile. Wouldn't this be considered as the pavilion closest to the water enjoying moonlight first? Chapter 45-42. Lin Fei had already made up his mind to fight the bloodthirsty demon king. He did not expect the bloodthirsty demon king to be so cautious. In this exchange, he had mistaken him for a demon king. However, on second thought, Lin Fei realized that his current physical body, strength, and recovery ability were no different from demons. It was normal for him to be mistaken for a demon king. To think that he was an expert of the human race was definitely thinking too much. It was simply impossible. Lin Fei wanted to broaden his horizons in the demon nation as well. This bloodthirsty demon king should know a lot of things. If he could learn something else from him, it might be of great help to him in upgrading the divine tree of life. As the saying went, fortune came from danger. Now that he had such an opportunity, Lin Fei felt that it was better to take a gamble. Although he could also take a gamble on the human side, the existence of the 10 immortal sects was not so easy to get. It was different in the demon nation. Here, strength was respected. As long as one was strong, they would naturally have a place. For example, the bloodthirsty demon king mistook him for a demon king. This was also an opportunity. Did he dare to take the gamble? Of course, Lin Fei dared to take the gamble. Do you have good wine? If not, I'm not going. The bloodthirsty demon king did have his own thoughts, which was why he invited Lin Fei to his bloodthirsty demon city. Yes. I don't have much, but I do have a lot of good wine. My bloodthirsty demon city has not had a demon king like you as a guest in a long time. If you could come, it would definitely be a great honor. The bloodthirsty Demon King said enthusiastically. Lin Fei laughed. You said it. If there's no good wine, I'll turn around and leave. No one can stop me. Lin Fei really followed the bloodthirsty Demon King to the bloodthirsty Demon Royal City. Since he had been misunderstood, he might as well let the misunderstanding go. With his current strength, anyone would think that he was a Demon King after a short fight. As for why he did not reveal his cultivation level, this was normal. After all, he was a low-profile Demon King. The more Lin Fei did not take it seriously, the more the bloodthirsty Demon King believed that he was a Demon King. Furthermore, it was the kind of Demon King that kept a very low profile. It was impossible to find a second one. Back at the bloodthirsty demonic city, the air was still filled with the smell of fresh blood. This is my collection of Drunk Immortal, a first-class wine. One bottle costs at least 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. You can't buy many bottles in the entire spirit realm. Sitting in the bloodthirsty Demon King's mansion, Lin Fei saw a bottle of Drunk Immortal. Just from the aroma alone, it was indeed very delicious. It was indeed not cheap. The bloodthirsty Demon King was right. There was indeed good wine. The bloodthirsty Demon Monarch opened the Drunk Immortal and poured a big bowl for Lin Fei. Then, he poured himself another bowl. The fragrance of the wine assailed his nostrils. Since you're so polite, I'll sit in your mansion for a while. Lin Fei picked up the bowl of Drunk Immortal and drank it in one gulp. After one gulp, Lin Fei realized that this Drunk Immortal was indeed quite domineering. The effect was naturally suppressed by Lin Fei, who had a cheating artifact. However, it had to be said that the taste was quite good. The bloodthirsty Demon King was very impressed when he saw that Lin Fei drank the Drunk Immortal in one gulp and was completely fine. Even he wouldn't dare to drink it in one gulp. The reaction was too big. This further proved that the other party was a low-profile Demon King. Since you like it so much, you should try more Drunk Immortal. Only people like you and me can drink it. Outsiders are not qualified. The bloodthirsty Demon King laughed. The two of them chatted on and off. Lin Fei also gave himself a new name. He was called Yellow Springs Demon King. When the bloodthirsty Demon King heard the name Yellow Springs, he understood why this Yellow Springs Demon King was so low profile. The bloodthirsty Demon King had never heard of the Yellow Springs Demon King. However, from the name Yellow Springs, he could tell that this Yellow Springs Demon King was a very cruel and merciless person. He was more like a game. Even Demon Kings like them didn't know about him. This also convinced the bloodthirsty Demon King that there were indeed some hidden Demon Kings in the Demon Nation. Although there weren't many, there were still some. They were all very low profile and lurked in the dark. If he hadn't met them this time, the bloodthirsty Demon King wouldn't have believed it. Lin Fei knew that his performance had convinced the bloodthirsty Demon King that he was a Demon King. I've drunk the wine and chatted. I'm leaving. This place is boring. He sat for a long time. Lin Fei pretended to leave. The bloodthirsty Demon King actually invited the Yellow Springs Demon King over. How could he let him leave so easily? He still had some thoughts in his mind. Brother Yellow Springs, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It wasn't easy for you to come here. Let's talk more. What are your thoughts on the ancient tomb of the ancient king? Lin Fei wanted to test the bloodthirsty Demon King and see what secrets he knew. As expected, when he pretended to leave, the bloodthirsty Demon King quickly changed the topic. Ancient tomb of the ancient king? Lin Fei didn't know much about it. Anyone can go to that place if they want. Those who aren't fated to go there are going to die anyway. Don't be fooled by your Demon King realm. It's extremely dangerous inside. I went there last time and it was full of danger. I almost lost my life there. I won't go there this time even if I die. Lin Fei was good at bragging too. The bloodthirsty Demon King didn't expect the Yellow Springs Demon King to have been to the ancient king's tomb. His thoughts became more active. You're really amazing. You've been to the ancient king's tomb. Someone like me wasn't qualified to go there last time. Although it's dangerous, there are opportunities to improve your strength. The bloodthirsty Demon King originally thought that the Yellow Springs Demon King hadn't been to the ancient king's tomb and could recruit a helper. He didn't expect the Yellow Springs Demon King to have been there and come out alive. The situation was a little different. If you want to go to the ancient king's tomb, I advise you not to bother. Unless you have a few demon kings with you, your chances are slim. Lin Fei continued bragging. The bloodthirsty Demon King's expression suddenly changed. We Demon Kings can't improve our strength as fast as humans. The ancient king's tomb is my chance. I want to ask for your help. I obtained a secret scroll and know that there's a heavenly king armament left behind by a heavenly king in the ancient king's tomb. If you can help me get it, I don't want anything else but the heavenly king armament. Lin Fei knew that the bloodthirsty Demon King knew many secrets. He even knew about the existence of the ancient king's tomb. There was even a heavenly king armament. Then the situation was obviously a little different. Chapter 45-43. Lin Fei was actually not that interested in the heavenly king armament. It was not easy to activate such a weapon. Since it was called a heavenly king armament, one had to reach the level of a heavenly king to be able to use it. If one was not at the heavenly king realm, it would consume a lot of energy to use the heavenly king armament. Although it could unleash superpower, it could not last long. It was not very useful either. The bloodthirsty Demon King was indeed testing the other party to see what this Yellow Springs Demon King had in mind. He did not expect Yellow Springs to be so uninterested in the heavenly king armament. Did he not care if there were other things in the heavenly king armament? Or did this Yellow Springs Demon King find other good things in the heavenly king's ancient tomb? That would be a little tricky. If the bloodthirsty Demon King did not know Yellow Springs Demon King's strength, it would be fine. Now that they were sitting together, they drank, and they had a lot to talk about. No matter what, he had to rope him in. He could not do it alone in the heavenly king's ancient tomb. Although he had a few friends, they might not be able to provide that much help. Why did he have to find some helpers? This Yellow Springs Demon King would be very useful. If you are not interested in these things, Brother Yellow Springs, I can tell you that there are other good things in the Heavenly King's ancient tomb. I wonder if you have heard of the things on the ability tree list. Lin Fei's indifference made the bloodthirsty Demon King think that he was not interested in these things, so he threw out another topic. How could I not know about the things on the mutant tree list? However, unless the things on the list are at the top, they are not very useful. Lin Fei did not know about the mutant tree list. Anyway, he just pretended not to care. The bloodthirsty Demon King would definitely believe him. The bloodthirsty Demon King laughed dryly and said, "That is indeed the case. There is another little secret in my secret scroll, which is that there is a place in the ancient tomb of the Heavenly King where the phoenix wood, which is ranked 5th on the mutant tree list, is kept. You also know that the Phoenix clan in the spiritual realm has been looking for the Phoenix wood for a long time. If we have the Phoenix wood, the Phoenix clan will definitely exchange some good things for it. We might even have the opportunity to peek at the Phoenix Nirvana of the Phoenix clan." Lin Fei didn't really care about other things. But if it was this thing, then it was worth considering. He also realized that the mutant trees on the list were all powerful mutant trees, just like his divine tree of life. He didn't expect this guy to know about the 5th-ranked Phoenix wood. Lin Fei had never seen a Phoenix wood before, but he knew that the Phoenix clan was very powerful. It was rumored that they knew the 9-stage Nirvana technique. Every time they underwent Nirvana, their strength would become stronger. It was said that phoenixes liked to rest on Phoenix wood. If he really had this Phoenix wood, it would be of great help to his tree of life. Are you sure you're not fooling me? The Phoenix wood can indeed light up people's eyes, and those fellows from the Phoenix clan are all old-fashioned. If there really is this Phoenix wood, we can make a deal with them. Lin Fei continued to brag. The bloodthirsty Demon King heaved a sigh of relief. He even had a feeling that the Yellow Springs Demon King was acquainted with the Phoenixes. Otherwise, how would he know that those people from the Phoenix clan were old-fashioned? If Brother Yellow Springs can help me, I'll take you to get the phoenix wood when I get the Heavenly King armament. The bloodthirsty Demon King really needed the other party to help him. With the Yellow Springs Demon King as his backer, his chances of getting the Heavenly King armament would be much higher. No matter what, he had to rope him in. I'm a little interested in the phoenix wood. Anyway, I haven't been to the tomb for a long time, so I can go in and take a look. However, I have to get the phoenix wood first, and then help you get the Heavenly King armament. Or you can go in yourself. I can't go there even if I want to. Lin Fei was really looking forward to the phoenix wood. After all, it was ranked 5th. It was a pity that he didn't know about the mutant tree list. If he did, he could take a look. After all, he had already faked it. He couldn't possibly ask the other party to take out the mutant tree list to take a look. The bloodthirsty Demon King would definitely guess that there was something wrong. Seeing that the other party was willing to go, the bloodthirsty Demon King didn't want to think too much. He just had to help the other party get the phoenix wood first. That was fine. That's not a problem. The phoenix wood isn't very difficult. As long as we enter the tomb, I'll definitely accompany you to get the phoenix wood first. I'm a man of my word. Then I'll go to the tomb. When do you plan to leave? I have to go in 3 months at the latest. However, I heard that besides the Demon Kings, the experts of the human clan will also come to the tomb. Lin Fei had thought that only the Demon Kings could enter the tomb. He hadn't expected that the experts of the human clan would also come. This was quite interesting. In that case, it will be a little difficult for me to get the phoenix wood. Lin Fei glanced at the bloodthirsty Demon King. After being glanced at, the bloodthirsty Demon King's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly said, "Brother Yellow Springs, you're thinking too much. I can guarantee that no one else knows about the phoenix wood except for me. The possibility of the Phoenix clan knowing about it is very low. Without my secret scroll, you won't be able to find it at all. You also know that there are 32 Heavenly Kings buried in the tomb." Lin Fei really didn't know that there were so many Heavenly Kings buried in the tomb. There were actually 32 Heavenly Kings buried in the tomb. He actually didn't know about such an interesting place. It seemed that the waters in the spiritual realm were very deep. Previously, Lin Fei had set his sights on the spiritual realm mountain. Now, it seemed that he had thought too much. All right then, I'll come back in 3 months. 3 months was not a long time, but it was not a short time either. After saying that, Lin Fei left. The bloodthirsty Demon King didn't keep him. "Your Majesty, this Demon King Yellow Springs is too mysterious. Are we really going to work with him? After all, the phoenix wood is quite important." In the dark, a black figure emerged. "Using a piece of phoenix wood to rope in an expert, where else can I find such a good deal? After all, everyone wants a Heavenly King's armament, but it's very powerful. It's not that easy to get your hands on it. Even I don't have complete confidence. Huang Quan is extremely powerful, so no matter what, he's still on our side. It's better than being targeted by a human saint ruler." The bloodthirsty Demon King trusted the Demon King on this point. Everything else could be put aside for now. Chapter 45-44. In fact, Lin Fei could stay in the kingdom of demons. 3 months was neither long nor short, but it passed in the blink of an eye. In the end, Lin Fei decided to return to the sky-reaching church and collect the reward first. If there was a chance, he would go to the library to find out more about the mutant tree list. He was quite interested in the top 4 items and wanted to know if the first one was the divine tree of life. It was difficult to find out such information in the kingdom of demons. After all, he had already disguised himself as the Netherworld Demon King. He could not expose himself in such a small matter, so he could only return to the sky-reaching church. It did not take long for him to return to the sky-reaching church. Compared to the last time he returned to the sky-reaching church, Lin Fei did not cause a big commotion this time. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was going to complete the 3rd training mission, but no one knew what it was. It would be a lie if they said they were not curious. In fact, they were quite curious. In such a short period of time, Lin Fei had returned. It was obvious that Lin Fei had completed his third experience quest. He could be considered a holy son of the sky-reaching church. Lin Fei walked through the sky-reaching church and finally arrived outside the sect leader's courtyard. This was what the sect leader had said. As long as he completed the mission, he could come here directly. He also left a passage token so that he could pass through unimpeded. Kid, you are quite fast. You finished the mission so quickly. The sect leader was fishing by a lake when Yishuan came. There was white mist on the surface of the lake. Lin Fei could feel that there should be some ferocious beasts at the bottom of the lake. I was lucky and didn't let the sect leader down. I went to the bloodthirsty demon city and killed his 4 Vajras. This is their identification. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei took out the identification of the 4 Vajras. Sect leader Tong Tian glanced at the fish indifferently and casually picked up the fishing rod. A fish demon was pulled up by the not-so-long fishing rod. The fish demon was very strong. At the very least, it had reached the insightful emptiness realm. It kept struggling, but such a small fishing rod made it impossible for the fish demon to move. I thought it was not bad that you could kill 1 King Kong. I didn't expect that you could even kill 4 King Kong. I didn't misjudge you. From now on, you will be the Holy Son of Heaven's Reaching Church, ranking 10th. Lin Fei didn't really care about the ranking of the saints. These were just empty reputations. The 4 King Kongs of the bloodthirsty Demon King are fond of attacking cities with demons. Many cities of our Heaven's Reaching Church have been attacked by them and suffered great losses. Now that the 4 King Kongs have been killed, at least they won't take any action for a period of time. Boy, what reward do you want? I'll allow you to enter the treasure pavilion to choose 3 things, no matter cultivation methods, weapons, or ammunition. Sect leader Tong Tian was also in a good mood. He flicked the fish demon with his finger. The fish demon fell back into the water and disappeared in an instant. Sect leader Tong Tian also knew the strength of the 4 King Kongs. He didn't expect that Lin Fei could complete the task so well. He didn't even make too much noise. It was really beyond sect leader Tong Tian's expectation. This was also a blessing for the Heaven's Reaching Church. Sect leader Tong Tian definitely had to give rewards. Therefore, sect leader Tong Tian allowed Lin Fei to choose 3 treasures from the treasure pavilion. Sect leader, thank you for your kindness. After sect leader Tong Tian encouraged him again, Lin Fei left the yard. He had a token in his hand, which allowed him to enter the treasure pavilion to choose treasures. Lin Fei had heard about this treasure pavilion several times. It was said that there were many treasures in it. It was said that there were 3 floors in total. The items on each floor were different. However, those that could store precious items would be of great help to one's cultivation. Lin Fei went straight to the treasure pavilion after he came out. He had to find something suitable for him in the treasure pavilion. Lin Fei didn't forget to go to the ancient tomb of the Heavenly King 3 months later. No matter what, he had to go there. Maybe there would be a good harvest. Anyway, he was a holy son now and had nothing to do in the Heaven's Reaching Church. After becoming the Holy Son of the Heaven's Reaching Church, most of the Holy Sons went out to practice and improve their strength. Some of them didn't even go back to the Heaven's Reaching Church for 3 to 5 years. The Heaven's Reaching Church trusted the Holy Sons and believed that they could become talents. The treasure pavilion of the Heaven's Reaching Church was located in a very inconspicuous place at the back of the mountain. After Lin Fei came here, he could feel that the void was constantly changing. It seemed to be in front of him, but in fact, it was hidden in the depths of the void. Lin Fei took out his pass and found the door of the treasure pavilion. In the treasure pavilion, Lin Fei saw several experts with strong auras. There was no doubt that they were experts at the Sage King realm. Each of them sat there cross-legged and didn't move. Even if they didn't move, Lin Fei could feel their invisible eyes falling on him and constantly scanning him. You are the Holy Son Lin Fei, right? We have received the sect leader's words. Take out your proof and you can enter the treasure pavilion. Lin Fei took out his pass and verified it. After that, the door of the treasure pavilion opened. Lin Fei walked into the treasure pavilion. The treasury was very big, and it was dazzling to look at it. Fortunately, everything was arranged in an orderly manner, and it was divided into sections. Lin Fei hadn't thought about choosing the three things. He just followed his fate to come to the treasure pavilion. The first thing he was interested in was the rare tree list. It should be a good thing. It definitely couldn't be found in other places. Therefore, Lin Fei wanted to try his luck in the treasure pavilion. As expected. After Lin Fei searched, he really found a place where ancient books were stored. There were many ancient books in the treasure pavilion. Among them was the rare tree list that Lin Fei had been paying attention to. It was a rather old book. My luck is not bad. I didn't expect to find the rare tree list here. With this, I can know what is on the rare tree list. It will be of great help to my divine tree of life. I won't be searching around like a headless fly. Lin Fei picked up the rare tree list and flipped it open. He was rather interested in this thing. He was even more interested in the top 4. However, after flipping it open, he saw that the number 1 was not the divine tree of life. This made Lin Fei frown slightly. That's right. The divine tree of life is very rare. The divine tree of life definitely isn't included in the list. The number 1 tree on the rare tree list was called the ancestral demon tree. It was a very special existence. Chapter 45-45. This was the first time that Lin Fei had heard of the demonic progenitor tree. However, for it to be ranked first on the mutant tree list, it definitely had some background. Fortunately, there was detailed information recorded on it. After Lin Fei saw it, he understood that this demonic progenitor tree was not in existence on the side of the human race. It was the number 1 divine tree that grew in the demon country. According to what was mentioned, the greatest use of this demonic progenitor tree was that the demons had a chance to increase their strength after consuming it. However, to increase their strength, they had to reach a certain level. It was precisely because of this that the strength of the demon country would continue to grow. 1,000 years was a cycle, and their strength would also become stronger and stronger. Compared to the human race 10,000 years ago, the human race was much stronger, and the demon country was much weaker. 10,000 years later, the demon race had become even stronger, and they already had the momentum to crush the human race. Among them, the demonic progenitor tree's contribution became greater. The second was the scarlet flame tree. It was a special tree that grew in lava. It would condense a scarlet flame great Tao. This scarlet flame great Tao was also a rank 1 great Tao. Of course, it could also give birth to a king great Tao. The third was called the Kitagarbha divine tree, and it grew deep underground. However, it was too difficult to find traces of it. The fourth was called the random tree, and it was also a vague existence, but its name was very resounding. This was because it had one of its greatest uses, and that was to refine this random tree. One would be able to obtain its greatest ability. It was also the best life-saving method that it was good at. The fifth was the phoenix wood that Lin Fei knew of. Although the tree species at the back were not small, they were far inferior compared to the first 5. Lin Fei was actually quite unfamiliar with these tree species, and had never heard of them before. However, this did not matter too much. Since he knew about these tree species, then he could target and deal with these tree species in the following period of time. Lin Fei believed that once he refined all of them, his strength would increase by a large margin. This was something that Lin Fei was quite certain of. After putting away the mutant tree list, Lin Fei began to wander aimlessly again. As for what the remaining 2 items were, it was up to fate. Lin Fei didn't have many requirements. So far, there really wasn't anything that Lin Fei was interested in. After all, if he wanted to improve his current strength, he would have to put in a lot of effort. There were indeed a lot of things in the treasury of Heaven's Reaching Church, which dazzled Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei's purpose was very casual. He didn't have a specific purpose. Therefore, no matter how dazzling it was, it really couldn't attract Lin Fei's attention. The weapons area. The cultivation technique area. Treasured armor area. Lin Fei visited a series of areas one by one. There were quite a lot of rewards here, and it seemed like most of the rewards were contributed by the disciples. Or even the spoils of war collected from the outside would be placed in this treasury. I didn't expect there to be a junk area here. When Lin Fei saw this junk area, he was a little surprised. It was really rare to have such a name. However, there were a lot of things in this junk area. There were all kinds of things, and they were very ordinary. He couldn't see anything unusual about them. However, when he looked at them carefully, he felt that they were a little mysterious, and seemed to have some value. Lin Fei also understood that the things in this junk area should be things that he couldn't recognize. However, he felt that they were useful, so he specially opened such a junk area. In fact, it was really like this. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Now, there was only this junk area left for Lin Fei to look at. As for the second floor, he wasn't qualified to go there yet. He believed that there were some valuable things there. However, for Lin Fei, it didn't matter much whether he went to the second floor or not. Let me see what good things there are in this junk area. Maybe I can pick up some good things. Others might not be able to do it, but Lin Fei could. He was experienced and knowledgeable. If there were really any treasures, they really couldn't hide from his eyes. The things in the junk area weren't randomly placed, and they were also arranged in a row. As Lin Fei walked over, he carefully looked at these things. His mind was also quickly analyzing them. Only Lin Fei could be so efficient. There were a lot of things in the junk area, and most of them were not valuable. Of course, it wasn't impossible to say that they didn't have any effect. They belonged to the kind that were very useless. Lin Fei looked along the way. Other than a few that were still useful, the rest basically didn't have much use. Lin Fei didn't pick them out, and let them mix in with the other things. After all, those who could come to this treasure trove were all geniuses. Whether or not they could find some good things, they could only leave it to fate. Lin Fei didn't intend to break all this. Hey, there's actually a broken knife point here. Lin Fei's gaze quickly fell on the knife point. The broken knife point was very ordinary. But it was so ordinary. With one look, Lin Fei felt that it wasn't simple. This was a knife point, but it had been broken in the middle. There was only half of the knife point left. Just this knife point alone made Lin Fei's heart palpitate. Lin Fei casually picked up the knife point, and a chill rushed towards Lin Fei's body. Just now, Lin Fei didn't see that the knife point had such great power. But when Lin Fei moved his body, a force directly crushed this chill, and it was shattered. This should be a powerful weapon. Lin Fei flipped it up and down, and indeed felt that there was a dangerous aura within the knife point. This dangerous aura made Lin Fei think of a certain aura. The second item will be this knife point. Lin Fei kept the knife point and continued to search. What would the third item be? Anyway, it was up to fate. Lin Fei was so willful. If the saint knew about this, he would probably vomit blood from depression. For them to be able to come in, which one of them didn't look for things seriously? How could they be like Lin Fei, who was aimlessly and left it to fate? Leaving it to fate? Could he even get something good? That was definitely thinking too much. It was simply impossible. Lin Fei quickly looked through most of the items on the shelf. There wasn't anything that was left to fate. In the next second, Lin Fei's eyes suddenly fell on a pile of crystals. These were all fragments of the Great Path, and they were all shining brightly. Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to them at first, but in this pile of shining fragments of the Great Path, Lin Fei smelled an aura that made his heart beat faster. This was the first time that Lin Fei encountered such a thing. There should be the third item I want in these Great Tao fragments. After Lin Fei rummaged through it, he finally took out a small piece of Great Tao fragment at the bottom. Wait, this isn't a Great Tao fragment. It just looks a little like a Great Tao fragment. They must have made a mistake. Shukju website. Chapter 45-46. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's keen observation ability, he would have forgotten about it in an instant and wouldn't have noticed it at all. After being noticed by Lin Fei, the situation became different. Lin Fei found this strange fragment from these fragments of the Great Path. At first glance, it did look very similar, but at second glance, there was still a slight difference. Although it was very subtle, Lin Fei casually took this strange fragment in his hand, intending to study it carefully. After holding it in his hand, he frowned slightly, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. The third item is this. As soon as the 3 items were in his hands, Lin Fei didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and left the treasury. After Lin Fei left, the door of the treasury closed again. The Tongtian sect leader, who was fishing by the lake, also received the news and was a little surprised. "Are you sure that kid only picked these 3 things?" "Sect leader, we saw it clearly. Junior brother Lin Fei did pick 3 things. One is an ancient book on the strange tree list, the other is a broken blade tip, and the last one is a strange fragment of the Great Path. It's these 3 things." The Tongtian sect leader originally thought that Lin Fei would pick 3 things to improve his strength in the treasury, but he didn't expect that he would pick these 3 things in the end. Except for the thing in the middle that was a little helpful, the remaining 2 didn't seem to be of much help. Then this Lin Fei is quite interesting. He picked 3 things that others wouldn't pick. He's indeed a little different from ordinary people. No wonder he can destroy the 4 great guardian deities. The Tongtian sect leader waved his hand, and these people disappeared one after another. He also began to fish again, like an old man, as if nothing had happened. As soon as Lin Fei left the treasury, he directly returned to the mountain peak where he was. When he arrived at the mountain peak, he explained to Su Tianqing and returned to his room. He laughed loudly. "I didn't expect to find a spatial fragment in this spiritual realm. Although it's only a small piece, it's of great help to me." Lin Fei flipped his hand, and that piece of Great Tao fragment from before appeared. In truth, the heart of the Great Tao fragment wasn't a true heart of the Great Tao fragment. Instead, it was a law fragment. This was also why Lin Fei found it familiar. Subconsciously, he felt that this thing was a little different. It turned out that this was a fragment that contained the law of space. Back in the other world, Lin Fei had already cultivated the laws of time and the laws of space. His mastery of these 2 laws had also been with him for the longest time. He didn't expect to find a fragment of the law of space in the spirit realm. The transcending heaven cult's people didn't know about this. This also gave Lin Fei a huge advantage. If not for the law of space fragment in his hand, Lin Fei would have thought that he was dreaming. This was also the reason why Lin Fei was in such a hurry to come back. He was afraid that something would be exposed there. One had to know that the role of a law fragment was still quite strong. For Lin Fei, with such a law fragment, he could easily enter the threshold. This was where Lin Fei's foundation lay. Previously, Lin Fei didn't consider the laws of time and the laws of space. These 2 laws were too rare. It was difficult to try one's luck. He didn't expect to encounter them in the transcending heaven cult. After I refine the law of space fragment, I will be able to use some of the techniques of the law of space. It will be easier for me to master the law of space than others. Lin Fei's current strength was very strong. Especially after obtaining the divine tree of life, his strength was basically incomparably strong. Especially the recovery of his injuries, it could be said that there was no problem in a protracted battle. If he added the law of space, then the speed of travel would be even faster. After all, no matter how fast his current speed was, there was a limit. But if he had the law of space, then Lin Fei would be even faster. Not to mention anything else. A profound emptiness realm expert could fly 5 million kilometers in a breath. A Saint King realm expert could fly 25 million kilometers in a breath. The stronger ones could fly 30 million kilometers. This was the advantage of being strong. But if he had the law of space, Lin Fei could appear 50 to 60 million kilometers away in a breath. This was why the law of space was so powerful. It could also allow Lin Fei to appear 50 to 60 million kilometers away in a breath. At the same time, it could also allow Lin Fei to be in an invincible position. Except for a few of the most powerful Saint Kings, no one could catch up with Lin Fei. This was the biggest advantage of having an advantage in speed. Lin Fei had always been quite dissatisfied with his speed. Although he also cultivated some movement techniques, these movement techniques could allow him to appear 10 to 20 million kilometers away in a breath. But compared to the Saint King's, it was still a lot worse. This was because Lin Fei's physical body was strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go so far. Now that he had the law of space, his speed could definitely be in the top 10 in the spiritual realm. Of course, Lin Fei was happy. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, he immediately began to refine this fragment of the law of space. Refining a fragment of the law of space wasn't very difficult. Lin Fei shattered this fragment of the law of space with a palm. A trace of golden law power appeared. Lin Fei instantly swallowed this law. After swallowing it, a shadow appeared in the depths of the law. The shadow was very blurry, but it revealed a strong power. A finger pointed at Lin Fei's body. After this finger fell on Lin Fei's body, his entire body slowly cracked under the effect of the law of space, and blood flowed out. Lin Fei instantly activated the tree of life, and in the blink of an eye, his body recovered. Then, he blasted a palm on the shadow. "You want to kill me with just a shadow? You think too much." Lin Fei directly mobilized all his power and burst out with a punch, piercing through the shadow. This was just a remnant of power. If it met others, it might be quite powerful and domineering. But for Lin Fei, this bit of power couldn't even kill his body in an instant, so naturally, it wasn't that strong. After the shadow was blasted away by Lin Fei, it turned into spots of starlight and then returned. Another finger shot out, but the strength behind it was much weaker than before. Lin Fei smiled. "You don't know what's good for you, let me beat you up." Another punch came through the air and pierced through the shadow. Then, Lin Fei came in front of the shadow. The fist shadows that filled the sky directly blasted on the shadow, not giving it any chance to condense. "No matter how strong you are, you don't have consciousness now. You're still dust to dust." Book House Reading Website. Chapter 45-47. After Lin Fei killed the shadow, Lin Fei could finally refine this trace of law completely. There were no more problems. Lin Fei was already familiar with refining the law of space. Even if it was just a trace, it did not affect Lin Fei at all. This trace of law took quite a long time to refine. There was no discomfort. It took half a month for Lin Fei to completely refine the law. Even though it was just a trace of the law of space, it was like a primer for Lin Fei. It was of great help to him. This trace of the law of space allowed my speed to directly improve. Now, I can break through 50 million kilometers in a breath. It's really godly speed. This speed was already very fast. As for other methods, Lin Fei had also found them. For example, the spatial lock. Even though it was only a small ability, it could not be used without the law of space. With the spatial lock, anyone who was locked on would be sensed by Lin Fei as long as they were in the spiritual realm. Apart from the spatial lock, Lin Fei was most satisfied with another method, which was the space walk. Walking through space was not as simple as walking through the void. Instead, it was walking through the depths of the void. In other words, it was walking through space. The reason why the law of space and the law of time were valued by countless people was because these two laws were very powerful. Whether it was the law of space or the law of time, ordinary people would not be able to come into contact with them in their lifetime. For example, the space walk. As long as Lin Fei walked in this space, it would be very difficult to detect him. Even if they knew that he was in the surroundings, they would not be able to find him. This was the strength of the space walk. Therefore, it became a top-notch method of assassination. Do not offend an expert who had mastered the law of space because they could appear by your side at any time, leaving a deep impression on you. Not long after, in the spiritual realm mountain or the ancient tomb of the heavenly king. With this magic power, it would be of great help to Lin Fei. At the very least, if he really wanted to fight, he could hide in this space and there would not be too much danger. Not to mention the counterattack after that. After refining this trace of the law of space, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Now, he was truly invincible in the spiritual realm. What gave Lin Fei even more ideas? There should still be spatial law fragments in the spiritual realm, but it would be a little difficult to find them. But at least it gave Lin Fei an idea. It was not to the extent of not being able to find any clues. Junior brother, you're finally out. Su Tianxing was happy to see Lin Fei. I thought that junior brother's closed-door cultivation would take a long time. If that's the case, I don't know how to reply to Feng Yi. Feng Yi has come. How could Lin Fei not remember this Feng Yi, the leader of the Heavenly Phoenix Gang? An existence that could compete with the immortal Sex Elysium naturally had a certain amount of influence. What does she want from me? Su Tianxing shook his head. I really don't know. She just came here and said that she wanted to see you. I told her that you should be in closed-door cultivation, so she left without saying anything. Lin Fei did not think that this Feng Yi came to talk to him on a whim. There must be something. It just so happens that I also want to go to the Heavenly Phoenix faction and visit Feng Yi. Now that Lin Fei's strength had improved a lot, he naturally had confidence. So what's the harm in meeting this Feng Yi? Lin Fei left the mountain and went straight to the Heavenly Phoenix Gang. He did not use the means of space, but his speed was still very fast. Soon, he appeared at the entrance of the Heavenly Phoenix Gang's palace. This Heavenly Phoenix Gang was quite powerful. They had their own palace. Besides this palace, there were several smaller palaces that formed one, which was quite a large scale. No wonder the Heavenly Phoenix Gang could become the third gang of the Heavenly Reaching Church. They were indeed quite capable. I'm here for your leader. The guards at the entrance were all women. These women also knew Lin Fei. After all, Lin Fei was now the 10th saint on the Heavenly Reaching list. Even the people of the Heavenly Reaching Church would know about this, not to mention the Heavenly Phoenix Gang. Senior brother Lin Fei, the leader has already told us that as long as you come, you can directly go in. One of the women said. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and walked straight in. The Heavenly Phoenix Gang was full of women, and there was no man. It was indeed the Heavenly Phoenix Gang. After Lin Fei spread out his thought, he found Feng Yi's location. Junior brother Lin Fei, if you use your thought to scan the whole Heavenly Phoenix Gang, our senior and junior sisters here will suffer. Lin Fei walked around and found Feng Yi. At this time, Feng Yi was playing the zither. After the sound of the zither, she chuckled at Lin Fei. Lin Fei swaggered and sat down. This is not the first time I've come here. I can't find you, so I have to use this method. Fortunately, I'm a gentleman, and I will never take advantage of you. Feng Yi smiled at Lin Fei in a palace dress. I didn't expect you to come out so soon. It seems that junior brother Lin Fei's strength has improved again. I heard that leader Feng is looking for me. I don't know what it is. Tell me. If I can help, I will try my best. Lin Fei also knew that this Feng Yi was not a simple person, so he might as well get straight to the point. He had always been a straightforward person. Feng Yi giggled. Junior brother Lin Fei, it's rare for you to come to the Heavenly Phoenix Gang. Why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you listen to me play the zither first? You know, there are so many people who want to listen to me. Lin Fei didn't like these kinds of romantic talk. He was just curious as to why Feng Yi would come looking for him, and what was it for. Playing the zither can happen at any time. It also depends on the mood. I'm really not in the mood to listen to this right now. Why don't we talk about it? If you really don't want to talk about it, then I'll leave. I guess it'll be a long time before I can come back. Feng Yi rolled her eyes at Lin Fei. You're such a boring guy. You're not even willing to listen to me play the zither. If word of this were to spread out, I wonder how many of my fellow disciples would be bawling their eyes out for missing such an opportunity. Then I'll give this chance to them. I believe they will thank me, and even more so, leader. Feng Yi rolled her eyes at Lin Fei again. It's really boring to talk to people like you. Lin Fei smiled. there's nothing I can do about it. Other than burying my head in cultivation, I really don't know anything else. Chapter 45-48. Feng Yi was also worried that Lin Fei would turn and leave, so she did not continue speaking. With one sentence, she got to the main topic. I wonder if junior brother Lin Fei has heard of the small grotto heaven world? This time, I called junior brother here because I thought that we might as well work together, because I found a small grotto heaven world. Lin Fei really did know about this small grotto heaven world. Only Heavenly King realm experts could open up a small grotto heaven world within their bodies. Therefore, Heavenly King realm experts were ridiculously strong, and could be said to not be exhausted, because they had cultivated a small grotto heaven world. Of course, this was not unfamiliar to Lin Fei at all. Because in the past, Lin Fei had cultivated a small grotto heaven world. The greatest advantage of a small grotto heaven world was that it could maintain one's strength at its peak. Of course, this small grotto heaven world could also be used to store things, like a portable treasure vault. Hearing Feng Yi talk about the small grotto heaven world, Lin Fei also understood that he was not the only one who would go to the small grotto heaven world, and most likely invited others. Of course, I have heard of a small grotto heaven world. It seems that senior sister Feng is quite lucky to know about a small grotto heaven world. Feng Yi's face also revealed a trace of joy. I also found this small grotto heaven world by chance, but this small grotto heaven world's location is not too good. It is on the side of the demon country, so I have gathered a few senior brothers, and plan to explore the way together. I wonder if junior brother Lin Fei is interested. It was the demon nation again. Lin Fei had just come out of the demon country, and now he wanted to go to the demon country again. This Feng Yi was really bold. Could this small grotto heaven world be left behind by a Heavenly King realm expert? As expected of junior brother Lin Fei, you guessed it so quickly. That's right, I also suspect that this small grotto heaven world was left behind by a Heavenly King realm expert. You also know that many Heavenly King realm experts died in the demon country, and to be able to leave behind a small grotto heaven world, they must have been terrifyingly strong when they were alive, and probably left behind many good things. Lin Fei was interested in these small grotto heaven worlds, but his greatest interest was the ancient king's tomb. After all, 32 heavenly kings were buried there. I wonder if senior sister Feng knows about the ancient tomb of the heavenly king? I heard that there are many heavenly kings there, so there should be many heavenly realms there. When this was mentioned, Feng Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're thinking quite far ahead. The kingdom of demons does have the ancient tomb of the heavenly king, but we don't have a chance to go there. There are dozens of formations set up outside the ancient tomb, and there are experts guarding it. I heard that the ancient tomb of the heavenly king will open again soon, so we have to take this opportunity to explore the heavenly grotto. At the very least, we won't be watched. When the time comes, no matter what we find inside, we agree to let you choose any one of them. Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. As it turned out, Feng Yi was planning to take advantage of the fact that the demon monarchs of the kingdom of the Hellions had gone to the tomb of the heavenly king. The grotto heaven world might not have as many treasures as the grotto heaven worlds in the ancient tomb of the heavenly king, but if they were lucky, no one could say for sure. When do you plan to set off? If you wait until the ancient tomb of the heavenly king opens, then I won't have the time. I have something important to do. Feng Yi smiled. As long as you agree, we can set off tonight. We have to finish this quickly, so as not to cause trouble. After all, it's a heavenly grotto. All right, I'll prepare. Feng Yi finally heaved a sigh of relief. With the addition of Lin Fei, their team had a higher chance of winning. Lin Fei went back, but in fact, it was just for show. He was also a little interested in the heavenly grotto, and hoped to have a good look at the situation this time. If this trip was fruitful, then after entering the ancient tomb of the heavenly king, he had to take a look at the heavenly grotto. Moreover, Lin Fei also realized one thing. Perhaps the bloodthirsty demon monarch was aiming for this heavenly grotto. There were 32 heavenly kings in the ancient tomb of the heavenly king, so there might be a dozen or 20 heavenly grotto worlds left. And every heavenly grotto world was very dangerous, so the bloodthirsty demon monarch needed help. At this time, Lin Fei also understood everything. I wonder if this Feng Yi has any relationship with the Feng family. If I get this phoenix wood, and then find Feng Yi, I believe it will be very interesting. In the evening, Lin Fei once again came to the Heavenly Phoenix Gang. When he arrived at the Heavenly Phoenix Gang, Lin Fei saw a few senior brothers in the main hall. They were all experts on the Supreme Heaven list, and when they saw Lin Fei coming, they were very enthusiastic. Although Lin Fei was ranked 10th on the Supreme Heaven list, no one dared to treat Lin Fei as the real 10th. His strength might be able to catch up to the top 5. Junior brother Lin Fei, you're here. It seems that we will definitely succeed this time. With junior brother Lin Fei, there is really nothing to be afraid of. These senior brothers said enthusiastically, and they also introduced themselves. In any case, they had to leave an impression on Lin Fei. Lin Fei also smiled and dealt with them one by one. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not arrogant, and after a while, he chatted with them. Everyone is here, then it's time for us to set off. This time, we have to finish this battle quickly, because I may not be the only one who knows about this heavenly grotto world. Feng Yi came over. Compared to during the day, her expression was not very good. When everyone heard this, they understood. Perhaps there were others who knew about the secret of this heavenly grotto world. In other words, this time the competition was even greater. It's more interesting when there are more people, at least we don't have to worry about being schemed against. Lin Fei laughed. As soon as he said that, everyone subconsciously laughed out loud. It was really as he said, if they really entered the heavenly grotto world, it would be terrible if they were schemed against. Now that there were a few groups of people entering, although the competition was intense, at least they did not have to worry about being schemed against. Feng Yi's mood seemed to be better. The group left the heaven-reaching church. Feng Yi took out a treasure, it was a bead. When this bead was taken out, everyone exclaimed. Senior Sister Feng, is this the meteor bead? I heard that this thing is best at speed, it can break through 10 million kilometers in a breath. Lin Fei also noticed this bead, there was a trace of the aura of the rules of space on the bead. That's right, this is the meteor bead, it can break through 10 million kilometers in a breath, it is considered a powerful flying treasure. Everyone entered the meteor bead. They worked together to push the bead, and instantly broke through the void, into the depths of the space, and headed straight for the Devil Kingdom. Chapter 45-49. With this bead, their speed was indeed very fast. In less than half a day, they arrived at the Kingdom of Demons. This bead was not only fast, but it could also hide their tracks. After avoiding quite a few demons, they finally arrived at a large mountain. I found a small world in front of me. It's very inconspicuous. I found it by chance when I was hunting demons. At the mention of this matter, Feng Yi was quite happy. Everyone wanted to find a small world, but it was not so easy to find a small world. It required luck. Feng Yi was quite happy to find such a small world. After she came back, she was thinking of finding someone to cooperate with. Originally, Lin Fei was not a part of this, but Lin Fei was a rising expert of the sky-reaching church. Many elders had a good impression of Lin Fei. Moreover, there was no conflict between the Sky Phoenix faction and Lin Fei. On the contrary, Feng Yi showed a lot of kindness. That was why she invited Lin Fei. She did not expect that Lin Fei would really agree. With the addition of Lin Fei, their team could be considered to have a great expert. Senior sister, you can't be mistaken, right? I can see that the surroundings are very quiet and no one is coming. It was senior brother Gao Wei who spoke. He was tall and had the strength of the late stage of Void Realm. It's quiet here, but in fact, someone is already here, because the method I left behind has been broken. I just don't know who got here first. Feng Yi's face became a little serious. While they were talking, the bead traveled a long distance. Everyone came out of the bead. Then they put a talisman on themselves to hide their aura, as if they had never appeared. Even Lin Fei got a talisman like that. I was here when I found the small world. Feng Yi put away the bead and looked ahead. She hit it with a force. Golden threads appeared one after another and then disappeared in the void, as if they had never appeared in the first place. Someone really did beat us to it. They even left behind some tricks. The thin threads were extremely sharp. If someone who didn't know what was going on charged forward like this, they would be cut into pieces in an instant. There were also many demons on the ground that had been sliced into pieces. These were all low-level demons. Someone went in. Isn't that good? We can avoid a lot of danger. Lin Fei laughed. I'll deal with them. After all, I'm the vanguard, so I have to work harder. There were a total of 8 people in their group. It seemed like a lot, but all of them were at the late stage of the insightful void realm. Only Feng Yi was at the great attainment of the insightful void realm. Lin Fei was the only one who cultivated the body refining Dao. If you go and deal with these filaments, you will definitely alert the people inside, but I'm fine with it. Lin Fei laughed and rushed over. The filaments appeared and hit Lin Fei's body one by one. They were extremely sharp. These filaments only left white marks on Lin Fei's body before Lin Fei collected them in an instant. Feng Yi and the others gasped when they saw this. Junior brother Lin Fei's body is terrifyingly strong. Even these filaments can't do anything to him. I guess the people who set up the trap thought that demons came in. They definitely wouldn't know it was us. The power of these golden filaments was quite strong. However, they were easily collected by Lin Fei. These golden filaments were a set of treasures that were scattered all around. The senior brothers of the sky reaching school gasped again when they saw this. It's safe now. You guys can come over. I think the entrance to the small world should be here. These people are really good at scheming. Feng Yi and the others came over and found the entrance to the small world in an instant. Someone had set it up, but it was still very easy to find. We can't waste any more time. We have to go in quickly. Feng Yi was a little anxious. I'll be the vanguard. You guys stay at the back lest we get blocked by people from the front and back. Lin Fei was also very curious about this Grotto Heaven small world. With one punch, he blasted open the entrance to the Grotto Heaven small world. He rushed in. Feng Yi and the others followed him in. They all entered the small world one after another. As soon as they entered the small world, starlight fell from the sky. It turned out that there were people guarding this place. Ungrateful guys, how dare you intrude into the small world? This is the place where you will die. The starlight that filled the sky gathered together like a meteor shower. It was vast and mighty, and it directly covered the 8 of them. Feng Yi snorted. A huge umbrella opened above their heads. The meteor shower hit the umbrella and made a loud sound. However, it couldn't penetrate it. At this moment, Lin Fei had already rushed out. The void began to collapse. The bodies of the people who were guarding this place shook uncontrollably as wounds appeared on their bodies. With a slash of a sword, all of them were sent flying. You guys think you can stop me? Lin Fei took care of them with a single move. Senior sister, it's good that you come and see if you know these people. Feng Yi increasingly felt that inviting Lin Fei over this time was the wisest choice. The strength of the vanguard was quite strong. He made these experts lose their ability to fight. Senior sister, I know which sect they are from. They should be from 9 Serene sect. I didn't expect it to be them. These people were all dressed in black. Their clothes were very easy to recognize, especially on the cuffs. There was a dragon embroidered on them. It was a black dragon with 9 claws. It was no wonder that these senior brothers were able to recognize them. That's right. We are from 9 Serene sect. We have already taken a liking to this place. I advise you guys to leave this place. Otherwise, you'll be making an enemy out of 9 Serene sect. That slash of the sword did not injure them completely. It only caused them to be severely injured. Even though they were injured, they still put on a domineering front by relying on the name of 9 Serene sect. Lin Fei swung his hand and the sword light pierced through their chests. All of them stopped breathing. I really don't know who gave them the courage to do this. Do you think the words Nine Serene Sect can scare me? The eyes of the senior brothers were wide open. Even Feng Yi was a little surprised. Nine Serene Sect is one of the 10 great immortal sects. Aren't we going overboard by doing this? Naturally, Lin Fei had heard of Nine Serene Sect. 10 great immortal sects. Looking at Feng Yi and the others, they looked like obedient kids. Who said they are from Nine Serene Sect? I really didn't hear anything. Anyway, what's done is done. Bookseller's House. Chapter 45-50. Lin Fei didn't care much about the 9 specters sect that popped out. Moreover, they were already here. Since they were already wiped out, there was nothing much to say. Feng Yi finally knew what kind of person Lin Fei was. She was rather grateful towards Lin Fei. With their character, they really didn't dare to be too harsh on these people from 9 Spectres sect. After all, they were all from the 10 celestial sects and they had to take care of their face. When Lin Fei wiped them out, everyone acted like they didn't see anything. This time, with 9 Spectres sect here first, it will probably be a little difficult for us. Feng Yi came to Lin Fei's side and said softly. Lin Fei said nonchalantly, "What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just 9 Spectres sect? Anyway, let's just act like we don't know anything. When the time comes, I will do all the hard work and you guys can do some easy stuff. That doesn't matter. Although 9 Spectres sect got here first, we might not be inferior to them this time. When the time comes, it will depend on our own abilities. Maybe because 9 Spectres sect got here first, they didn't meet much danger along the way. Instead, they could hear rumbling sounds in front of them. That was energy ripples. This should be some of the mystiques left behind in the Grotto Heaven world. I heard that after Heavenly King experts die, these Grotto Heaven worlds will be preserved and there will be some mystiques. So our biggest danger is these mystiques." Just as Feng Yi's voice fell, a vast ocean suddenly appeared in front of them, and it poured down in torrents. Even the air seemed to be filled with the salty smell of the ocean. Everyone activated their body-protecting Great Tao. Even so, when the vast ocean washed over their bodies, it still gave them a great feeling. All of them couldn't stop swaying. Among them, the one who had the easiest time should be Lin Fei. He didn't panic. He allowed the ocean to crash onto his body. With a thought, Lin Fei's entire body was like a stone. The ocean separated from his body and flowed to the sides. From start to finish, it didn't hurt Lin Fei at all. Lin Fei also felt the power of these mystic arts. They were indeed very powerful. Ordinary people might not be able to withstand them. I'll take the lead. If we really encounter any powerful divine abilities or techniques, I'll be able to withstand it. Lin Fei turned around to look at them and volunteered to do it. Lin Fei also wanted to take a look at the divine arts here. Along the way, although some of them had been cracked, there were still some that were very powerful. However, each of his moves could make an insightful emptiness realm expert feel a deep sense of fear. After encountering Lin Fei broke all of their divine abilities one by one, and they felt relaxed all over. "Who are you? We've booked this place." Countless streams of light rushed towards Lin Fei's location. Lin Fei took a step forward, and the power around him turned into a sword screen, blocking most of the light. Even though some of them managed to break through, Lin Fei easily neutralized them. "You said that you've booked this place? This is the small world of the Grotto Heaven. It's not up to you to decide who sees it. Haven't you heard of this saying?" At this moment, a group of people appeared in front of them. There weren't many of them, only 12 of them. They all looked in their direction. The leader was a young man in black, and there were 2 middle-aged men standing beside him. They also looked cautious. I was wondering who got here first. So, it's young Master Black Snake from the 9 Serene Sect. The young man's face was pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun all year round. A cold aura emanated from his body. He also noticed Feng Yi. So, it's Feng Yi from the Sky-Reaching Church. You have good eyesight. You can even find the small world of the grotto heaven. However, you're one step too late. We've set our eyes on this place first. I advise you to leave first, in case you suffer losses later. Young Master Black Snake also recognized Feng Yi. He was still a little afraid of her. The Sky Phoenix sect was quite famous for their strength. Especially since they came from the Sky-reaching church. Since when did the Sky Phoenix sect have such a powerful expert? Her physical body could withstand their attacks. Whether we suffer losses or not, we'll only know after we fight. We can't just say that this place belongs to you just because you came here first. Don't you think so? At this moment, Feng Yi was also quite confident. Because Lin Fei was here, there was nothing to be afraid of. The methods used by the Nine Serene sect were a little shameless, but it was different now. They knew who was afraid of who. It seems that we'll only know after we fight. Young Master Black Snake was a little surprised. The Nine Serene sect was infamous. He didn't expect Feng Yi to be so stubborn. Although there were only 8 of them, they couldn't be compared to their group. But why did they feel so calm and at ease? If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk nonsense. It was rare for Feng Yi to speak like this. If it was in the past, she would have to be careful. But this time, with Lin Fei, the situation was completely different. The Nine Serene sect had a lot of people, but the Nine Serene sect also had a lot of people. Their strength was not weaker than theirs, especially with Lin Fei, who cultivated the great Tao of body refining. They were no different from the strongest vanguard. Young Master, I think we should go inside first. If we fight here, it won't be good if others take advantage of it. Once we are inside, the 12 of us will definitely be able to snatch more than Feng Yi and the others. The middle-aged man at the side said with the use of the sound transmission technique. He couldn't see through Feng Yi. He was an expert of the attainment of emptiness realm. With these techniques, even if a sage king came, he would be able to withstand 1 or 2 attacks. Feng Yi, do you really think I'm that stupid? I'm not interested in fighting with you. When the time comes, who can snatch the things, it will depend on who is more powerful. Young Master Black Snake snorted coldly and continued forward with his people. This young Master Black Snake has good eyesight. He probably wants to take advantage of us and doesn't want to waste any time here. Lin Fei could also see that this pair of people was very powerful. Especially the 2 middle-aged men, they were both at the attainment of insightful emptiness realm. With the strength of these 2 experts at the attainment of insightful emptiness realm, they indeed had an absolute advantage. In Lin Fei's eyes, the strength of 2 experts at the attainment of insightful emptiness realm was nothing. Once he displayed the strength of a half-step heavenly king, he could directly smash them to death. It couldn't be better that they don't want to fight with us. It just so happens that we can recover our strength. Who knows, we might even be able to snatch something from them. Feng Yi was very clear that they had a trump card, and so did their side. Chapter 45-51. There were still many dangers in the small world of the grotto heaven. After Lin Fei's group met with young Master Black Snake from the Nine Serene sect, everyone had a tacit understanding. Each of them chose a path and walked forward. Everyone knew that the front was the most important place. Compared to Lin Fei's side, the treasures brought by the Nine Serene sect were much more complete. They fought their way through with their magical powers. When he turned back to look at Lin Fei's side, young Master Black Snake's eyes also turned a little cold. From the beginning to the end, only Lin Fei acted as the vanguard. All the magical powers were destroyed as soon as they appeared. If it was just a few times, they wouldn't have anything to say. However, every time he destroyed these divine abilities, it gave them a great deal of pressure. Who can tell me who the young man on Feng Yi's side is? How can he have such a strong foundation? Why don't I know anything about him? Young Master Black Snake wanted to know who this young man was. Such strength, such age, and the way he walked was different. However, young Master Black Snake didn't know him. He had never heard of him before. I don't know about this subordinate. Looking at his appearance, he is most likely not from the sky-reaching church. Young Master Black Snake glared at him coldly and retracted his gaze. It was as if he didn't say anything. We must pay attention to that kid. We must not underestimate him. Otherwise, we will suffer a big loss. In this first round, the sky-reaching church's side had suppressed young Master Black Snake's side. If I didn't guess wrongly, they should have noticed you. I guess they are even more confused. After all, you are much stronger than them. Feng Yi was a little proud at this moment. She hadn't experienced such a feeling for a long time. Lin Fei didn't care. If they want to pay attention to me, then let them. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Only Lin Fei could speak like this. Along the way, Lin Fei's side was much faster than young Master Black Snake from the Nine Serene sect. Look, there seems to be a treasure in front. Let's take it first. Feng Yi's eyes lit up as she followed behind Lin Fei. Finally, there was an item in front of them. At that moment, there was nothing in front of him. There was a treasure floating in the air, radiating a misty light. With a single glance, one could tell that this was a treasure. After walking for so long, I've finally found something. Lin Fei looked up and saw it too. At this moment, the people from the Nine Serene Gate had also seen this treasure. Everyone's eyes lit up. Everyone came to the Grotto Heaven world for these treasures. There's more than one treasure over there. Looks like we're going to be rich this time. At the very least, we won't be returning empty-handed. Whether on the side of the Nine Serene sect or on the side of the heavens-reaching church, everyone was in a good mood. Everyone had the same goal. On Feng Yi's side, two late-stage insightful Void Realm experts rushed over first. Two experts from the Nine Serene Gate also rushed out, one in front and one at the back, rushing towards the treasures. Firstly, he wanted to obtain the treasure. Secondly, he wanted to test whether this place was dangerous or not. Therefore, he sent out two late-stage insightful Void Realm experts. With a swoosh, a misty light appeared. In the void in front of them, a technique that looked like flowing light burst out. As soon as this technique appeared, everyone's expression changed and they all retreated. In just a moment, the four late-stage insightful Void Realm experts were all injured, and their injuries were very serious. Lin Fei carried the two of them back one after the other. Their bodies were covered with wounds. Feng Yi also took out a healing elixir and gave it to them immediately. Her expression was a little serious. This place is indeed dangerous. Even the late-stage insightful Void Realm experts couldn't withstand the power just now. Feng Yi had already expected this, but he didn't expect that even the late-stage insightful Void Realm experts couldn't withstand it. The two insightful Void Realm experts from the Nine Serene sect didn't have a good ending either. They were also seriously injured. In comparison, the situation on the side of the heavens-reaching church seemed to be a little better. The technique just now should be a technique that ignores defense. They couldn't even withstand it and were injured. Lin Fei guessed. It was really difficult to obtain this thing. Senior sister, why don't we take a look? The few senior brothers at the back also wanted to make a move. I'm sorry, but we've already obtained a treasure. Young Master Black Snake suddenly laughed. One of the experts on their side didn't rush in directly. Instead, he activated a treasure and flew in like a long rope. Then, a treasure was brought out. Young Master Black Snake finally had a smile on his face. He was one step ahead of the heavens-reaching church. Isn't it just one treasure? I can see that there are a total of more than a dozen treasures here. We still don't know who will get them. Lin Fei turned around and laughed. He plunged into the front. He still had to take these treasures. As soon as he arrived, the scene from before appeared. The sky was filled with flowing light. These flowing lights were extremely powerful and had a strong penetrative ability. Even though Lin Fei's body was extremely strong, he was still pierced through quite a lot. After these bloody holes were pierced, they recovered in an instant. However, it didn't affect Lin Fei much. Just as he had guessed, these flowing lights indeed had a strong penetrative ability. They could instantly penetrate any defense. He didn't know which expert had left it behind after he died. Lin Fei turned around and smiled at young Master Black Snake. Sorry, I've already barged in. These treasures should belong to me now. The smile on young Master Black Snake's face stiffened. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and snatch the treasures. Long ropes flew over. However, as soon as these long ropes got close, they were repelled by Lin Fei's sword intent. With me here, you guys can forget about relying on treasures. If you have the ability, come in yourself. As he said that, Lin Fei reached out with his hand and grabbed a treasure. The blurry light on the treasure collapsed, and a treasure fell into Lin Fei's hands. It wasn't a waste for me to come in. These are all paradise treasures of extremely high quality. Now, they all belong to me. After taking the first treasure, Lin Fei headed for the second one. Young master, let me go in and see how capable this fellow is. The middle-aged man turned into a stream of flowing water. The flowing water was like a thin piece of black cloth as it seeped in. It also activated the flowing lights, but it didn't extinguish the black flowing water. A large portion of the flowing water rushed in. These treasures belong to young Master Black Snake. They don't belong to you. The black water turned into a huge black bell and landed on Lin Fei's head. It rang out loudly. Waves of energy engulfed Lin Fei's body. They were all formless threads that coiled around him. This move was considered powerful. Then you can get down now. Lin Fei, who was below, raised his head and slapped the black flowing water. Chapter 45-52. When Lin Fei's palm landed on the black water, his power seeped in. The black bell that had been formed collapsed in an instant. A figure retreated a few steps and appeared. It was the middle-aged man from before. This time, the middle-aged man's face was a little pale. Before he could recover from the shock, a figure appeared in front of him and slammed down with a palm. Your mystique is not bad. Unfortunately, your physical body is a little weak and can't withstand a single blow. I reckon you can't even withstand this palm of mine. After a crisp sound, the middle-aged man fell to the ground and turned into a pool of blood that sprayed all over the place. Lin Fei turned and looked at young Master Black Snake. I'm sorry. Your strength is a little weak and you were killed by me. If you want the treasures, arrange for someone else to come in. If you can defeat me, it will naturally belong to you. Lin Fei did not forget to search the ring and take away the remaining 10 or so treasures in one go. He rushed out from the ring. Young Master Black Snake was infuriated. One of his powerful fighters was killed just like that. He knew that this young man was extremely strong. Without using his great Tao, he was able to kill an insightful emptiness expert. Keep these treasures first. They are all insightful emptiness treasures and their quality is not bad. They should have been left behind in the past. When Lin Fei returned, he threw these treasures to Feng Yi. Feng Yi was shocked. I'll leave these things with you. After all, you were the one who brought them back. Feng Yi felt a little embarrassed. She didn't do anything and had obtained more than 10 treasures first. She even lost an expert from young Master Black Snake's side. You are the leader this time. I naturally have to listen to you. Just keep them. Lin Fei didn't take back these treasures. A mere insightful emptiness treasure didn't interest him. If Lin Fei was really interested in it, it would only be the Heavenly King's treasure. He just didn't know if he could find the Heavenly King's treasure this time. Feng Yi didn't say anything else and kept the treasure. Everyone became more confident. In the blink of an eye, young Master Black Snake and the others continued forward. Feng Yi and the others did not hesitate and followed after them one by one. After walking for quite a while, some scattered treasures appeared. This time, Lin Fei didn't make a move. Instead, some other senior brothers made a move and tied with young Master Black Snake and the others. You get one, I get one, basically there's not much difference. I smell danger. I think we're about to reach the center of the battlefield. Lin Fei's casual face suddenly showed a trace of seriousness. Feng Yi nodded her head. She was also at the full circle of the insightful void realm and she could feel the dangerous aura. Then we have to be careful. Lin Fei walked in front again. Young Master Black Snake's side also sensed the dangerous aura, so they slowed down. Fortunately, there seemed to be fewer divine abilities on this side. However, there was an oppressive aura, as if there was something powerful ahead. There's a corpse, a huge corpse. The people behind Feng Yi were the first to exclaim. In front of them, under the black fog, a huge corpse was faintly discernible. A mountain-like pressure swept over and hit everyone's body. All of them groaned. It was the same for young Master Black Snake and they also felt the huge pressure. The corpse of a heavenly king. Young Master Black Snake felt the pressure but his face became extremely crazy. At this time, everyone could see clearly that it was a huge corpse. It was like a small mountain lying on the ground. Even though it had been dead for a long time, it was still filled with a huge pressure. Before they even got close, the pressure was already making it hard for them to breathe. I didn't expect there to be a heavenly king's corpse. There's a heavenly king's corpse. That means there must be a heavenly king's treasure around. This trip was worth it. Feng Yi was also happy and she kept searching around. Even if a heavenly king weapon's power was affected, even if it could exert 60% or 70% of its power, it would still be considered a super weapon. This was also the first time Lin Fei saw a heavenly king's corpse. He could indeed feel the thick aura of the corpse. Even though it had been dead for a long time, he could still feel how strong and terrifying it was when it was alive. This heavenly king's body should have reached the heavenly king level. It's very strong. It's rare for it to not rot after death. When Lin Fei was at his peak, his body was much stronger than this. However, in the spiritual realm, a heavenly king's body was already super terrifying. There's a huge bow over there. It should be a heavenly king weapon. Near the heavenly king's corpse. A large black bow lay quietly on the ground, flickering with runes. This time, it wasn't just Feng Yi who was excited. Even young Master Black Snake was excited and he shouted. Young Master Black Snake's side was the fastest. So. They flew over. They didn't forget to use their Dao methods to restrict Feng Yi and the others. In comparison, they were obviously a step slower. So. When these experts from the 9 Serene Gate approached this weapon, their bodies were frozen in place. Beams of light flew past their bodies. These people, who were originally excited, lost all color in their eyes. They all fell to the ground, no longer breathing. They were instantly killed. Everyone was so shocked that they broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, they couldn't wait to snatch the Heavenly King weapon. They didn't expect that a Heavenly King weapon without an owner would still be so domineering. In an instant, they were all insightful emptiness experts. There were even late insightful emptiness experts among them. Even if they had the Tao supporting them, they wouldn't be able to withstand the streams of light. Young Master Black Snake's face turned even uglier. He originally wanted to be the first to get it, but he didn't expect the Heavenly King weapon to be so domineering. It directly killed the late insightful emptiness experts. They didn't even have the ability to struggle. The more it was like this, the more young Master Black Snake wanted to get his hands on the Heavenly King weapon. This Heavenly King weapon casually showed its power. Whether it was Feng Yi's side or young Master Black Snake's side, they didn't dare to move. They couldn't imagine that the power of such streams of light wasn't something they could withstand. If they couldn't withstand it, they would be turned into ashes. Lin Fei could also feel that the power of the Heavenly King weapon was indeed very strong. It could instantly kill an insightful emptiness expert. The physical bodies of these insightful emptiness experts were indeed a little weak. They weren't considered very strong. It was very normal that they couldn't withstand it. It seems that it will be a little difficult to get this Heavenly King weapon. I'm not afraid of difficulties, so I want to give it a try. Lin Fei looked at young Master Black Snake and said, "You wouldn't mind, right?" Chapter 45-53. Young Master Black Snake really wanted to say that he really minded. But just now, a few of his subordinates were heavily injured before they even entered. At this time, he didn't have the guts. He knew better than anyone that if he went, he probably wouldn't be able to come back. At the very least, he would be heavily injured. The Heavenly King weapon belongs to the capable. If you can get it, then it will naturally belong to you. We have nothing to say. Young Master Black Snake would still say such high-sounding words. But in reality, he was following his subordinates and transmitting his voice. Once this kid really takes out the Heavenly King weapon, we will deal with him together. I will use my trump card to suppress him. This will save us a lot of trouble. Young Master Black Snake was really good at scheming. At this time, he was also clear that letting this guy take the Heavenly King weapon first would be the best. As for whether or not the other party could use the Heavenly King weapon, he didn't have to worry. If the other party was really that strong, then there was nothing to say. A Heavenly King armament was not something that just anyone could wield. At the very least, it was very difficult to reach the emptiness realm. Lin Fei laughed and rushed towards the corpse in front of him. As soon as he went over, the sky was instantly filled with streams of light. These streams of light had extremely strong penetrative power and couldn't be blocked at all. It was no wonder that those people couldn't withstand it. Even Lin Fei could feel a blood-sucking power in these attacks. In other words, a large portion of the blood in his body was quietly sucked away on the spot. These people might not feel anything, but Lin Fei could clearly feel it. Indeed, a portion of his blood was sucked away. This should be because of the Heavenly King corpse. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was attacked by a storm of attacks. This kind of attack was nothing to him. He knew that such a storm of attacks would continue for a period of time. Lin Fei relied on the strength of his physical body to constantly walk towards the Heavenly King weapon. At this moment, Feng Yi was also transmitting his voice to everyone. Later, when junior brother Lin Fei gets the Heavenly King weapon, everyone deal with young Master Black Snake immediately. Don't give him a chance to make a move. Since young Master Black Snake had given up the opportunity, Feng Yi didn't think that he would be well behaved. Who knew what kind of crafty plot he had up his sleeves? As long as Lin Fei obtained the Heavenly King armament, he would immediately act. Actually, there was no need to say anything. Everyone understood. A fierce battle was unavoidable. Young Master Black Snake already had the intention to kill. Whether this young man who was with Feng Yi was from the heavens reaching church or not, he had to kill him first. Otherwise, once such a person matured, he would become a formidable opponent for their 9 Serene Gate. Lin Fei was getting closer and closer to the Heavenly King weapon. At the same time, rays of light burst out from the bow. These lights locked onto Lin Fei. Lin Fei could also feel the power of a Heavenly King armament. It was simply life-threatening. Beams of light shot toward him. Lin Fei released his sword intent. In an instant, a large area collapsed. Fortunately, Lin Fei had accumulated a lot of experience. If the first time didn't work, he would try again. He withstood the attack of these streams of light. The attacks of the streams of light were getting weaker and weaker. Lin Fei finally came to the side of the Heavenly King bow. And at this moment, there were many wounds on his body. After all, it was a Heavenly King armament. It still had some power. It could cause his physical body to suffer a certain degree of injury. This was also because Lin Fei's physical body was strong. If it was an ordinary physical body, it would have directly collapsed. This was a huge difference. When Lin Fei reached out to grab the Heavenly King armament, the motionless Heavenly King's corpse actually surged with starlight. The starlight gathered together, forming a gigantic demon figure that punched out. Not good, this is the remnant consciousness of the Heavenly King. When Feng Yi saw the illusory figure, she immediately cried out in alarm. She could feel the aura of death. Young Master Black Snake also felt it and cheered in his heart. Kill him, we must kill him. This way, Feng Yi won't be able to threaten our 9 Serene Gate. Young Master Black Snake was indeed a little sullen this time. He had no choice. Who would have met such a guy with such a strong physical body? He just had to be unable to see through this guy. If he could be killed by the Heavenly King now, that would be for the best. When the Heavenly King's phantom punched over, Lin Fei clasped his hands together and a huge seal greeted it. He also wanted to see how far his physical body was from a Heavenly King's attack. Without a doubt, Lin Fei was pierced through by the punch. That's right. He was pierced through. It wasn't like what he imagined, he was sent flying by the punch. This was the benefit of condensing power. Any power could be pierced through with a punch. There was no Tao that could block the power of this demon's punch. Walala. Walala. After the punch, although Lin Fei wasn't sent flying, there was indeed a bloody hole on the left side of his body. After that, it couldn't be repaired immediately. There was a layer of power that blocked the repair. This was the first time Lin Fei encountered such a situation. He finally understood how strong power was. As expected from the power of a Heavenly King. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. After this punch, the sky full of phantoms dissipated completely. They never appeared again. It seems like the power that the Heavenly King stole is really terrifying. It can affect the recovery of the physical body. Fortunately, my God Tree of Life isn't just for show, it can still suppress the thoughts of collapse. Lin Fei was injured. He had some understanding of the Heavenly King's power. It was indeed powerful, but not as terrifying as he imagined. It was still within the acceptable range. It seems like I have to disappoint you again. This thing is destined to belong to me. Lin Fei turned around and smiled at young Master Black Snake. He raised his hand and grabbed the bow. The moment the bow was in his hand, it made a buzzing sound. Lin Fei had a thought, but he quickly suppressed it. The bow landed in Lin Fei's hand. At the same time, he grabbed the Heavenly King's corpse. He felt that the Heavenly King's corpse was also useful. If he brought it back, he might even be able to add fertilizer to the God Tree of Life. No, it should be nourishment. He really got the Heavenly King weapon. How can his physical body be so strong? What the hell? Wait, why is he even taking the Heavenly King's corpse? How can he do this? Young Master Black Snake's face turned ugly again. He thought that this guy would be killed, but who would have thought that he would be able to withstand it? Not only did he take the Heavenly King weapon, he even wanted to take the Heavenly King's corpse. This was simply the most unacceptable person. No, I have to use my killer move. I can't let him take this bow away.